Até que não nunca porque possivelmente कुछ मांग चलने में आवाज नहीं है ना देखो माइक्रोफोन थे पावने में थोड़ा इन लगी तो उन्होंने बंद कर तो मार्क से मार देना चाहिए ना जब वो अच्छे तो वो साइड में थी वो इन्होंने में थी आप पे दे
Rahim. Qul huwallahu ahad, Allahu samad, lam yalid wa lam yulad wa lam yakul lahu kufuwan ahad. Rahim. Qul huwallahu ahad, Allahu samad, lam yalid wa lam yulad wa lam yakul lahu kufuwan ahad. Rahim. Qul huwallahu ahad. Technical. I would like to introduce the session and the panel. The title of today's session is Social, Economic and Demographic Implications of High Population Growth. Population Association of Pakistan, since its inception, maintains a history and mandate to emphasize the crucial relationship between population and social development. PAP's annual research conferences cover a wide range of thematic areas related to human and social development, demographic transition, legislative and policy directions for overcoming the persistent challenges of a growing population. The 22nd annual conference aims to uphold the significant linkage between population and social development. The topic of our today's technical session, as I already shared, is social, economic, and demographic implication of high population growth. In the call for abstract, we gave 5 sub-themes under this main theme. And as a result, PAP received a large number of abstracts under this theme, sub-theme. So we had to divide this session into 2 concurrent sessions. This particular session in which we are sitting will mainly deal with the sub-themes social norms, gender and empowerment, poverty and inequality. COVID-19, as we know, is affecting the whole world today. This pandemic is altering the lives. Across every sphere, from health to the economy, security to social protection, the impact of COVID-19 pandemics are exacerbated for women and girls simply by virtue of their sex. So 4 papers will be presented in this session. Ms. Nargis Numan from Muhammad Ali Jinnah University, Karachi, will talk about the myth of missing women, a case study of Pakistan. Ms. Iram Kamran, Deputy Director, Population Council, will present findings of a study on changes and shocks for poor women during COVID pandemic, qualitative perspective from Rahim Yar Khan, Punjab. Our third presenter is from UK. She will be joining us on Zoom. I'm sure we are able to reach her. She will be talking about gender gap in education and empowerment, source of poverty. The 4th paper will be presented again by Ms. Iram Kamran. She will be talking about, has COVID-19 widened the gender gap in schooling in Pakistan? We are honored to have Dr. Ismat Tahira with us to chair this session. Dr. Tahira belongs to Pakistan Administrative Group, which is commonly known as DMG. She is presently serving as Secretary Benazir Income Support Program that primarily focus on women empowerment. Dr. Ismat Tahira is MBBS. She did her MBBS from King Edward Medical College. Dr. Ismat did her MSc in Social Policy and Planning in Developing Countries with focus on gender and social welfare from London School of Economics. She has served at key positions in service and general administration, health, education, planning and development sector. Which I'm really impressed to know this, that she topped in Pakistan in CSS exams, and she is the first woman to achieve this milestone. So, and she is also the recipient of Presidential Gold Medal and for Best All-Rounder Performer in PAS Academy. So thank you very much, Dr. Tahira, for spending your time to be here. We are honored to have with us Dr. Salma Siddiqui, Dean, School of Social Sciences and Humanities. Dr. Salma Siddiqui is the founding head of the Department of Behavioral Science at STH, NUST. She is an academician and a social scientist with training in clinical psychology. She is also a practicing psychotherapist, expertise in cognitive behavior therapy and EMDR. I'm sure she will explain this to us. She comes with extensive research work done on relevant themes. And what can be better choice than having Dr. Kausar S. Khan as discussant for this session? Let me have her bio. This introduction. Dr. S. Khan primarily concern passion is to promote, advocate, and demonstrate women's right to their life and to participate in their life according to their aspirations. She believes in collective action and work with some key concepts: rights, equality, equity, gender, community health, power, leadership, to name a few. Dr. Kausar has been an educator and trainer for the last 30 years, and the experience includes teaching undergraduate medical students, nursing students, master students, and community members from illiterate to semi-literate, and people from the non-governmental sectors. She believes communities should be strengthened so that they can hold the government and other providers accountable. This can be done if communities have a strong social capital, and Koster believes we can help build this through participatory methodologies. She has been associated with the teaching and promotion of bioethics, and she has been a member of different ethics research committees, which are called IRBs. We are going to have this session led by, acted by, produced by, and performed by ladies, females. As we are having back-to-back session today, so we have to be very strict about our timings. Each presenter will be given maximum 10 minutes to share study findings, and after 8 minutes, I'll give you an alert, okay? So the discussant will take 15 minutes to give her views on all 4 papers. 15 minutes are allocated for question answers, and finally, in last 10 minutes of the session, chair and co-chair will share the key takeaways of the session and will give concluding remarks. I think with permission of chair, we can start our session. Thank you. So may I now invite our first presenter, Ms. Nargis Numan.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. This is Nargis Naman, and I'm here to present the topic, The Myth of Muslim Women, a case study of Pakistan, co-authored by Dr. Noreen Mujahid and Muhammad Naman. Starting with the introduction of the topic, basically the idea of Muslim women deals with the female, the difference, deals with the difference that states the women that are ought to be live and the women that are supposed to be not living. Basically, it is pioneered by the a great economist, Nobel Prize winner Amartya Sen in 1992, who estimated a particular set of calculation in which he revealed that in Asian economies, basically 6 to 11% of women were missing. As compared to the actual population rates that are available. So he declared that gender inequalities persist in society was the main reason for missing women. Based on this calculation or based on that idea, basically we have developed this paper. Starting with the technical some terms that what are the basic paradigms to estimate the missing women. So we have 2 paradigms. One discusses the mortality rates or the gender rates or the sex ratios, and the other is the calculation of missing women, or we can say proposed by the Sen, in which he compared the actual sex ratios, actual published sex ratios with the estimated sex ratios. And if the difference between these two ratio exists, the difference is termed as the missing woman. As I have mentioned earlier, it is 6 to 11% as per his calculation. So, based on that idea, before explaining the estimation, we have tried to dig out whether we have some demographic, because we have the idea, and we have discussed about it in earlier sessions, that the overall global economy has been transformed, has been transitioned, and that's why we have discussed a few of these estimates, in which we try to figure out that whether the economy of Pakistan or whether the population of Pakistan has been transformed or not. And definitely, as we have discussed earlier a number of times in our subsequent sessions, that there is a distinguishing factor between the male and female population, leading by the 63.6% living in rural areas and the rest of the clusters in urban regions. While looking at the sex ratios, it was 1.4, 104.94, in urban regions, and again 107.2 in rural regions. That is showing more gender inequalities, yeah, gender disparities in rural areas. The other striking feature that has shocked us is the economically active population comprises 56.4% of male, 6.1% of women, and 35.3% of transgender. That is a really striking feature of the recent population census, and it is a kind of a research gap that we can also take into account. Looking at the inactive segment, again, not surprisingly, the inactive segment has been dominated by the 72.3% of women engaged in domestic work. Okay, based on these statistics, based on these arguments, we have developed these probabilistic statements, in which we have defined that the academic domain, which is very extensive on gender economics, is still missing the concept of missing woman. Number two, scant data sets and government negligence to develop policies for women. Women, definitely, as I told you earlier, it is a neglected area. A matter of disagreement regarding the myth of that, whether identification and estimation of missing women is possible or not. These are the three areas that we have identified, and based on that, we have defined these objectives. We are supposed to first find out the demographic divergences existing in the data. Then we encompasses or we calculated the sex ratios at household level, because we believe, and we have seen that at aggregate level we are unable to include such divergences. Based on these objectives, we have developed these research questions. Now, talking about the methods, we have followed a mixed method approach, in which we first initially perform the qualitative analysis, and literally we perform the quantitative analysis through a cross-sectional data applying OLS methods. The sampling procedure includes at aggregate level, we have figured out the maximum available data, and for the purpose of quantitative measurement, we observe the Pakistan Social and Living Standard Measurement Survey for the year 2019-2020. Okay, according to the data analysis, as I've explained earlier, these are the few equations. Just skipping it. Okay, this is the qualitative analysis that we have performed, in which we have taken the required data of infant mortality, survival rate, and fertility rates. And if you can look at the graphs, these are completely saying that over the years, like globally, हमारे जो infant mortality rates हैं वो decline हो रहे हैं. Definitely, you can attribute it to the increasing health and education facilities and so on and so forth. And definitely, the survival rate of Pakistan has also been increasing over the years, while the fertility rate of Pakistan has been declining. Based on these data, you are though unable to explain that what are the relevant factors that are determining these things. So we have approached another thing, that is the regional context, and in regional context, we have compared the sex ratios, the available sex ratios of Pakistan, India, and China, and definitely. Intuitively, the Pakistan sex ratio is lower than India and China, but alarmingly, these are increasing. Pakistan has reached the highest fertility rate, and another thing that provides an intuition to perform this as a quantitative study is that कि जो फर्टिलिटी रेट है पाकिस्तान का वो इंडिया और चाइना से जो है वो ज्यादा है, और जो जेंडर रेशो है वो आपका कम आ रहा है. तो देयर आर सम फैक्टर्स दैट यू आर अनेबल टू डिटरमिन और दैट यू आर अनेबल टू फाइंड आउट. तो ये एक हमें वहां से एक गैप मिला. Second, this situation could be attributed to the fact that both or India and China की definitely, if I want to clear you out कि क्यों उनकी gender ratios इतने ज़्यादा या sex ratios उनके इतने ज़्यादा क्यों हैं, क्योंकि they have the issue of sex selective abortions and son preferences definitely, और यही वो reason है जिसकी वजह से the male और female का जो ratio है या जो sex ratio है वो उनका ज़्यादा हो रहा है. और ये definitely ये चीज़ जो है वो हमें उनकी कुछ studies से हमें prove भी हुई है. So, based on our quantitative regression, ये हमने एक estimation simple regression हमने run की जिसमें हमने जो है कुछ different variables को include किया था. One by one I'm discussing them here. Average age of household members, हमने जितने हमारे household थे उनकी average age को calculate किया. तो basically यहाँ पे थोड़ा सा टाइपिंग मिस्टेक है, हमें एक डायरेक्ट रिलेशनशिप मिला, पॉजिटिव रिलेशनशिप मिला. दैट शोज कि डेफिनेटली जैसे जैसे आपकी पॉपुलेशन इंक्रीज होती है तो आपके हाउस होल्ड लेवल पे जो आपका जेंडर रेशियो है वो इंक्रीज होगा. इंक्रीजिंग द जेंडर रेशियो मींस कि मेल टू फीमेल जो है वो आपका इंक्रीज हो रहा है. नाउ लुकिंग एट द हाउस होल्ड फीमेल पार्टिसिपेशन, अगर आपकी फीमेल जो है इट इज पार्टिसिपेटिंग इन द लेबर मार्केट, तो उससे क्या रिलेशनशिप आएगा. उसमें हमने देखा कि जेंडर इनइक्वालिटी रिड्यूस हुई, हमें एक नेगेटिव रिलेशनशिप मिला कि basically it empowered a female to get into the labor market. Now looking at the household head as a female, अगर आपका household जो है वो एक female के through जो है वो okay, thank you. अगर आपका household जो है वो एक female head करती है तो हमें वहां पर भी जो एक negative relation मिला. That shows कि basically if a female is owning your house, if a female is running your house, so you will end up at low sex ratios या male to female ratios. Then urbanization definitely also affects the status of status of sex ratio. उसके बाद regional disparities के हमें सबसे जो अच्छा result मिला, that is for the Punjab, कि basically if a household is associated in Punjab या it is related to the region of Punjab, there is the possibility that you will end up with negative declining sex ratios. Then looking at the household ownership, if household ownership जो है वो आपकी female को दी जाती है, that is according to the concept of women agency, तो definitely it will also जो है वो help to reduce the gender issues. These are some of the post estimation tests, and based on these based on the estimates, we conclude that basically the missing women problem definitely persists in the economy of Pakistan. And we believe that gender sensitized policies in Pakistan have been rigorously discussed, but however the implication of such has been widely looked upon. Therefore, consideration of double policy options would provide better results. The academic literature on gender economics clusters around empowering the women in Pakistan, avoiding the factors affecting the sex ratios at the household level. And hence, based on this finding, we suggest that focusing on the issues of women would serve the process of identifying real problems of women. And that's all from my side. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Nargis. Oh my God! You made it? Very nice, Gawhar. जी गौहर को we were trying to take her on Zoom, को पता चला वो UK से पहुंच गई है बताते खुद. Very good. अच्छा जी. Let's invite Ms. Iram Kamran, Deputy Director, Population Council, to present her study. She will be presenting two studies. So this is your
Thank you very much. Seema, I hope you'll count my time now.
From now.
Thank you very much, and respected chair, co-chair, distinguished guests, colleagues and friends, Assalamu alaikum and very good morning. I'll be presenting key research findings from our very recent study we conducted remotely during this COVID-19 times in Rahimia Khan district, which is southern part of Punjab. The focus of the study was to assess reproductive health care in the time of COVID-19 from the perspective of poor women and service provider, but I'll be focusing on only women perspectives in this study. I also like to mention that Population Council is already working to evaluate an innovative model for delivering family planning services to poor women who are best beneficiaries in the Rahim Yar Khan. So leveraging on the same, since we already had conducted baseline survey, and we had their permission to revisit them, and we also had their contact details. So we went back to these respondents and conducted our study with them. Moving on. In Pakistan, as we all know, that the healthcare system is already under-resourced, and the health indicators generally compare poorly with the rest of the region. And in the situation of COVID-19, there is a growing realization that poor women and girls have become even more vulnerable because prolonged lockdowns, declines in income, and lack of public transportation have reduced their access to health services. Since there was an absence of evidence about the health and well-being challenges confronting by the most marginalized women and about disruption of services and difficulties of service providers during COVID-19, this study has been conducted to fill these gaps, interviewing a subsample of our panel women from this project. And I'll be going to share the findings in a while. So with this background, our objective to conduct this study were to assess the effects of COVID-19 on lives of poor women in terms of reproductive health and family planning needs, and challenges in accessing care, mental health issues, effects of COVID-19 on lives of poor women in terms of other circumstances, gender-based violence, day-to-day lives, livelihood, and their children, education issues, nutrition, etc. So as study methodology, we followed a mixed method approach, including both qualitative and quantitative components. Under qualitative component, we conducted in-depth interviews and focus group discussions. And we did all these focus group discussion and in-depth interviews remotely because there was a lockdown time, and that was a high peak cases time. And on quantitative side also, we conducted telephonic interviews with 164 best beneficiaries. So this is how we conducted this study, and now I'll share findings from women respondents who were best beneficiaries. Survey data and our qualitative discussions that we conducted in May clearly showed that the COVID-19 and the lockdown had adversely affected lives of poor women in a number of ways, ranging from economic challenges, food insecurity, domestic violence, access to reproductive health services, and psychological stresses. And this slide talks about their economic challenges, which has emerged as the biggest issue for them and has awfully changed the lives of these beneficiaries. Comparison on the extreme left bar shows that at baseline, which we conducted in September 2019, majority of the beneficiaries' husbands were working, but it has come down to half during COVID-19 situation, means that there was a significant unemployment in that phase. And next part of the graph shows that a large number of cases who were in daily wage labor, agriculture work, or were self-employed at baseline became unemployed during COVID-19 times. Though to address this hunger, the Benazir Income Support Program has provided them cash support, which is reported to be a very great source of relief for them. But that was not enough to address all of the challenges these women were going through. And as a result of economic challenges, almost all respondents shared that the serious problem they were facing due to economic challenges during the pandemic was hunger. Among the effects of lockdown reported by women, food insecurity was by far the most frequently mentioned, and it was virtually universal there. Nearly all women were distressed by the decline in food availability for their families. So that was the biggest issue for them at the time of pandemic. Now we see that how COVID-19 has affected contraceptive use patterns of poor women. On this slide, we see that comparing current situation which with baseline data on method specific shows that the lockdown had forced women to switch from modern to less reliable traditional methods. Due to access issues they were facing. Why? Mainly because you remember that there were constraints there during the lockdown times that there was a complete closure of PWD facilities and dismal of visits by LHWs in the beginning, and also due to financial constraint, they were not able to go and seek services from any far-flung areas. So this whole situation left them with no option than switching to traditional methods. This proves that the COVID-19 had adverse effects on the contraceptive use of poor women. So about domestic violence, here we see that much higher proportion of women reported violence during the lockdown period than under normal circumstances. In most cases, the violence took the form of humiliation and insults that emotionally hurt the women. There were also limited instances of physical violence as well. And in almost all cases, the perpetrator were husbands. In qualitative discussions, women also reported and emphasized that stressful situation, their stressful situation due to their unemployment and inability to feed their children basically leads to clashes and violence at the household level. So all these challenges we discussed, naturally, they all lead to a great deal of mental stress. So in the study, we also measured the psychological stress levels of respondents using a universal tested assessment tool called Patient Health Questionnaire 9, which utilizes 9 statements for evaluation. This tool was administered with all 164 DIS beneficiaries who participated in the study, and individual psychological stress score was assessed based on responses to the PHQ-9 tool. The results on the slide show that only 17% of the respondents had minimal or no stress, while 34% expressed moderate level of stress, and 25% of them were going through moderately severe to severe level of stress. And point of concern is that we all know that there is no mechanism available in Pakistan, especially for rural women, to address women mental health stress in these situations. So these were the main findings from our study. So what are the main takeaways? If we see, we can see that the lockdown. Okay, I'm just going to. So that we can learn that the lockdown situation pushed poor women and their household into severe poverty, and basic food security was their main priority and main area of concern. And it was at that time it was overriding any other challenges. And gender-based violence increased than the usual circumstances. And we saw that the 83% of beneficiaries were going through mid to severe level of psychological stresses. So as recommendations at the end, keeping in view all challenges and issues that poor women were facing in COVID-19, the study recommends that there is an urgent need to provide additional income support and in-kind nutrition packages to all eligible beneficiaries to meet poor families' basic food needs. Then parents should also be provided an educational package, because that was also a source of stress for them, because schools were closed and they were not able to arrange any other like tuitions or any other alternatives. So this is also crucial that access to reproductive health services was like interrupted, and in the challenging time of COVID-19 and in such emergencies, there is also need to that public service media, it should be included the family planning and reproductive health need should be included in essential package. And there is also a need that public service media messages on TV should be aired continuously to guide households on reproductive health and child health issues. These are the basic and essential need of these poor women. So these need to be addressed, and we should be prepared for to face any such situation like COVID-19. In the light of these evidence and results and recommendation, we should be prepared for the future. Thank you so much. I stop here. Thank you.
Thank you, Iram. Thank you very much. The illustrations were very nice. Please slides with me. बहुत अच्छा. We are really pleased to have with us student, PhD student at University of Kent, UK. She has traveled all the way from UK to present her study, Ms. Gohar Fatma. Thank you very much, Gohar, to make it possible.
Thank you.
She will be presenting her study on gender gap in education and employment, source of poverty. So I can give you 2 more minutes.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you for your kindness.
Okay.
I know, I did it. Just it will come again. कौन सी है? Yeah.
Other species have come from Kali.
Yeah. It's okay.
PDF?
Yes. अच्छा मुझे पानी चाहिए.
Is this enough? Like, everybody can...
Thank you so much for inviting me. So this is my area of research is macroeconomics plus development economics. And while during my PhD, I'm doing something else, but this is my favorite area of study. Being Pakistani, I think we should also work on something which is related to our country. So I just did this is continuation of my work, which I did in my last few years. So this is gender gap in education and employment, source of poverty. The outline of my presentation is introduction, literature review, model methodology and data collection, and then model analysis, conclusion and policy recommendations. I can't see it properly because of this screen.
You can use your own laptop.
Because of this, I can't read my
नहीं ये जो ऊपर वाला वो विंडो है ना वो हटा दें डिस्प्ले जिस पर राफिया लिखा हुआ है
यहाँ से
इसको
यहाँ से
close कर
जी यहाँ से do it again. Yeah, it's fine. Okay. So gender inequality in education is a very broad plus famous topic in developing countries. Though there is improvement in the provision of education in developing countries, but if we have a look on the facts and figures, the situation is still not as up to the mark as it should be. So the new growth theory suggests that investment in human capital through provision of education and research and development plays an important role in the economic growth and development, not only for the developing countries, but also for the developed countries. Countries that have invested heavily in human capital in the terms of provision of education and research and development activities have steadily graduated from low to medium to high income economies. Female education plays an important role on fertility in the form of creation of human capital of the next generation, and that will lead to reduce the gender gap in education, according to Niles Peter Larglo in 2003. Female education contributes positively in the development process of societies, but the development takes time to surface. Gender discrimination in education hinders economic development. So keeping in mind these research, keeping in mind the previous studies, we can say that gender inequality in education and employment leads to not creating the development process, but it hinders the development process. If there would be gender inequality in education in developing countries, then that would we cannot say that that country would develop in terms of every perspective of economy. So my objective of studies are to examine the causes of gender inequality in education, and for this purpose, I conducted I selected two countries of the SAARC region, specifically Pakistan and Bangladesh. Previously, I conducted a study for the Pakistan and Sri Lanka, and before that, I conducted study for some other countries. But for this time, I selected Bangladesh because I just want to see that both countries have same socio-economic situation. So how they would how they would react to these variables which I am using in my study. So to investigate how gender inequality in education affects economic growth and create poverty in Pakistan and Bangladesh, to explore how female education and employment contributes not only in economic growth, but also a source of poverty reduction through labor force participation. And at the end, keeping in mind the results which I derived from my model, I will present some policy implications to minimizing the gender bias in education, in employment through policy making. So these are some literatures. I did not include specific literature for these topics, but these are famous authors who have contributed in this literature that there is a gender inequality in education, like how female are contributing positively in the economic growth of developing countries. Those include all these authors, Bud, Gentle, and Edgerman, Logli, Owen, Abulgadan, Klassen. Klassen is a very famous author who just died last year, who contributed a lot in the gender inequality in education. Literature is full of his name that he contributed a lot in this area. Similarly, Kaisar Abbas, who is also very famous, who is working on the human capital accumulation. There are some authors who contributed in the female employment and economic growth, and then female education and employment, how these two variables leads to reduce the poverty in developing countries. So I just added two recent figures from the Economic Survey of Pakistan, just to show that there is still gender gap in education. There is still a gender gap in education attainment. So first figure is showing the literacy rate. This is overall literacy rate, figure 10.4, where in Pakistan, you can say overall whole country, the 70% literacy rate for the male and 50 for female. Likewise for Punjab, which is again female are less as compared to male, and the figure is very less in Balochistan. So these figures, which are from the Economic Survey of Pakistan, just claiming that there is a gender inequality in education still. As we can see, women are everywhere in labor force, but again, the contribution of female in employment and labor force participation, it is still very low. And the below figure is showing
the expenditure on education. We all know due to these COVID situation from last 2-3 years, or due to whatever we can say the policies of the government, there is a reduction in the expenditure on education from the fiscal year of 2018-2019. It was 868.0 billion rupees, and then it just reduced to 611.0. That means government is not investing in education. It is not related to the female. Like expenditure, overall expenditure on education is reduced. So if there is gender gap in education, and again there is reduction in the expenditure on education, we can imagine that what would be the employment or education opportunities for female or overall for the male as well. So as I have panel study, I selected 2 countries of SAARC region. Therefore, I just used simultaneous equation model. It was not easy, or it was not appropriate to find out the impact of gender inequality and education through one equation. So I used simultaneous equation model to investigate the impact of this gender gap, direct as well as indirect effect of this gender differential in education and employment on economic growth for both economies. And the best technique to use the simultaneous equation model is GMM, because it is the best instrumental variable technique for panel data. And the selected time period is from 1990 to 2019. So if I can zoom it again, this is my model. I added my model actually by my hand, but due to some reason I couldn't open it. So I just added the picture. If I can explain you. First equation explaining impact of gender inequality in education on economic growth. So first equation capturing direct effect. Next 2 equations are capturing indirect effect through investment in population growth. And last equation is actually the reduced form equation. So in first equation, you can see YT is representing output and KT is the investment, population plus fertility rate, then male education, then female education, then male-female education ratio of female-male education, then female labor force participation. And in next equation, investment is a function of output or economic growth, you can say, or GDP, where YT output or real GDP, growth rate of real GDP. Then population, then male education, then female education, and then female-male education ratio of male-female education. The third equation is capturing indirect effect through population growth, where population growth is a function of output, male education, female education, then again male-female education ratio, and then female labor force participation. And in last equation, I just excluded the capital, or you can say investment and population, and this is the reduced form equation where output is a function of male education, female education, and female labor force participation. So by using this model also used, like this model used by Klassen in his paper 2002, 2008, 2009. I just amend his model by adding some more variables which are related to the specifically for the Bangladesh and Pakistan. So these are my results. Equation, the first column is explaining the direct impact of gender inequality in education on economic growth. Second one is capturing through investment. Third column is capturing through population. And fourth is the reduced form, as explained in previous slides. So you can see from the results, the coefficient.
Last 2 minutes, please.
Okay. The coefficient, there is a positive relationship between investment and output, but negative between population growth and output. Again, from first column, you can see the population growth minus coefficient saying that there is a negative impact of population growth on output. Female education and male education, the components, you can say the coefficients of female education is 0.36 and the male is 0.86, which explaining that there is a positive impact of female education on output, but the contribution of female is only 36% as compared to male, which is 56%. Likewise, for the rest of the variables, the results are according to the expectations. that there is female labor force participation is only 32%. And if female labor force participation increase, there would be decrease in the population growth. Because when female contribute more in the employment opportunities, they will work more, they will get more information about how they will reduce like they get information about family planning, they spend more time on their working hours, so there would be reduction in the population growth. So next, these were the results for the Pakistan. These are results for the Bangladesh, and both countries are showing similar picture that female participation in employment and provision of education to female is low through direct effect and also through indirect effect, through population growth and investment. So what is the conclusion? There has been consistency in country-specific results. The significance of gender gap in education and employment has been found to a critical factor in promoting growth in both economies. So both economies have same kind of social and cultural problems, early marriages, contribution in household activities, childcare at home, religious orthodox, which are responsible for low attainment of female.
Thank you, Gaur. Thank you very much. I gave
No
you
more
additional
time?
2 minutes.
Okay,
Yes.
I just left with 2 slides, but that's okay. So my policy implication and conclusion are also available on my paper, which is published, I think, on the PAP journal or whatever it is. You can see from there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
Thank you,
you.
Gaur. Thank you very much. I'll now again invite Ms. Iram Kamran to present her study, Has COVID-19 widened the gender gap in schooling in Pakistan? Iram.
Thank you.
Actually, we did not include preparation time
All right.
in the 10 minutes.
So thank you, Simi, for inviting me again, and apologies. You'll have to bear with me for other 5 minutes, but I guarantee it's not going to be very boring because it is about our young people, adolescent girls and boys. So which is always heartening to discuss about. So we are going to hear voices from the adolescent girls and boys. So as the title shows, and I'm very glad that the Gohar was talking about the gender disparities in education. So that is the proven fact that the gender disparities are prevalent in, I'm sure it would be in other parts of the world, but I'll be talking about Pakistan. So there are existing gender disparities, and we conducted this study specifically to see, as the title shows, that we wanted to see that the existing gender gaps, has these gaps been widened or not due to the school closure as a result of COVID-19. So as it's a growing recognition that on a global level, students are experiencing learning losses due to these school closures, and this is same is the case for Pakistan. And data and evidence, data and evidence on the pandemics and school closure gender-related impacts are limited in scope and scale. Not much studies has been done so far on it. And so therefore, this is important to consider and research on educational and non-educational impacts on more marginalized population, which includes girls and also the people who belong to low socioeconomic group. The evidence is also very much needed to inform response plan and policies to mitigate short-term risk. And it is also important because it would help to inform preparedness plans for future pandemics and crises. They may lead to school closures again. So with this background, the study aimed to directly engage with affected youth means the students who were going through the phase where the schools were closed. So we wanted to understand their experiences, and we wanted to learn and assess their perceptions on educational and non-educational outcomes of school closures. And we wanted to assess and compare differences across gender and socio-demographic lines. And then we also wanted to present evidence-based recommendations for policymakers to mitigate long and short-term effects. So with these objectives, the study methodology was primarily it was a qualitative research, but the secondary data analysis provided the basis to conduct this study. For secondary data analysis, we use two sources. One was monitoring and Punjab Monitoring and Implementation Unit of the Punjab Education Sector Reform Program. And secondly, we also used MEX Multiple Indicator Cluster Survey 2017-18 results. So it provided a basis, but I would be focusing on the qualitative part in the interest of time. And other point is that we don't have any sufficient data to carry out these data analysis, means secondary data sources. So if we talk about study locations, we conducted this study in 3 districts of Punjab, Rawalpindi, which represents a more urbanized and non-agriculture setting. Then there's Rahim Yar Khan, representing a rural and primarily agriculture setting, and then Gujarat, which is between Rawalpindi and Rahim Yar Khan in terms of its degree of development and urbanization and industrialization. We have seen that when the pandemic came up, in first case was reported in February, and the school got started getting closed in March. So there was a huge time when the students were sitting idle at the home, and the schools were closed. So, but at the same time, when just at the onset of the school closures, government was very efficiently respond, and other stakeholders also were engaged, and they also participated in that activities to introduce some strategies to come up with they introduced remote learning arrangements in Pakistan. But there was a divide between public and private sector. For public sector, the Ministry of Education, they introduced a teleschooling strategy. The programs were aired on PTV channel, and it was from 8 to 4 or 5 p.m. During the daytime, and there was different lectures for different grades. But it was arrangement for public sector students mainly. Private sector students could also get benefit of that, but that was the mitigation strategy from the government. And there were some sort of arrangements on providing syllabus or homeworks on and off at the school premises. It was handed over to parents, and then the parents used to come to submit their homeworks, and there was very little evidence that there were some WhatsApp group established formed between the students, public sector students, and teachers. And on the private school side, we see that there is online system introduced, and everyone moved to their online classes. So especially it was done in the high-tier schools, but it was generally it became the common practice across the private school students. So that was the sorry. Oh, sorry, that was my another good pictures I missed to say that. So with these arrangements, so the school closures during COVID-19 have affected educational outcomes. We see that all these different strategies introduced for remote learning, but the question is that this introduction guarantees that everyone will be getting benefit of it? Certainly not, because it has been affected by gender, by socioeconomic status, and residential status of the students. Through the teleschooling program, it was very good initiative by the government and at the rural areas. Students knew about it, but there were certain identified difficulties in utilizing teleschool for public school and poor and rural girls and boys, mainly the time management to sit regularly to attend classes, language issues, language barriers, electricity issues were the main identified issues by the rural students from the public sector schools. Then difficulty in adjusting on online system was another challenge. It was not a challenge for the students, but it was also a challenge for teachers and parents as well, because everyone was struggling that how to get used to this online system. So that was a challenge for, and that was particularly a challenge for girls because boys used to go out and seek help from other boys and friends, but girls were limited at the household level, so that was a challenge for girls in that sense.
Last 2 minutes.
So then another barrier is the digital access. That was a particularly problem for girls. Digital access, as we know, that the girls usually in Pakistan they have very limited access to mobile phones. They don't have their personalized mobile phones, but the boys, even if they belong to a low socioeconomic group, they would have their own mobiles. So these are then socioeconomic status also contributed in that the people who belong to these low socioeconomic group, there was affordability issues of like the affordability of packages and internet connections was another important impediment for the rural areas. So with these learning gaps, what could be the other options? Other options could be that these students go for private tuitions, or they could also go for the seeking help from others, or they could also go for online resources. But it was again a problem for girls that the private tuition was not a very pleasant like solution for them. It was also, if they belong to low socioeconomic group, it was also a problem for boys as well. But girls, especially, they were not able to seek help from other members outside, especially outside the family. And online resources are, again, that was a very limited option for girls. So if we see, so what happened that we also saw that the people were sitting at home, girls and boys. So we saw that there are stark differences between the time used between girls and boys. Boys who used to spend more time outside the house, they were not involved in household activities. Girls were heavily engaged in that. Recreational activities was most of the option for boys, but for girls it was virtually non-existent. And for mobile usage, boys were all the time was using mobile, and girls were hardly using because they did not have their own mobiles. Very limited number of girls had. And then economic activities, very few boys were engaged in economic activities as well as the girls. They were the students who wanted to support their families, their mothers or fathers.
Thank you very much. Time is up.
So okay, if you allow, I can just. So I just wanted to raise that for experiences of violence, we studied that, but fortunately there were not that much instances came up of violence. Then if we come to the conclusion, we see that there is a transition. All the findings suggested that there is a transition to remote learning periods, number of challenges for students, especially for girls. We have seen that, and the COVID-19 and school closures have widened the gender gap. So the title of my presentation, now I want to answer that yes, the COVID-19 has widened the gender gap. Unfortunately, and because the digital access is a challenge for girls, limited girls' learning opportunities are available. Girls' mobility is even more restricted than earlier, and there is increased household chores responsibility on these women, and there's a shrinking socialization avenues, and girls are going through the self-isolation phase. So there are certain recommendations that quickly there should be a better access to virtual classrooms for students with limited digital access. So we need to explore that area, and we need to bring convenience for the students. And then gender should be a focus in all intervention. Whatever we do, we should focus on the gender.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ram. Dr. Kausar, this discussant is online. Over to you, Dr. Kausar.
Okay, thank you very much. First of all, I would like to thank, I know I have 15 minutes, so I'm starting at 11:03, and I'll keep an eye on the watch. I would like to start by congratulating the presenters. I think they represent hard work and interest in the subject, important subject matters they have raised. I would also now, having acknowledged them, I think Iram Kamran, Nargis Noman, and Gohar Fatima, who had presented. So congratulations and keep up your good work. I would also like to now clarify that my comments have their own limitation. Okay, I'm asked to start my video. Okay, hold on. All right. So, Assalamu alaikum again to everyone, and congratulations to the presenters. I'd like to clarify that my comments have their own limitation. Although I've taught research paradigm in our graduate program at Aachen University, but my paradigm is very different from the one that dominated these presentations. So whether I like it or not, I really cannot comment because I'm not a demographer, I'm not an epidemiologist, and I understand world in a different way. One thing which I would like to comment on, that the use of the two comments. One, the use of the mixed method. This was commented upon. I've done work on what is the nature of mixed method because I saw it being used to simply supplement or validate quantitative findings. Although the knowledge paradigm of qualitative and quantitative is very, very different. The way they look at the world, the way they work with the assumptions are different. So the word mixed method was used, and I liked what Iram explained in her study, that the quantitative analysis led to actually the qualitative study. So there I got a glimpse of how mixed method was being used, because there's a debate on its usage also, especially in terms of the relationship between the two. A basic understanding is that a mixed method generates knowledge which each one of its method by its own cannot generate. My second point on research methodology is again generic. Where qualitative research was used, it was said that they used FGDs, they used in-depth interviews, and they used key informant interviews. I feel these are simply methods in qualitative studies or qualitative research. And qualitative research has its own designs, just like epidemiological research has very specific designs. And none of those were mentioned. So I was left wondering that how is qualitative method being interpreted? So I found that to be something to work on, because it will strengthen these papers if there's a little more on what is the effort, what are they trying to do through qualitative method. What I really liked was very, very pleased, especially in the last presentation when they said they spoke with adolescent girls and boys. It's good to see the effort, because I think who you speak to and how you speak is important. For instance, in FGDs, again, continuing with the comments on the method, I always look at how are FGDs being conducted. Is it, do they rely only on verbal exchange? Or do they also use the visual analytical tools of the participatory methods and approaches? So I didn't get a sense of how this data was collected. My other comment regarding research, when I was looking, every paper talked about the research question, but I thought that the research questions could have been tightened. The word sometimes, and I always puzzle, even with my students, I would puzzle. I said, you want to use the word research question or research objectives? And sometimes they would come with both. I said, why are you using both? So I found that a little unclear. And looking at the research questions, some of the papers I thought were very ambitious. What they wanted to know was a lot. And which somehow in the content, in the findings of the paper did not come out as clearly. I like the idea of proposing that new research needs to be conducted, which means from this work, new research questions were identified by the researchers. But with the exception of one paper, others didn't say what more research is needed. And now if I move on to policy recommendations, I thought it was very nice that all papers in their conclusions were recommending policies. But I've always found, even with my graduate students, if I was supervising the thesis, they would have policy recommendations, but I always found that a little unclear. And because none of the papers really said who do they think are the policy makers? Because in Pakistan, the policy processes are quite bizarre. You have policy coming as a prescription from the prime minister or from somebody who's up there with a lot of power, and policies that come out as a process. Pakistan's environmental policies came out of a very long process and are also referred to as important, as an important process in the literature. So when there are policy recommendations, I couldn't quite figure out who were the policy makers. Are they the bureaucrats? Are they the parliamentarians? Are they the common people? And also when policy recommendations are made, I'll give you one example. They said utilization of television broadcasts and telemedicine. Now the paper is about poor women, marginalized people. Is there a consideration whether television broadcasts and telemedicine will reach them or they have the capacity to reach them? And so I found the recommendations a bit vague. They were good recommendations, but they can be made by anyone. Also, it's important to see whether to do an analysis of the audience or the stakeholders who are to hear of the knowledge that has been produced. I also felt it would have been nice somewhere if a policy analysis had been done. What sort of policies prevail? Today in Islamabad in the afternoon, there's a launch of a book that NCS2 report that the NCSW had commissioned or wrote on gender-based violence during COVID. And one major finding was that the government had no policy on dealing with women's violence or violence against women. Helplines were closed here in Sindh, helplines were not closed in another province. So if there's no policy on an issue, then who's the recommendation for? So I always wondered, I think the great institutions that are involved in this association could look a little more closely at policy implications, at policy analysis. Who are the policy makers? How does the researcher link up with the policy makers? And again, these papers left me thinking about the role of researcher. You know, WHO has proposed some years ago a framework said implementation research. The position was don't go and keep proving what everybody knows. For instance, I remember in my department in AKU in community health sciences, we had papers, research being presented that if women didn't wash their hands, there would be more diarrhea. And everybody would say, okay, we know that. So why are you gathering evidence for it? So I think the challenge to the researcher really is if something is known already, do you still need to go and prove it? The gender gap in Pakistan, everybody knows. Now the point is, but what is being done? That's the biggest lacuna that we face, and we need to, ask ourselves, how do we deal with that? I also felt that I didn't get a sense of the change theory which the researchers assumed. I believe that we all have a certain notion of how change will take place. But I didn't get that sense of an articulation or positioning of how change will take place and how knowledge will contribute to that change. The other interesting point that these readings triggered, I was once part of a 4-country study, and in the research consortium, we debated that from our work, it was something like an implementation study. The knowledge that we gather, where do we take it? So there were some people who said, oh, as long as it gets published. And some said, no, that's not enough. And we concluded that it has to be brought into the public domain. Now, public domain is very wide. And if you, in your communication, in your change theory, you believe that change will come only with experts and public is not important, then of course, we'll only be interested in what we say. Amartya Sen was mentioned. I checked in the internet, did some search on the latest debate on the missing women, and found it interesting that Amartya Sen's very famous book is on public action, talking about, and he gave an example that nutrition in India remains poor, nutrition rates in children under 5, because there's little public action there. But drought has been prevented. So public action is important, in short, I'm saying. But in this, so for me, for the researcher, the question is, can they also be practitioners? And so these are questions, I think, which the research community needs to examine. And also, how does research become relevant to our own context? We are a very chaotic, haphazard society where findings, knowledge does not necessarily get transferred into policies. So what is to be done? Now, finally, my final comment again is more generic. It is about the relationship between knowledge and action. Research, I believe, generates knowledge, but the ethical issue, or one of the ethical issue, is how is knowledge linked to action? And also, those from whom the data was collected, do they have a right to know what you have learned? Because in that process, they are the ones who may identify possible actions for improving their own lives. And as you may have guessed, I belong to the paradigm of participatory action research, which was missing in these 4 papers, except I think the recommendations to the policymakers has an underlying assumption that they are the ones who should take action and the researchers will keep generating knowledge. This reminded me of a paper in a symposium where the study was on what do the policymakers say about research and what do the researchers say about policymakers. And what was very amusing, the finding was that policymakers say we don't even understand what the researchers are saying. So I think the researchers have a big challenge on their hand, and to see how their research becomes relevant. WHO's framework of implementation research requires the researchers to work with those in practice. And in the last minute, I would like to end with a parable from Buddhism. Buddha said, if you're going through a jungle and you find a man with an arrow in his back, what will you do? Will you start talking about the arrow? Will you start asking the man, why was he there? Will you start asking him, who shot the arrow? What were you doing? Or will you try and take the arrow out of his back? And I find the challenge to researcher is this. Do you only go for knowledge? Or do you say knowledge has to be linked with action? So my 15 minutes just got over according to my watch. So I'll end here. But also very quickly, again, I'd like to congratulate the researchers, the institutions where they work, because I think for real change, institutions can play a big role and they can strengthen the qualitative research which lags behind the quantitative research in Pakistan. Thank you very much.
Dr. Asma, for very, very productive and very useful feedback on all the papers, on the methodologies, on how to go forward. And I'm sure they will incorporate all the changes which have been suggested and recommended. Thank you so very much for sparing your time. And now we open the floor for question answers. Ji, please.
Assalamualaikum. It's not really a question, but a humble recommendation. As the figure shows that almost 63% of the population is living in rural areas. So, as Ma'am Iram suggests, that for recommendation, she says that we have to air the public service messages. So, if we do so, I believe that in those areas, mostly women doesn't have access to media. So how can we properly implement those? So my recommendation is, it's a humble recommendation, maybe I'm not correct, that instead of those, we can on air and we can arrange such meetings or such seminars in those areas, so such that those women also get access to those which we are learning, and those must be aware of these researches and the policies which we are going to implement in those areas.
Thank you, Mr. Iram, would you like to respond to this? Thank you, Senior. Acha, I will suggest that please introduce yourself because you are, I think, student from here. Apna naam bata dijiye and then you can.
And I said I am from MS Economics 2020.
Thank you, Iram ji, please.
I have a question for her.
Ji.
Question.
Okay, please go ahead.
So I'm Latif, representing the Dhamma Family Planning Association. My question is about your first research you presented. You shared that for the beneficiaries of basic incomes program, the gender cases have been increased to 83%, if I'm not wrong. Have you compared this data with the normal women gender-based violence cases? It is the solely related to the women who were getting were enrolled with the basic income support program.
Thank you. I'll start answering from Thank you very much. So I'll answer your question first. So these are the list beneficiaries, and we did not compare it with other women like other than these beneficiaries. We actually questioned the same women that what was the situation between before COVID, what was the frequency of these sort of gender-based violence at your household, and if you compare it with this current situation of pandemic, so how do you think about it? So that was their own answers that what was happening before the COVID-19 and what is the current situation. So this is their own words and their own sharing that it has increased. So it is not concluded on our own any analysis, and we have not compared it with any other thing. But this is their own perspectives. Means they compared it on their own. And thank you, Bete. The answer of your question is that you're right. But whenever we need to create any awareness or anything, I think we do not go for any single solution. So this was your suggested solution is very much like agreeable. but keeping in view the resources it can engage. So there should be multiple solutions. You can approach women at community level directly with them, and you can also tap on the airing thing, because this is the channel through which you can approach these women. You can convey your message. So these would be like generic sort of knowledge messages you can air, and then if you have a very specific and specific sort of messages for that activity, you can go to the communities and have that done. But it's obviously you can address the masses through these channels. So there will be, like, if you go for any solution, there will be multiple solutions. Not a single.
Please. My question to the panelists is that why is there so much focus on female violence on women? Why not about violence on men? Why is women always on focus? She is focused on that she. There are many news items being reported in the newspaper that even men are badly beaten by women. They are victimized. I observed that since I have come here, that the focus is on women, on their violence. They are victimized.
Thank you very much. I think ये बड़ा sensitive सा question है जो अब सारे बैठे हुए यहाँ पे जो मेल हमारे पास उनका होगा. And I'll request Dr. Kauser to respond on this. लेकिन Dr. Fareed, आपका कोई इसी से relevant question है या different है? Comment है आपका, comment है, जी जी.
So actually मुझे उम्मीद ये थी कि सारे young researchers हैं और बड़ी मतलब fresh चीजें लेके आएंगे. थोड़ा सा मुझे जो है ना वो comment इसमें थे ना presentation style जो है. मुझे पता नहीं मेरी आंखें कमजोर हैं, मुझे यहाँ से नजर नहीं आ रही थी स्लाइड्स पे जो लिखा हुआ था. और दूसरा ये कि स्लाइड्स की जो मतलब मेरा ख्याल था कि ये लोग तो बड़े टेक सेवी होते हैं, इन लोगों की तो बड़ी फास्ट और बड़ी मूविंग एनिमेटेड प्रेजेंटेशन होंगी जो हमें एंगेज कर लेंगी. तो आई थिंक मेरी सजेशन ये होगी कि अपने प्रेजेंटेशंस को थोड़ा सा आप दो तीन चीज़ें तो बड़ी सिंपल हैं कि अगर आपने कोई स्लाइड लगाई है, आपका मकसद ये है कि लोग उसको पढ़ लें, अगर पढ़ ही नहीं पा रहे हैं लोग तो उसका फायदा. दूसरी चीज़ ये कि मेजॉरिटी जो है ना यहाँ पे वो आपके इक्वेशंस में इंटरेस्टेड नहीं है. अब तो कोई क्वेश्चन मुझे भी नजर नहीं आ रही थी, लेकिन ये कि इक्वेशन में कोई इंटरेस्टेड नहीं होता. आप जो है बेसिकली वो चीज़ें प्रेजेंट करें जिसमें इंटरेस्ट हो लोगों का. और थर्डली आई थिंक फाइनली जो कौसर ने कहा है, हु आर द पॉलिसी मेकर्स. तो अगर आप जाते जाते हमें कोई एक मैसेज दे दें तो भाई आपने ये करना, हवाले से अगेंस्ट वुमेन की बात हो रही है, तो वी आर ऑल लाइक योर. आपका पैनल माशाल्लाह सारी ख्वातीन है, लेकिन यहाँ हजरात भी बैठे हुए, उनके लिए भी कोई मैसेज आपके पास होना चाहिए कि एक्चुअली है क्या वायलेंस अगेंस्ट वुमेन. बिकॉज आई थिंक मेनी वुमेन एक्चुअली डू नॉट अंडरस्टैंड दैट देयर इज सच अ थिंग एज वायलेंस. मेरी रिक्वेस्ट ये होगी कि अपने प्रेजेंटेशन को जो है ना वो ऑडियंस फोकस करें, थोड़ा सा इंटरेस्टिंग बनाए, थोड़ा सा मूविंग बनाए. थैंक यू.
थैंक यू. मेरे ख्याल विजिबिलिटी का तो मैं भी सोच रही थी कि अगर हम ये वाली जो लाइट्स है ना इनको अगर ऑफ कर दें तो स्लाइड्स
मोर देन लाइट्स, फॉन्ट साइज इज टाइट, फॉन्ट साइज.
जी डॉक्टर कौसर आप रिस्पॉन्ड करेंगी?
इसके अंदर मालूम है ये बड़ा अहम सवाल था वायलेंस के हवाले से, वो हमने चैट में भी इसका लिखा. हमारे ख्याल से हमारे यहाँ तशद्दुद को ढंग से समझते नहीं है लोग. तशद्दुद इज अ फॉर्म ऑफ कंट्रोल. It's about power and control. और पावर एंड कंट्रोल की जब हम बात करते हैं तो हम देखते हैं कि माशरे में मर्द हजरात चाहे वो किसी भी तबके के हों, किसी भी मजहब के हों, उनकी बड़ी ख्वाहिश होती है कि औरतों को कंट्रोल करो. तो कैसे कंट्रोल करोगे? तो वायलेंस के ये मुख्तलिफ 7-8 तरीके हैं जिसको कंट्रोल करते हैं. पाकिस्तान में औरतों की तहरीक की वजह से इस इशू को बहुत पे बोला गया है, उस पर एडवोकेसी हुई है, प्रोटेस्ट हुए हैं, क्योंकि औरतें कहती हैं कि एक नाइंसाफी का एक सुतून जो है ये पावर रिलेशंस है. अच्छा, और माशरे में देखते हैं तो मर्द हजरात की ज्यादा ख्वाहिश होती है बनिस्बत औरतों की, और चुनीदा ये भी आता है कि औरतें भी करती हैं. सो वन डज नॉट डिनाई वन के इन द वुमेन्स मूवमेंट वी से we are not promoting chauvinism, female chauvinism. We are saying we want justice. Justice means equality in power sharing, equality in power, respect for both. So the question that why is women's violence against women is talked about more and researched more, the point is because they are the greatest subordinated group. And if you take the class theory, then you will look more at the poor. And unfortunately, in the papers, there was no critical positioning of the researchers. Do they believe in class theory? Then they will look for solutions to it. They look for policymakers who will stand against it. So it becomes more complex. So intersectionality enters. I think even understanding of gender needs to be strengthened. Gender is not looking at just the difference between men and women. You look at their distribution of their work in the household or the resources. Gender relation is power relation, and all social relations are power relations. So the institutions need to deepen their understanding of gender also in order to factor it in their research, and then link with the policymakers and also with the communities. I personally believe, my commitment is to the community, that the change will come from the communities, from the oppressed themselves. This is Paulo Freire's theory of social transformation. We can't just live and say, accept the status quo and say, oh, too bad, but we'll do our research. I think researchers change a great challenge, and they can do a wonderful job if they link up with people, if they look at public. So the research question will expand, they'll get deepened. Thank you. I mean, this is a very subject very close to my heart, so I spoke a little more.
Thank you. मेरे ख्याल आपने बहुत क्लैरिटी से सबको ये बता दिया कि क्या sorry.
मेरा ख्याल है questions खत्म हो गए. Now I give the floor to our chair, Dr. Isma. जी.
सिमी एक
मुकद्दर साहब. जी please. Sorry.
Thank you very much. मुकद्दर शाह from UNFCCC. पहले तो ये है कि सबसे पहले मैं आप लोग कॉन्ग्रेचुलेट करता हूँ. मैं पिछले कई टैब्स को सपोर्ट करते आ रहा हूँ, और ये पहली कॉन्फ्रेंस है इनफैक्ट जहाँ पे यंग रिसर्चर्स को मौका एक दिया जा रहा है कि वो आए और प्रेजेंट करें. लेकिन रिसर्च हो कैसी, डेफिनेटली इनको इनकरेज किया जाना चाहिए, इनको आगे लेके आना चाहिए, इनको मोटिवेशन देनी चाहिए, लेकिन रिसर्च कैसी होनी चाहिए, वो किस काम हो. कौसर साहिबा ने बहुत जबरदस्त एक्सीलेंट क्वेश्चंस उठाए, इंक्लूडिंग research questions, objectives. These are the direct or indirect directions to guide them, the researchers, how their research should look like और कैसे वो आगे मूव करें. लेकिन इसके अलावा एक और चीज जो मैं देख रहा हूँ वो ये है कि रिसर्च हम हर एक चीज के ऊपर रिसर्च करना शुरू कर देते हैं, regardless of how the research would benefit to the nations, to the community, or to the policymaker in terms of formulation of the policies. एक तो ये कि रिसर्च जब की जाए तो वो किसी दूसरे रिसर्च को सपोर्ट करे, ना कि उसको नल एंड वैलिड करे. लेकिन इसके साथ साथ एक मैं और जो पैप के लिए पर्टिकुलरली सोच रहा था कि पैप एक प्लेटफॉर्म के तौर पे काम करे और एक कोऑर्डिनेटेड रिसर्च हो. उन एरियाज के ऊपर रिसर्च की जाए जो जिनके ऊपर रिसर्च नहीं की गई, rather than picking a single topic again and again and again. एक तो ये एनर्जी वेस्ट होगी, दूसरा ये होगा कि अगर पहले से उसके ऊपर एक रिसर्च होगी तो वो कितनी इफेक्टिव होगी. तो एक अगर गैप एनालिसिस इन टर्म ऑफ रिसर्च टॉपिक्स की जाए विद द प्लेटफॉर्म ऑफ पैप, और वो कोऑर्डिनेशन की जाए तमाम यूनिवर्सिटीज के साथ या पीएचडी स्टूडेंट्स के साथ जो रिसर्च कर रहे हैं, तो एक बहुत इफेक्टिव होगा. तीसरा अगेन सेम ये कि आपका रिसर्च किस अंदाज से पॉलिसी मेकर्स को अट्रैक्ट करे, किस अंदाज से उनको यानी effective हो in terms of policy promotion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Muqaddar. Thank you very much. आपकी सारी citations जो है, I think we can talk these citations in our PAP general body meeting, because these are not the solicited research studies. ये तो call for abstract के बाद जो आती है, ये वो present की गई है and relevant to our topic which we had given to this conference. So मेरे ख्याल से running short of time.
जी प्लीज अब मेरा
क्वेश्चन है इन सर से मिलता जुलता है
जी प्लीज
तो मुबशरली फ्रॉम यूनिवर्सिटी ऑफ एग्रीकल्चर फैसलाबाद रिसेंटली हमने कंप्लीट किया है तो क्वेश्चन ये है कि हम सुनते आ रहे हैं कि हमारे पास कोई भी इश्यूज हैं सोशल इश्यूज हैं या कोई भी इश्यूज हैं उनसे रिलेटेड पॉलिसीज बन चुकी हैं उनसे रिलेटेड लॉज मौजूद हैं तो क्वेश्चन इज दैट कि सोसाइटी और इम्प्लीमेंटेशन के दरमियान वो कौन सी ऐसी रुकावट है कि वो हम प्रॉपरली इम्प्लीमेंट नहीं कर पा रहे क्या हम हमारी रिसर्चर्स में कोई कमी है सीनियर रिसर्चर्स बैठे हुए हैं या हम उनको कुछ या यूनिवर्सिटी को या जो डायर नीड होती है उस टाइम और हमारे रिसर्चर में रिसर्चर्स में क्या हम वक्त के मुताबिक या उन इश्यूज से रिलेटेड रिसर्चेस कंडक्ट नहीं कर पा रहे
थैंक यू मुबशर वी आर रनिंग शॉर्ट ऑफ टाइम आपका क्वेश्चन जो है बहुत रेलेवेंट है आई थिंक शायद आपको इसमें कंक्लूडिंग रिमार्क्स में भी मिल जाए और अदरवाइज आप टी ब्रेक में जो सीनियर रिसर्चर्स हैं उनसे ये बात कर सकते हैं ओवर टू डॉक्टर ताहिरा प्लीज आप
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. It has really been a great honor to be here in this event organized by Population Association of Pakistan. I would first like to request Dr. Siddiqui to say something about today's presentation and today's event, and then I'll share my thoughts. Thank you.
The 5 minutes ready.
Thank you so much. Thank you for giving me an opportunity to be here. And I think it was a wonderful platform provided by PAP, and where very relevant areas were attempted to be seen through a researcher's eye. Though there are questions, as voiced by Dr. Kausar very eloquently, so I'm not going to repeat what she said. Perhaps I would say a little about that there are other research methodologies that can really cater the need of both community and the researchers, where the participants or the community gets equally becomes a stakeholder in the research, and these are participatory research methods and action-oriented research, where we can also like evolve. The research question evolves as you go through that. They become the stakeholder in the findings and how you review them. So perhaps when we are working on areas which has a direct implication for the community in terms of policy and actions, perhaps we have to look into other research methodologies where we would be more useful, and not only it becomes an academic exercise, but also something that leaves, produces benefits for the community as well. So there are many areas that gave rise to certain questions in my mind while I was listening to them. They were wonderful effort, and all the researchers focused on areas which really need to be studied. But there was something that left me puzzled as well, that I would like to know more about it. For instance, when we talk about the myth of missing women, I would really like to understand how is this myth being explained, and how are we defining this myth. So maybe it's not just a number, but what's happening that really becomes a definition of this missing women. Are they engaged in other activities which does not get highlighted in the way we produce these numbers? And with regard to Saram Kamran's, I think wonderful work, and then she, because her work was focused on with women receiving income support through BISP, so naturally all the data was coming through that. One thing that came up is the mental health need, and you had many recommendations, and one of the recommendations that I see as a psychologist coming up is the mental health needs and addressing those needs, and what do we have as a resource for them to access. There is a great divide where we see a disparity in that way as well. Gohar Fatma talked about gender gap in education and with regard to employment and source of poverty. We do a great number of women coming to and being enrolled in both schools and universities, and this is different for rural and urban sectors. But even in the urban sectors, a lot of women who get education, where do they go from there? Why are they getting education? The purpose and motivation behind education, that needs to be explored as well, because sometimes it is not intentionally being obtained to get some employment. Therefore, you see a low visibility of these women there. and you see a gap. So that aspect, I think we should need to keep in mind as well. And again, in Kamran talked about a very pertinent issue, learning losses during COVID-19. Again, the digital divide, I think, was very apparent, and I believe all this was always there. It's only that COVID highlighted it and exposed it. The COVID actually was an expose on what the social reality is there, whether it is income, whether it is poverty, whether it is digital divide or violence. All of it was there, but it's just that it got highlighted and more highlighted because people were really forced to stay closed doors, away from the other resources where they could get away either from violence or hide behind other things, or get education to really solve some of the issues that they are dealing with at their home. I believe that we need to have a look at all these issues and with a more open eyes, and solution, I think, lies where the problem is. So we have to really reconceptualize the problem that we are trying to study, so that we have some solutions which is very specific to the community where we are getting the data and whose problem we are trying to study. And thank you everyone for presenting, and thank you the organizers for having me here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sarah. Just taking further what Dr. Siddiqui said, and to try to answer to some of the questions related to policy and public policy and what the public policy domain is doing about all this thing. As you know, that poverty was already existing in Pakistan. COVID only highlighted it, that what further needs to be done. I will be talking a bit about this issue with the perspective of my own organization, which is at the moment Benazir Income Support Program. Many of you might be knowing that recently the government has launched a SARS program, which is an umbrella program which takes into its fold many of the pre-existing programs and has added some new dimensions to it as well. The papers today, the researchers highlighted various issues which concern with gender, with the issue of poverty, issue of mental problems highlighted by poverty. And one paper which actually interested me more was when Iran has carried out a research regarding BIS beneficiaries. One of the recommendations was that they need additional income support. And I would like to inform the audience that as compared to previous year, our budget has been increased. Last year it was 200 billion rupees, and this year, for this financial year, it is 250 billion rupees. And our target is to reach up to 10 million household beneficiaries. Previously, it was 4.5 million. So government within its resources is trying to provide more and more cash transfer benefits to more and more number of people. And these programs have a direct relevance with women empowerment because our beneficiaries are primarily females. Every married woman is selected amongst the household, and she is given the cash transfer assistance. During the COVID-19 pandemic, the government ran two programs. One was a SARS emergency cash transfer round 1, which continued last year from February to September 2020. And under that program, 180 billion rupees were disbursed to about 15 million households. So 180 billion is a big chunk of money. And it has been regarded by international studies as one of the largest 4 programs of social protection which the governments ran during the COVID pandemic. During the current wave of, during the third wave of COVID, SARS Emergency Cash Round 2 program was approved by the cabinet, and that is still going on. And 48 billion rupees will be dispersed amongst 4 million households. And this 4 million would be in addition to regular kafalat beneficiaries, which were previously 4.5 million beneficiaries. Dr. Sabha, you rightly pointed out the need of having accurate data for evidence-based policy planning and implementation. Recently, we have completed the National Socio-Economic Registry for Pakistan. after a gap of about 10 years. It was lastly done in 2010-11, and now we have just concluded it. And now we have socioeconomic complete data of 33 million households. And if we consider the average size of household as 6 persons per family, it is almost 188 million. So that is a great repository which we now have for better policy planning and for to devise better programs. Coming to poverty, because poverty is actually the mother of so many social problems, there are different approaches to deal with poverty. One which BISP is undertaking is mainly the social protection approach. Under social protection, we are giving cash transfers to eligible households. But as Gohar rightly pointed out in her paper, that less education and low employment is one of the root causes of poverty. To address that thing, we have two main programs. One is Ehsaas Nasho-Numa program, which provides nutritional support to pregnant and lactating mothers and to the children of Ehsaas Kafalat beneficiary families. And this program is now rolled out to all districts of Pakistan. Initially, it was only piloted in 13 districts. So this is one side of human capital where we are capital formation. Where we are trying to secure the health of the newborns and of young children, and where we are trying to overcome the issue of stunting. You might be aware of the fact that almost stunting in Pakistan is more than 40%. It's one of the highest in the world. Then the other aspect of building social capital and building human capital is, of course, education. Our Ehsaas Talimi Wasail program is now underway in all the districts, and we provide educational cash transfers to the children who complete 70% attendance in schools, and our the ratio of stipend is more for girls as compared to boys. So in a way, we are trying to overcome that gender gap. Another hallmark of our program is Ehsaas undergrad scholarship programs. And this program is running in almost all the public sector universities, including NUST. We are providing full tuition fee coverage and 40,000 rupees per year as living expenses to the students in the form of scholarships, which are merit plus need-based scholarships. A certain there is a certain cut of level of household income, and then the student becomes eligible for this undergrad scholarship. And at the moment, we are providing more than 100,000 scholarships to the students. And perhaps you might factor it into your research when you said that overall education spending has gone down. Perhaps if you factor in this, this is 9 billion program, 9 billion rupees program. So you might consider it. So, and again, in this program, we are focusing that 50%, 50-50 ratio for girls and boys, 50% for girls and 50% for boys. At the moment, we have achieved the success ratio of 42% for girls. But our target is to have it equal for both genders. So, shortly, I told you that social protection one thing and then building human capital. So these are two approaches that Ehsaas program is undertaking. One thing I know you're running out of time, but it is I was actually interested to know that why Bangladesh fared better in many ways as compared to Pakistan, but because we have almost 25 years of shared history. So I would suggest that more in-depth questions need to be framed to know that what, as Dr. Saba said, that the solution lies in the problem itself. If we understand the problem, we might be coming to find a solution as well. So maybe we need to understand the phenomena of poverty in a more multidimensional way. Poverty is not a transient phenomena which just 12% during this pandemic. It is actually more structural issue. And I think the researchers need to build their questions around that framework as well. And I would end it here, and I am thankful to PAP, to the NUST, to all the colleagues here, and to Dr. Kausar Khan. Her thoughts are really, it was a good learning experience to listen to her. And thank you, everybody, and thanks.
Thank you very much, Dr. Saira. Thank you very much, Dr. Sharma. On behalf of PAP, I thank all our presenters and all the audience. Thank you very much. I think everybody made this session very interactive and very informative. So let's have a tea break. 10 minutes tea break. 10 minutes. After tea break, we are going to have a very important session, and that is population and housing census of Pakistan, the way forward, in this same hall. So I'll request that we join here after 10 minutes.
Slide चला दो थोड़ी देर में।
जी,
जी, two points.
Posters are
जी, 2 points. Posters are displayed. Presenters are there. Please do take a walk by the posters, have a look at them. You can take your tea with you. Let's encourage the poster presenters also. Also, Kausar has shared this book launching thing online. If somebody is interested, please, you can get the information from right here. While if you're interested. Is it produce? Haan, you can.
Thank you for the rest of the session.
Oh, this is your phone, Manu. This is Manu. Start. चलो ये भी रखो नाम लिखा हुआ
बस मैंने कर लिया फाइनली
किस सॉफ्टवेयर से कर रहे हो
हाँ ICR टेस्ट
I will request honorable speakers to please come and sit on the stage. Okay, so we are ready to start. So can we please take our speakers?
उससे गेमिंग जूस वाले भी इनको दे दो हम आपको इधर बैठ के वहाँ मिला रहे हैं ग्रेट बड़ी मुश्किल से ट्रेस हो रही नेम टैग मिल गया मुझे भेजी मुझे नहीं पहुंची यही मुझे फॉरवर्ड कर मैं भी बताता हूँ ट्रायंगल बनाओ सुबह
Can I request the speakers to please take the stage? We have Professor Hassan Sayed, who is the virtual online from Egypt, but I think he is not right now available. So we have the honor of having Professor Dr. Mohammad Jalal Abbasi, Shawazi, also virtual from Iran. Dr. Mehtab Karim, kindly please. And Dr. Bakhtiar Kadirov, country rep for the UNFPA. Dr. Naeem Zafar, we are waiting for him, but I think we are going to start. Zagam sir. Dr. Zagam Khan sir. I'll just very quickly introduce from what I have here. Professor Dr. Mohammad Jalal Abbasi hopefully is available online, so we can have him. He is our brotherly country Iran. He is in the Department of Demography at the University of Tehran. And he is also a member of the IUSSP, the council member of the IUSSP, the prestigious Population and Demographers International Organization. We have Professor Hassan Sayed, who will hopefully join us very soon. He's the advisor for the Egypt census. He is a professor emeritus in the Faculty of Economics and Political Science in Cairo University. Then we have Dr. Mehtab Karim, who is the Distinguished Senior Fellow for the School of Policy Government and George Mason University in Arlington, Virginia, USA, and Senior Fellow for the Center for Global Studies and Policy Institute at the IBA, Institute of Business Administration in Karachi. He is also a former president of Population Association of Pakistan. I sometimes hope that the former presidents of PAP will actually appear on our currency notes, but I think that's far away.
I hope not jolly one.
We have Mr. Zagam Khan, who is the Executive Director of Civic Action Resources, Islamabad. And we have the actually honor of having Dr. Naeem Zafar, who will be joining us soon. Dr. Naeem Zafar?
He will join us.
Okay. Yeah. And it's a treat to have somebody from Pakistan Bureau of Statistics, the chief statistician himself. So we are really looking forward. So I think we'll go ahead and request Professor Dr. Mohammad Jalal Abbasi Shawazi to kindly start his presentation. And our IT team can help him. Thank you.
Good afternoon, all dear colleagues and friends. It's a great pleasure and honor for me to join this stimulating conference of the Population Association of Pakistan. I was supposed to present as a second presenter, or do you ask me to now make a presentation now, or it's a brief introduction?
So it will be really helpful if you have a very brief introduction and then make a presentation right now. Because
okay, so
okay, yeah. Thank you so much. You will have 20 minutes.
Can I present now, or we wait for Professor Hussain Sayed?
I think you can start present now.
Okay, I can present. Let me share my. Is it being shared?
Yes. Yes, we can see it. You can go into full screen mode. That will be better.
Let me stop the share and then. Is it being shared now?
Yes, it's perfect. Go ahead, please.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, salam alaikum again to all dear brothers and sisters and all dear friends and colleagues. And it's a great pleasure for me to join you at this plenary session. And thanks to Dr. G.M. Arif and his colleagues for the invitation, which I couldn't resist due to the respect that I have to my colleagues in Pakistan, including Ghulam Arif himself, Mehtab, Zeba, Nizamuddin, and many other friends in Pakistan for the great energy and activity that they put into provide a better understanding of the population situation in Pakistan, enabling policymakers to come up with a better solution for the improvement of the lives of our Pakistani people. In this presentation, I am going to present basically the Iran's experience on 2016 e-census and the way forward, the way that the Statistical Center of Iran is taking to register-based census in 2026. When I was invited, I contacted the president of the Statistical Center of Iran to be here and make this presentation, but he asked me to do so as I'm now a council member at the Statistical Center of Iran. So this is a presentation basically on behalf of the colleagues at the Statistical Center of Iran. To begin with, Iran started its census, conducting its census in 1956. It went through 2011. It was a face-to-face census, but in 2016, they changed it to the an online, basically, census. And before that, there were two other uncompleted censuses in 1867 and 1941, which was on hold and wasn't completed due to the Second World War. As a glance review of the population of Iran, the situation is that the Iranian population increased from 49 million to 79 million in 2016. The household size, as you can see, the last column has decreased from 5.1 to 3.3, indicating the decline of fertility, which I come to it a bit later. Population in 2016 was close to 80 million. It has now increased to 82, 83 million. Population growth rate was 1.24 and now is 0.7, so it's less than 1%. Due to the decline of fertility and reduction of mean size of household, which was 3.3, And also two other important factors for the relevance of this presentation is that 75% of the population is now living in urban areas, and the literacy rate has increased to close to 90%, 91% for male and 84% for female. This is the age structure based on 2011-2016 census, showing the post-revolutionary baby boom entered in the prime working age, which is a challenge for the country, and also is an indication of the decline of fertility over the last 3 decades, which we noted the echo of the baby boom in 2016, but fertility, in fact, has declined to 1.7 now, as a result of which the government has introduced a pronatalist policy and ratified the law 2 months ago. So the pronatalist policy is in place at the moment. Now, on the census, let me go through different steps that the Iranian government or a statistical center of Iran went through to implement the 2016 e-census. First, this is the organizational structure of the census, including a council, Coordination and Integration Council, consisting of the 2 committees at the top, a security committee and secretariat of the headquarters. Then there are 5 groups: plan preparation group, ICT group, organization and logistic, publicity and dissemination, and supervision group. And all of these groups have different responsibilities that are in this slide. As a brief sort of activities of the census, the design of the census took 2 years. There were 20 working groups and committees, including 190 staff. And during that period, 700 activities were taking place and included 5,200 trainers. And in total, 40,000 people were active in the census. And in fact, based on the 2011 census, they were supposed to have 65,000 people, and the e-census reduced that manpower to 40,000. So that was a saving on this manpower sort of training and activities. One of the main items in the censuses, as you know, is the address item, which is familiar with you, and it's not different from other places. The e-census, as we know that it should be very brief. You cannot have many questions. So basically the decision taken for the questionnaire included household member items, migration items, literacy and education, activity status, marital status, fertility item, and housing items. And each of these have a couple of questions, basically. It was very brief. And the census took place in 2 phases. The first phase that was internet-based during 24 September to 21 October 2016, households visited the census website and completed the questionnaire and received internet sort of code, which I'm coming to it later. And then the second phase, there was a face-to-face interview during 22nd of October to 20th October. So remember that the real census or the face-to-face census used to be taking 2 weeks, but they extended the period to 2 months to be able to increase the participation rate. During the face-to-face, they visited, enumerators visited different people who did not participate, and then again started to get their code and enter their information into the system. And also they did interview face-to-face and completed the questionnaires. And there were some households that were absent. They stick the notice in their, places to communicate with the website, or later on they did the information or collected information through telephone. Two pilots were conducted, first in 2014, basically to check the information that is already available, and also some preliminary results that they got by comparing the results of the e-census and those who are available. The second pilot was more important because they designed the plan, designed the different softwares and plans, and they really implemented the e-census in two methods, different, using mixed methods, internet and face-to-face, and then checked all the prerequisites for the real census. So that was important and took place in 2015. Training also was done during that period in three phases. The first one, they trained 324 persons, and the second phase, 3,500, and finally 22,000 were trained, both as a central activity at the Statistical Center of Iran and distance in different provinces. Those who were enumerators were both male and female. 52% were male and 48% were female. And the level of education shows that 80% had BA and MA level of education, and 20% had associate degree and diploma.
BA
and this is the implementation phase, that households or people were encouraged to visit the website and complete the questionnaire. And that was the first page that appeared in the census. And it said that census is the major and important activity of the Statistical Center of Iran, which provides valuable information for management and planning. And they appreciate the participants for their collaboration. And also they added that the information that you provide remains confidential and is used for planning. And then there were some other instructions for completing the questionnaire. This is the questionnaire, including the information of the household, including the name and family name and ID number, sex, year and month of birth, and then whether he's present in the household, religion and insurance number, and then migratory status, education status, activity status, marital status, and fertility questions, which is children ever born, etc. So that's a normal and standard questionnaire. And these are the phases that they went through. So first, they checked the website, and got the code from a Statistical Center of Iran. Secondly, they accessed the questionnaire, completed the questionnaire, and sent it through the system. And in between, they could access to the technical support and verify it by different sort of technicians at the Statistical Center of Iran. The second phase included face-to-face that enumerators went to the field. They had tablets and then went through the field, collected data, sent to the server. It was reviewed by the technicians, and then it was storage at the second phase and ready to be integrated with the first phase of the data collection. And then there was another step for absent households that usually took place by visiting or by telephone calls that different people were contacted and they completed the information. And this is the result of counting. During the first phase, 11.7 million actually were participated, and it took around 17 minutes on average. During the second phase, 30 million were visited, and then 11.4 million received the codes and entered their information into the system. 12.4 million were completed face-to-face, and those who were absent also with the promotion and encouragement and contacts, 270,000 completed online, and 91,000 were, completed by through telephoning. And at the final stage, 192,000 were remained absent. In general, 48% participated in the e-census, and the target was 35. So on average, it was a very successful procedure. One thing that they did to promote census was to preparing banners and placards and posters, etc., putting everywhere in the, in every place that they could. And also they visited officials, including the Supreme Leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, President Rouhani, Mohammad Javad Zarif, the Foreign Minister, and the Deputy for Women's Affairs at the President. So they tried even to go to religious ceremonies and encourage people to join the census. And interestingly, they went through the primary schools and issued cards to primary school students as census collaborators and encouraged them to encourage and promote e-census through their families, members, and networks. And by having those cards and information that they had, they also were asked to send SMS to the census office to get a prize. So that was a token that they were given. And that was very interesting indeed. The ICT processing, it was very thoroughly done, that they prepared different packages to monitor the census. And that's one of the, for example, the control room that shows that the census is going on in every province and in every district, and those who are being completed to check the numbers and codes, etc. So the monitoring was also done very well. They prepared different 32, software packages of 32 files that I'm not going through. And in general, 45% of the participants used Firefox and 49% Chrome. The codes were sent to different people. They visited the time that they visited was a prime time was between 12 and 18 and 18 to 24. 35 visits were made, and dissemination which took place almost during 1 year. There were many innovations that I'm not going through. And finally, let me also briefly mention that Iran is now going to the register census for various reasons, because of the cost involved in the census, reduced participation rate, optimal use of available data, quick and continuous access to data. They have legalized this one through first, people should have ID cards and present it to the Statistical Center of Iran, or in fact, National Registration Organization. And then they ratify the law that all administrative organizations are obliged to provide data to the Statistical Center of Iran. There are different data sets, population register, activity register, business register, real estate register, that should provide their information to the Statistical Center of Iran. There are some data that are not available and they should be completed face-to-face. And finally, the negotiations now is going on between the Statistical Center of Iran and many other organizations who assume that this is an interference of their task with the SCI. And secondly, they are concerned about confidentiality. The Statistical Center of Iran is going through serious negotiations to make arrangements for the census to take place in 2026. With this note, I finish my presentation, and hopefully, if there are any questions, I can answer later. Thank you very much for your attention again, and an honor for me to be with you here at this session. Thank you.
was fascinating. Thank you very much, Rudy. I think we'll have the question answer session at the end. So together I'll go through so that we. Do we have the participant from Egypt?
problem.
Let's go ahead and request Dr. Mutab Karim to continue. So you have 20 minutes.
Thank you very much for inviting me to this conference. 20 years, 22 years. I think I missed a couple of them. But it's a pleasure to be back at PAP off and on. The topic of census is very, very controversial in Pakistan since 1991. And that's why the census conducted two since then, 1998 and 2017. And they have been under dispute. More so the most recent one, 2017. Okay. I'm not talking about this. So I had the opportunity to, when I just finished my PhD, I was working in New York, and I had the opportunity to the request of the Pakistan Census Bureau to come and spend about 6 months here as an advisor on behalf of UNDP for the analysis of 1981 census data. So I have been watching very closely all the three censuses. The next census was conducted in 1998, and the grant was given to PAP under the leadership of Dr. Irfan, and I was a member of the steering committee which analyzed the 1998 census data. It was published. Dr. Nausheen was one of the co-editors, and she played a key role in that production of that report, of the book. So we did a very comprehensive analysis of the first time it happened in Pakistan that a book came out of the 19 census. And then 19 years later, not 19, but when the Pakistan Bureau of Statistics was established in 2011, myself, Dr. Zeba, and Dr. Nizam, we were members of the governing council of Pakistan Bureau of Statistics. And in 2014, the interim government, they asked me to chair a committee for make recommendations for the next census, which was never entertained. But anyways, they had the census eventually conducted in 2017. I was a member of the technical advisory committee. So I had an occasion to look into 3 different censuses of Pakistan. According to my assessment, and I think of other demographers, that 1981 census was really a genuine census, and since then it has been politicized because the 1973 Constitution mandated that the census would be determine 2 very important things in Pakistan. One, allocation of the seats in the National Assembly, and the second one, National Finance Commission, which will be the resources will be distributed on the basis of census, which will have about 85% weightage. And that these 2 constitution articles have made census very controversial. And that's why 1991 census, when it was being conducted, they did the housing census first, and they found out that in one province, the population was too high from the expectation, and so they postponed the 91 census, and eventually was conducted in 1998. And then same happened with the census, which was all done. The housing census was done in 2011, and it was postponed because for the same reason, that one province population was too high according to the expectation. So that would have meant reallocation of National Assembly seats, and to a large extent, and whether it was correct, the assessment was correct or not, I cannot say that. Apparently it was, or it may not be, I don't know. Depends whom you're talking to, which province you're talking to. Well, anyway, so 2017 census was conducted in a manner which Dr. Nizam sitting here, Dr. Zeba is not here, we were members of the committee. I think Dr. G.M. Arif was also there. And at least some of the major recommendations of ours are not accepted, in which I will maybe two of them were, they flatly refused to do post-elimination survey. And one of the members said that it will open in the Pandora box. That means they're expecting that the census won't be correctly conducted. And second was that many other Dr. Nizam would have followed. Actually, there's a very interesting report which came out, an internal report, which was published later by the members of Pakistan Bureau of Statistics itself, not Bureau of Statistics, by the way. It was the Statistics Ministry, which asked an internal review of the census. And there's a whole report, it's like 200 pages report. And in this publication, which I have on the review of the 2017 census, I have given the extracts, those who are interested. I think it's available on net. So you can see that there are a lot of flaws in the census. Anyway, so that's what we stand. In this background, let me give you a few issues of the census in Pakistan and then recommendations, the way forward. So the first of all of us know we have demographers. You know, it's very important to have demographic data. And there are, of course, just those who don't know what demography is or what demographers do. They rely on three, basically, a piece of information: registration of births and deaths, population census, and thirdly, household demographic surveys. Unfortunately, Pakistan has a very poor record on all those three. Very small percentage, apparently 20% of births are registered, mostly in the cities. Mind you, very interestingly, one of our colleagues from PAP, Dr. Qurashi, was once telling me that he was born before partition. He said he went to Chakwal and the Patwari had his birth record. Before independence, Patwaris used to collect information on births and deaths, which was abandoned later. Okay, so we don't have any. And then, unfortunately, Pakistan also has very poor record on these two other sources. Census, after 1981, we had 17 years gap, and after 1998, we had 19 years gap. And of course, last demographic survey, since 1971, what used to be Central Statistical Office, later it became Pakistan Bureau of Statistics. Now it's Pakistan. Pakistan Bureau of Statistics. Federal, now it's Pakistan, so it's still federal. Pakistan Bureau, I should know it better because I remember that. Okay, so they used to conduct every year a Pakistan demographic survey from 1971 onwards. And they kept on improving. The last one was done in 2007. They had about 20,000 households interviewed. Pretty good one, good data which coming out of that. And they have not done it since 2007. It has been, so we don't have any information on births and deaths rate. Whatever we have, it comes from the UN, thanks to UNFPA. I don't know how they get it. From where? Who does it? Or somebody gives it to the UN. And they put every year, they said, this is the birth date of Pakistan, this is the death date of Pakistan. But anyway, thanks. At least we have some information on births and deaths. I think now the most recent survey, Pakistan maternal mortality survey, after a long time has come out with true birth rate and death rate. So we have very poor records in this area. And I'm feel sorry that PBS is not here, because actually this presentation was made for them. Although Dr. Naeem Zafar is a professional,
He is coming in, sir.
and I have had quite a bit of discussion with him. He was a chief economist of Sindh. He is an academic. He used to be teach at Karachi IBA. I've known him for many years. He's a very good economist, good researcher. But I'll send it to him. I have a meeting with him tomorrow. I'll tell him what I said. So it was many meant for him. Anyway, so now what happens? There are always under coverage and over coverage of census. It could happen. Gigantic task, as Dr. Jalal mentioned. Assalamu alaikum, Jalal. I really liked your presentation. So, it's a gigantic task, huge. And no country has ever claimed that they do 100% enumeration, including UK and US. And during the last year, I was in the US, and I was doing a consulting for the US Census Bureau, by the way, on looking at the South Asian immigrants. And they also took long time. Because of the COVID, their census took much longer. They just do it in one day, basically. This time it took them 3 months to collect data. So that's we always have. In Pakistan, 1961 census, they did a post-enumeration survey, and it was found out that 6.5% of the population was missing. So they adjusted it. And then since then, they have not done it, the post-enumeration survey. 1981, they did, but they didn't publish it. We don't know how they are. I knew that internally, but I was not supposed to tell you what it is. I was there, so because it was not official. 1998, they didn't do it, and then 2017, they decided not to do it. Okay, in India, in 2011, they did the post-enumeration survey, and the under-enumeration was 2.5%. And in some larger states like UP and Bihar, it was 4%. In southern states, it was about 1%. In Bangladesh, it was 4.5% in 2011. And even in the US, they used to have 1%, now they have about 0.7%. In Australia, 2011 was about, 21 was 2.5% under enumeration, and 2011, they brought it down to 1%. So post-enumeration survey helps you in seeing what are the gaps, which Pakistan Bureau of Statistics didn't accept our very arguments. Dr. Nizam was part of it. And so, unfortunately, and that's why I think our census is disputed. If they would have done it, you would have known what are the issues. So, okay. Now, what are the legal requirements? I think I already mentioned. I don't want to repeat it, but basically, we have to stick to the Constitution. The Constitution amendment has not been made. I think they should. In 1971, the Indian government decided, under Indira Gandhi, that since growth rate of southern states is much lower than northern states, especially the larger UP, Bihar, Rajasthan, so they froze all the allocation of resources on the basis of the 1971 census. So the 21 census, they are going to review it, whether it should be on the basis of census or not. The most recent census. So I think they will need to have that amendment in the Constitution about the use of the census data. because that's what we have a very illustrious parliamentarian sitting here, Dr. Atiya Natullah, and she knows how difficult it is to bring in constitutional amendment in this country. Of course, it depends who is in power. Okay, I don't want to go into much detail, but for those people who want to know that how we have been conducting census 51, 61, 72, it was delayed for a year because of civil war in Bangladesh, then East Pakistan, and then, but they did it immediately in 72, 81, and then since then, as I mentioned, that sixth population census was first to be conducted in 2008. They printed the form, and the same form was used in 2017. And the reason for not doing it electronically, the chief statistician said in our meeting, Dr. Nizam could testify that they have already printed the form. So they have to use the form. So that form was about 19 years old, not 19, but 11 years old form. 2000, longer, 9 years, 2017. And so anyway, so they use that form and they didn't want to make any changes to the form. And we insisted to do it electronically. Bangladesh has done the 2011 census electronically. Egypt was doing it, they already announced it. And they said, no, they want to do it. So I don't know why, or maybe I knew, but okay. And then they mixed the housing census and population census together for the first time. Till 1998, housing census was done prior to the census, so that they could determine how many housing units are there, how many households are there. In 2017, they combined the two, and when they reached the house, the area, they figured out, at least in Karachi and all, some other urban areas, that instead of 250 households, so it was the made, there are 750 or even 1,000 in some parts of Karachi. And so, and that's in the UNFPA observers report, by the way. So if you, Dr. Mukadder, if you agree with me on that or not. But it's there, they have written it, that there are a lot of flaws in the identification of households. Now, if they do housing census prior to the population census, they can make corrections, but that was the problem. So, but what happened that in 2011, they did conduct the housing census, and they also asked a question, how many people are living there, which they should have. Because without, I mean, you come to my household and I said 10 people are living there, I can give any number, because you don't ask the details, which they shouldn't have asked in the, and that's the reason that 2011 census was postponed. And very exaggerating figures from all over. Actually, we were as members of the committee, we were given that numbers, but not to quote, so I cannot quote them. Okay, so that's the history. Okay, what are the steps involved? Numbering each structure in the census block. A block consists of about roughly an average of 250 people, which the housing census can do. They have to be ready, this preparation, ascertain nature and use of each structure, whether it's people living there or it's commercial or whatever. And then they ask question about number of persons residing there and whether any economic activity is going on, like the factory or whatever. But now, coming to the 2017 census, the form, one form, is a gigantic task that Jalal mentioned about that. You cannot have too much information at one time. You can do it in sample surveys, but not in census. I was pleased to know that even Iran had about 6 questions. In the previous US census, I also filled in the form, there are only 6 questions. You don't need to ask too many questions in the first form. Okay, so they had all these questions asked in the census, 2017 census. And by the time the person would stop there, already tired. You have already given you have already taken so much information from me. Now you want to ask about each person in the household, and educational, like name, relationship, gender, age, marital status, religion, mother tongue, nationality. Even they ask for if the person has the Shanakti card or not. Educational characteristics, economic activity during the past 12 months. So that was the previous census. No. In the 1998 census, they call it Form A and Form 2A and 2B. And I think Form 1 was for housing in 19. They mixed the whole thing this time. They just used one form. This one was dropped in the 1998 census. Dr. G.M. Arif is also a strong believer in study of migration. I do too. Dr. Nausheen does too, and we don't have any information from census how people have been migrating from one place to another. And then nature and type of disability, which they this time put it in the Form 1 also. So they did ask question. And a number of children, they also asked this question from the 19, I'm just finishing the thing. So that was, now out of this, one thing which is very interesting happened, and this is those who are interested in this report, and they're very detailed. What happened that the province of Sindh, and one gentleman raised this issue in the previous session, that how come the population of one province the proportion has declined. Growth rate drastically in Sindh. And because the percentage fix of Sindh was 23% in 1981, and it remained 23% in 1998 and 2017. When there is so much migration to Sindh, for example, this is, when total fertility rate in Sindh didn't decline at all, as much in any other province, and the migration to Sindh was very high in the 1998 census. So what happened all of a sudden that the population of the province has not been increasing that fast? I'm sorry I'm saying that in Islamabad, because it's not like here. But this is the case of Sindh. As a matter of fact, Senator Taj Haider, who is a senator from Sindh, he has written a full, not a book, a booklet, the Sindh Ka Muqaddima, census, he has written the whole thing. So maybe you can read it. It's a political issue. I must say, it's not a demographic issue. But one thing which I think is the last slide maybe. One thing which I would say that the average household size in the census of 2017 was this. It's varied from 5.6 in Sindh to 7.9 in KP. This is 2017 census. But when you look at the average household size in household economic survey, HIES, whatever they call it, between 2011 and 2016, it was 6.5 in Sindh. So how come in the census, which is supposed to have more accurate than the information than the surveys, there was that wide difference, or almost one person in each household. So being a demographer, we like to play with numbers, number crunching. So I did some number crunching, and I said that if that is the situation, that means on average 0.1 or at least 1 person were missing from the household in Sindh. And if that is the situation, Sindh had about close to 8 million population under-enumerated. Or really, if they're under, maybe not. If they are not under-enumerated, what it means that Punjab got higher enumeration, KP got higher enumeration, 12.7 million, 2.8 million, and Sindh and Balochistan got lower enumeration. Okay, So that what it means that if they would have conducted post-enumeration survey, at least you would have known that where was the under-enumeration and where was the over. So at least that would have been so. With all those, let's go forward. I've already said that. I think that not more than 6 or 7 questions should be there in the first round of the survey. Before that, they must conduct a housing census. And I already told you what are the advantages of that. The Form 2A should have only 7 questions. Name, which is not well, it's not of any demographic importance, relationship to the household, sex, age, marital status, religion, and mother tongue. Fortunately, I just very pleased to know that that was also done in case of Iran. Very interestingly, in case of America, last census, they also asked the question about your place of origin, ancestry. So you can write, instead of mother tongue, they ask race also, by the way. Instead of religion, they ask race. And they have another question, instead of language, they ask what's your place of origin. So my place of origin is Pakistan. But my children who are born in the US, they call it ancestry, by the way. You give the name of the country, those people born in America, they have to give their ancestry. So it could be UK, Germany, Pakistan, India. And then Form 2B should migration, educational status, economic activity. That's it, of course. De facto, that's very important. Very crucial that we need to have something about de facto and de jure. The cabinet has already decided they will do it on de jure basis, but they can still add questions comparing the two. And finally, post-enumeration survey must be done. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. And we are lucky to have Professor Hussain Sayyid. And he is advisor of the Egypt Census and Professor Emeritus of the Faculty of Economics and Political Sciences in Cairo University. So if he is available online, kindly please. Professor Hussain Sayyid from Cairo University of Egypt.
ज्वाइन नहीं किया नहीं ज्वाइन नहीं किया नहीं किया
You can hear us? No.
नहीं किया
Sure. So we have Mr. Zagam Khan, who is the Executive Director of Civic Natural Resources. So you will have 20 minutes.
Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, as a social anthropologist and as a media person, I'm like a layman in a galaxy of experts. Dr. Mehtab touched a little bit on politics of census, and this is a topic which I thought I am a little bit qualified to speak on. Let me start by a piece of information that our Prime Minister, the Prime Minister of Pakistan, has shared with us on many occasions. Prime Minister has told us that in 1947, every Pakistani had 5,600 cubic meters of water available. 1947, 5,600 cubic meters available. And he tells us that today, every Pakistani has merely 1,000 cubic meters available. The Prime Minister has never told us where all this water is gone. This is 5 times drop, 5 times, 500% in availability of per capita water to Pakistan. So have our glaciers melted away? Has rain stopped? We know these things have not happened. So in West Pakistan in 1947, we were 33 million, nearly 33 million. And today our population is more than 200 million. So that is 5-fold increase. So 5-fold increase in population has resulted in 5-fold decrease in water. That's very simple mathematics. But my question is, why has Prime Minister of Pakistan failed to make this connection? He talks about dams, as if dams could bring extra water. Dams can't give you extra per capita water. They are a means to store water. They don't produce water. In fact, they waste water because of evaporation and other reasons. And big dams have other problems associated with them. And this is a problem not only with the Prime Minister of Pakistan, but a whole political elite. And this is a problem that gets manifested in political debate around the census and the political narratives that have been weaved around the census. So I feel that there's a serious problem with development narratives in politics. And these narratives become clear in the case of politics around census. In areas with high population growth rate, this is very interesting. In regions of Pakistan with high population growth rate, politicians are saying we have been undercounted. Very proudly saying. I wonder why politicians in these areas are not worried about the results of the census. Because we know high population growth rate is a clear indicator of low socioeconomic development. It simply means that health is not well developed. You're not providing good primary health care. It means education is underdeveloped. You're not giving people good education or even primary education. It means women have not been empowered. So all these things show up in population growth rate. Population growth rate is an aggregate of so many development indicators. So it is, in a way, census is a card that shows success or failure of executive in a certain region or in the whole of Pakistan, whether they failed in providing these things to the people or not. And still we see that politicians, they're politicians and executive, and of course Pakistan is not always in the hands of politicians, but whoever is in charge. And in these politicians, they're complaining that we have been undercounted. So in my view, there are two reasons. One, Dr. Mehtab has mentioned, which is how population of a region, of our federating units, have been linked with financial dividends and political dividends. Financial dividends in the form of a share in the National Finance Commission Award, and political dividends in the form of allocation of seats in Pakistan's National Assembly. But I feel there's also another reason, and that is politicians don't face accountability for higher population growth rates because people fail to link, media fails to link development and population. So they don't make politicians, the government accountable when there is a high growth rate, telling them that, look, you have not delivered on account of development. So somehow, Our people, particularly our intelligentsia, fails to see how human development can be a check on population growth and how balanced population growth rate contribute to better development outcomes. Take the example of how much we complain about Afghan refugees in Pakistan. A lot of debate about it. And still, every year, we increase more population to Pakistan every year than the number of Afghan refugees in this country. So in my opinion, the effect, the agenda setting and the population problems fail to get the right attention and resources as a result of this. And we have failed where more staunch Muslim countries have succeeded. We just saw how Iran has succeeded. Despite being a more religious country, in fact, being a theocracy, and having the same beliefs, at least in terms of population. So when we look at the census, we see that census has turned out to be a revenge of the poor on the rich. How population in less developed areas has increased at a much faster rate than in relatively developed areas. The developed areas, the more developed areas, now I'm talking about the disparities within the provinces, more than the disparities within the federating units. Of course, there are disparities among federating units, but look at the provinces themselves, and I'm going to elaborate a little bit. So the developed areas will pay the price of uneven development, not only through lesser numbers, but also by attracting multitudes of poor from less developed areas. The census shows that in 2 federating units, the population has grown above the national average. In Balochistan, at 3.3%, and KP 2.9%, and Sindh has grown at the national average, which is 2.4%, while Punjab has grown at less than the national average, it is 2.1%. Well, that looks very natural to me. I'm sorry, despite all the political narratives. And if we go further, in Punjab, except for Lahore and Rawalpindi, Lahore is 2.5%, 2.55 in fact, Rawalpindi is 2.16. All other areas in central Punjab, the developed area of Punjab, have recorded a population growth rates of less than 2%. So we can safely assume that population in Lahore and Rawalpindi has grown more because of the migration from other areas, and particularly from rural areas, and from the less developed areas of the province, and from other provinces as well, particularly in case of Rawalpindi. If you look at South Punjab on the other hand, now this was the central Punjab, the developed part of Punjab. If we look at the South Punjab, so only Multan Division has recorded a growth rate of less than 2%, which is 1.98%, while Bahawalpur has grown at 2.16%. So the least developed division in South Punjab and in all of Punjab is Dera Ghazi Khan. And Dera Ghazi Khan has recorded the fastest developed population growth rate, which is 2.81%. That is more than Sindh, in fact. So ideally, in my opinion, the people of Sindh, South KP, Punjab, South Punjab and Balochistan, they should be protesting. Now, similar is the case of south of KP as well. But because it is a clear indicator of lack of socioeconomic development in those areas, but in fact, many of these areas are protesting that their fertility rate is in fact higher, and they are united with politicians in making this claim. So what has gone wrong? Again, I feel the way we are debating census and the way we are debating population and population growth rate in Pakistan, there's a problem with that. There's a serious problem with the demand side. People are not making the kind of demands. The civil society, particularly the part of civil society, I know they are very heavily underfunded with this issue and with other development issues. They have failed to counter these narratives and in fact start debate on this issue properly. So in my opinion, first of all, there's a huge technical problem. I don't know what can be done about it. A political problem can only be solved through political means, but at least the debate should started about it. The way resources from the NFC are allocated to the provinces, the issue will remain as long as NFC is structured in this way. And as long as we don't find a way around it. Then other political narratives, we need to question these political narratives through media. For that, we need to engage the media. And then, why is it that other parts of civil society, the civil society engaged in other form of interventions, they are not talking about population growth. They are not talking about population problem. It means the civil society itself has not been engaged well in this endeavor. So these are some of the things that I had in my mind. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. It was thought-provoking. I think thank you so much. So we finally have Professor Hassan Sayed from Cairo University, Egypt. So, sir, can you just start your presentation? You will have 20 minutes to finish.
Thank you very much.
Very welcome and sorry about the problems you had.
I hope you are listening now.
Yes, we can listen.
Okay, thank you. Let me start by thanking the Population Association of Pakistan for inviting me to present the Egypt experience, census experience. What I will be covering is actually we will talk about the census methodology, the electronic census, the census management, the organizational structure, shift to digital census, the e-census concept and application, census staging, quality control, publicity campaign, and the e-census benefits. If we move to the introduction, can we switch? The Egypt 2017 population and the housing census is the 14th in a long history of census taking in recent history since 1882. Preparation for the current census started immediately after the conclusion of the 2006 census and based on lessons learned and the UN principles and recommendation for population and housing census. Next. The main strategic goals were full coverage, quality standards, ensure responsiveness of census returns to the needs, legal and ethical standards are applied to protect the confidentiality of individual responses, rationalize census cost, and finally ensure full integration with other databases in the country. Next. The census methodology, actually, we moved, as we heard now, it is very important to decide which approach you will be adopting, whether it was de facto or de jure. Actually, all previous Egypt census was carried out on the de facto basis. For the 14th census, we moved from de facto to de jure. So we actually adapted the place of usual place of residence. The data collection was actually carried out through two forms, one long form and a short form. And the data are collected through face-to-face interviews, or self-enumeration by members of the household. Next. The short form was actually including information about the location, including building address and the name of owner, name of household head, and table 1 was covering individual characteristics, while table 2 was actually the living condition and the household ownership. Next. The long form was actually included all the question included in the short form. So actually the long form was covering or the set of question in the short form were covered in both the short and long form. But in addition, the long form included drop out from the education questions, drop out from education and reason, utilization of information technology, economic characteristics, the migration module, internal migration module, and also we are asked about living condition, household ownership, and the extended list of home appliances. And then we have a special module that requested about garbage proposals. Next. The census management organizational structure, actually we have a high level committee for the census that was established by a prime minister decree, including all related ministers as well as a representative of the private sector, the civil societies. It was headed by the Minister of Local Development, and CAPMAS was actually serving as his deputy. At the governorate level, similar committees for the census were established, headed by the governor, to facilitate all activities and provided needed support. The committee is headed by the governor, as I said. Next. At the same time, CAPMAS assumed full responsibility for the overall management of the census, and its president is the top management officer. I served as overall supervisor for the census, and I was responsible for coordinating and following all census activities. At the center level, actually, all CAPMAS sectors share the responsibility for undertaking various activities according to their mandate. This includes the population and census sector, regional offices sector, IT sector, quality control department, and administration sector. Next. During the census preparation, we carried out 5 pilot tests. The first 3 were actually carried through paper, but the 4th and 5th were actually related to the shifting from the paper approach to the e-census approach. Next. Why we shifted? Actually, time to get results. Next. Data quality, field control, and cost reduction, as we will be elaborating these factors. Next. The 4th pilot test was carried out in September 2015, and actually it was carried out through the both approaches, paper form and the e-census. And then the 5th pilot was actually a complete test of the e-census operation. Results of the pilot, of the last pilot, was highly satisfactory and confirmed that with the required fine-tuning procedure, the e-census system is fully functioning and it can be applied. Next. The main goal of the e-census is to develop an integrated comprehensive technological system that responds to strategic goals of the census, while at the same time adapt international basic principles and provide the country with accurate, trustworthy, and timely fundamental data for development planning at various administrative levels. Next. The e-census system is actually building an integrated system for conducting the census according to the above well-defined concept and internationally sound statistical basis applied to provide statistical data through tablet and plus application plus electronic geographic maps, data transfer network and data center and data security, support user plus instant communication with employee through establishing and sustaining a supportive technological environment. Next. This is actually reflecting the work cycle, starting from the enumerator, who is actually either collecting the data through the tablet, and the enumerator has actually various technical support, whether in the field or at the control room and the central office. Then the data are transferred to the database at CAPMAS, and at the same time, we have a reserve database, what we call it disaster recovery database, that will be actually operational if anything happened to the first one. At the same time, there is the self-enumeration portal, which is also transferring the data to the central database. Next. The digital maps were fundamental in that process. So actually, we used updated digital geographical maps for all urban and rural areas of the country to ensure accuracy and full coverage of the census. Producing digital maps for various working levels in the census. And at the same time, maps were being prepared for around 31,500 enumeration areas, 2,500 inspector, 400 area supervisor, and 27 governorates. Next. Next. This is how the maps appear on the tablet. So every enumerator has on his tablet the area where he will be actually working on. Next. The application itself was actually computerized all census process, including planning, preparation, and implementation, as well as management process, making boundaries of work areas, matching and carrying out relevant maps modification, collecting census data through the tablet and the web for the self-enumeration, adapting all full quality control procedure at the field and through callbacks, allow self-enumeration for those households expressing interest, and producing preliminary and final census returns on the web. Next. This is what appears on the tablet for each enumerator, where he has a list of household head and also the map. He can go either through the maps, which will guide him to the name of the head of the household, or when he push the name of the household, it will appear on the map. So actually, it was to simplify the work of the enumerator in the field. Next. Again, this is the color is different because what is in green is completed, what is in blue is still yet, and what is actually in purple is the one that will be self-enumerated. So it is not for the enumerator to cover this. If it after 2 weeks it is not actually provided by the self-enumeration, then it will be open for the enumeration to cover it. Next. The back end is a fundamental and instrumental in that process, centrally preparing and managing census activities, including detailed follow-up of field operation and communication, as well as specified daily assignment, managing data transfer operation, central operation room and support unit, quality control, sampling and procedures, follow-up training and asset management, producing frames for households and establishment, coding, building and unit unique identification number, self-registration, and preliminary and final census returns. Next. This is actually what appeared in where in the bottom map graph, we can see that the green part is a completed part and the red one is the unfinished yet. So actually, through the control room, we know exactly by the minute how we are progressing in that respect. Next. This is again providing data about what the number of cases that were carried out through GPS and other information, how long it took the enumerator to complete the questionnaire. So we are monitoring every type of activity in that respect. Next. Again, this is the preliminary results. Within the control room, we will be able to actually follow up the results, the preliminary results by the minute, and we will know exactly how we are actually progressing with the data. Next. Again, preliminary data about certain items on the questionnaire. Next. The infrastructure, actually, this is very important also. We have the main and backup data center. As I said, one at CAPMAS and the other one was based on Smart Village. And it was as a disaster recovery if if any problem happened. Fortunately, throughout the census process, we were not, we didn't use the other one. Everything went well. Prepare tablet for dissemination, centrally managing the tablet. The tablet was actually managed through mobile device management, MDM, and follow up its utilization. Next thing. And that last program actually was to ensure that no one is using the tablet in other activities. And secured local internet. If we have used the phone companies for sending the information, securely sending the information from the tablet to the central database. But if anything happened or if the network is not properly functioning, we have equipped the inspector field offices with secured local internet. So actually the enumerator can go to that office and transfer the data to the central office. Next. This is again the field enumerator control. As we can see in the map, we can follow that. That is an example of one enumerator. We are following his movement in the field. At any point in time through the field work, we can follow all the enumerator in the field, and we can know exactly how he is moving and the place where he is working at this stage. So we have enumerator route tracking, tablet kiosk mode, and MDM control, just-in-time survey, access control, closed data network, closed phones network, enumerator pattern recognition, enumerator target versus achievement report, working zone dynamics assignment. Next. The support devices for the field workers, phone and field technical support, including about 2,500 field technical support, call center responsible for answering household questions, reviewing frames for self-enumerations, governorate offices for tablet maintenance, and this is very important because usually you will have problems with the tablet, so you have to establish local offices for maintenance. Mobile closed business group where all the field worker can communicate, but this cannot be used for outside communication. Producing report and using business intelligence, BI, and data warehouse for monitoring performance to the lowest enumeration areas and analysis. Next. This is actually the stages where we started the planning, the preparation. We took about from 21st of January to the end of January. Then we started building enumeration. It took from 29 January to 25 March in 2000, all this in 2017. Then we started counting the people starting from 18 April till 15 June. And after that, we carried also the establishment census, which was carried out between 13th of July and 30 July. And then we have the results announced, completely announced by the end of September 2017. Actually, after 60 days of finalizing the field work. Next. This is the census in figure. We have about 95 million, 23.5 million families, 6.4 establishments, and 16.2 building. Next. 43.2 million housing units, including in the 16 million building. Next. This is the stuff. We have 40,000 field workers. We have maps, as I said before, 31,500 maps, 5,000 support people, 700 trainers, and 7 terabyte database transferring 4,000 per second. Next. This is actually the training process, which is very important. Training of field workers was carried out at several levels, training of trainers. So actually, we started by introducing a different level, which is training of trainers. And that was actually about 50 persons were included in that process. Then those 50 people trained the trainers by the first group, 700, out of which we selected 500 to carry out the local training. That the local training was carried out at 400 locations for field workers by the selected trainers, and then they will actually able to carry out the census operations. Next. This is again a total quality approach. We have adopted 4 stages data quality process. First, we started by pre-data collection, by ensuring that the data and the governorate boundaries, enumeration areas boundaries are very clear. During the data collection, we can update maps and building while entering data, validation while entering data, and this is very important. Repetition deletion, logical data detection, enumerator data entry patterns, validate against governorate records. Through the data processing, machine learning, and pattern recognition, data entry pattern validation, quality assurance, random quality checks, validation rules, and updates and simulation. Then the post-data collection, comments processing, non-standard answer, apply common sense, quality assurance validation, calls for backward validation, and examining any inconsistencies. Actually, data collection was carried out through re-interviewing randomly selected household and women and comparing both data sets. We check a randomly selected sample of those who we completed the questionnaire without or within or without or outside the range of the GPS. Next. In every process, there is a risk management, and for the census, there is 4 or 3 types of risk management.
Can you wrap up in 2 minutes? Kindly, thank you.
The manpower, spare field worker, unified distributed training material, continuous training refresh, controlled capacity, software controlled capacity building. For the hardware, disaster recovery, environment, spare tablets, power banks, backup connectivity line, location for Wi-Fi, and backup SIM cards. For the software and data, secure the application, secure data transfer, offline tablet application feature, clear enumeration assignment, clear software to handle unplanned validation rules, unplanned validation rules, clear software to handle non-standard enumeration behavior, clear software to create ad hoc reports, software operated and controlled census, team communication, SMS, tablet application message, call center. Next. There was a massive publicity campaign throughout the process, and with each of the field operation stages. So for the building, there was a building, there was a publicity campaign, and then for the people, there was a publicity campaign, and for the establishment, there was a publicity campaign. It included design, develop, and disseminate relevant messages during all possible sources of communication, outdoor component to cover all open places in various governorates. Next. What is the benefit of having the e-census? Actually, enhanced data system, increasing enhanced data system security, increasing data quality and consistency, reduce overall cost. And some people might argue, but the tablet is very expensive. Actually, we have carried out in Egypt a very collaborative approach. We used the tablets for 9 months only, and then the tablet were resent to the Ministry of Communication and Technology to be reassigned to other activities. So actually, it was not costly in that process. Expanding mechanism to ensure communication among workers, improve management and monitor and control of census activities, reduce implementation period and time for release of census finding. Next. Again, reduce required workers. If we have carried out the census through the paper approach, it was estimated that we will need about over 120,000 enumerators. With the census, with the e-census, that number was reduced. Actually, with the e-census and the usage of 2 forms, that number was reduced to the 40,000 field workers. Reduce the possibility of having incomplete coverage, reduce administrative activities, increase ability to update maps in the field, and finally improve the organizational image at the community and the public at large. Next. What was new in the 2017 digital census? First of all, as I said, de jure census method, using short and long forms, using GIS maps and based data, unify government administrative border, digitally control field operations, dramatically decrease census costs and duration, ensure correct, coherent, and accurate data collection, boost operational efficiency, e-training materials and snowball 3 stages of TOT, fully digital control room, self-enumeration portal and process, rapid generation of final results, as I said, within 60 days, improve citizen trust in government, save environment via paperless solution, create and use location number, media campaign, and society awareness. Thank you. Next. Thank you for your attention.
Shukran Jazila, Professor Sayed. I think we have some time for questions.
Excellent.
Yeah, I think it would be a shame if you don't have the questions. So you can open the floor for the questions. Please introduce yourself and be very, very short, like in 7 or 8 seconds. Yeah.
Electronic mic. Electronic mic be used, and we heard the benefits. I was wondering how we could take advantage of the experience there and shift. But we would like to hear from this detailed presenter the risks of electronics. What are the areas in which difficulties can arise? How did they manage to respond and bring the conclusions and the findings as close to reality as possible? Is that more cumbersome? Is it something we could attempt? Or do we not think about it until we know a perfect model?
Professor Nizam?
First of all, I want to congratulate both presenters, Saeed Hassan and our friend Ruinan. But both gave a very good comprehensive presentation. And also our students party representative with very good questions to answer. I want to ask the question to Sayed, how many years it took 2017 census from planning till the end? What were all the comprehensive report he gave time period?
9 months, he said.
So that means it can be done.
Jan to September.
Can you ask him?
Can you please tell us how long?
Can we have a couple of more questions?
Total time period that required for this 1917 census.
One more question.
Thank you very much. I think you've given us a few seconds to ask our questions. What I want to thank all the speakers, including our two from Iran and Egypt, because their presentations were very, very technical, correct, and told us exactly what needs to be done. But I would like to thank all the speakers who are also sitting here. What I would like to suggest, unfortunately, my feeling is that the elite capture of census has fallen into the cauldron of toxic politics of Pakistan. Let us be honest with ourselves. These issues are too critical to be left to political elite capture, which, as I see, and I want to thank you, sir, for, and I would strongly urge you to let us have a paper. You're a journalist, and be the catalyst with the journalists and the media for this. My next question, I'm sorry to Mehtab that the post-enumeration survey was not agreed to. And yet, on the other hand, it has not been agreed to. So let us move on and be positive. The census is an instrument, as I know it, as a social demographer. It is an international instrument which has been agreed to, and UNFPA and the statistics set up in UN are deeply involved in this. It is their census global, and they use it for very, very important reports globally. And Pakistan must be correctly represented there and must fit into that. And I would here like to mention that I do recall, and yes, of course, there are shortcomings in every census, but I remember that Mohtashami, who was here from UNFPA, they spent a huge amount, and he did mention that there were shortcomings, there were errors, there were margins of error, all those things were there. But what I have heard today, we will have, and I would like to ask you, sir, in charge of the Bureau of Statistics as you are, honestly, when we have seen the excellence of the two censuses that are happening in Iran and Egypt, can we have one in 12 months? Just because we are being killed by the toxic politics of Pakistan? Can we do it? And we are proposing to have tablets, and we are proposing to do all these very good things and go digital, and it's going to cost a lot of money. And I think that the point that was made by our friend, freeze the NFC, constitutional, all three requirements, freeze them at the last census of 1998. What are we going to do with an extra MNA sitting over there when our people are dying in the field? So the answer could be that, and it's that you freeze all the three requirements: the government quota, the NFC award, and the seats in parliament. वो 400 नहीं काम करते, आपने उनको 500 बना दिया और उसके आपको सबको मालूम है, अनफॉर्चुनेटली मैं उसका हिस्सा रही हूँ, मैं और बहुत कुछ कहना नहीं चाहती, लेकिन आई थिंक दैट इज इनफ. And can you, sir, from statistics tell us honestly, is this possible? I know that I know there are concerns. They are political concerns. They are not national need concerns. Thank you.
Yeah. Can you just tell first go to Professor Sayed, please? Sir.
Question from please. Important question that
Can we first get the answers to the first three and then go to questions? Exactly. Okay, Professor Sayed, can you please, do you have a question? Professor Sayed? Okay, so yes.
I think Hussain Sayyed bhi मांग रहे हैं. नहीं, अभी हुसैन सैयद का है.
No. Sir, have you heard the questions? Professor Sayed?
Yes, I can. Can you repeat what you said?
Yeah, the first question was, what are the risks of using the electronic gadgets? What is your experience in that? The second question to you was, what was the duration of the time that took from the preparation and planning to the final report?
Yeah, I think, as I said, we started preparation for the 2017 census early enough, and it was planned to be as a traditional census. However, in 2015, early 2015, it was decided to explore the possibility of switching to digital census, and actually it took about at least 2 years of preparation, but because only 2 years, because we have previously prepared the maps, and everything was previously prepared. So that actually cut a lot of time needed for the preparation. What is more important is, as I said, the need to examine the census preparation before embarking on the whole process. And this is the importance of the pilot process, that the 5th pilot census that was carried out after preparing all materials for the e-digital census, and then after that pilot, it was required only fine-tuning, and we were able to go ahead. So actually, in my experience, it required at least 2 years, depending on the preparation and the previous preparation. If there is a previous preparation, then we can shorten that period. What was the second question?
Second question was the risks involved in the using of these electronic gadgets. Were there any risks involved, like that there will be data loss, or there will be some kind of manipulation? That was the question. Yeah. You get it? What were the risks involved in using the electronic gadgets?
In using what?
The electronic, the tablets.
Well, as I in my presentation, I have a list of risks that were actually, but the main risk was actually the maintenance for the tablets. So we have a reserve tablets, and then maintenance tablet. The additional thing is that using the tablet require a special labor force. Now the traditional labor force was not able to, will not be able to work with the e-census. So actually you need a special labor force to carry out or better qualified labor force. And then the importance of training. They have to be trained, well trained, to cope with the digital census. So actually, the risk at the manpower is very important in preparing, selecting, training, and selecting and training the manpower. The risks of actually ensuring the tablet is functioning. Other problems where actually, if we have a weak network in some places, as I said before, we have equipped the inspector offices with Wi-Fi to enable them, or to enable the enumerator to transfer the data through these offices. So actually, we have several risks in that respect, but we have always prepared solution for these risks. If the enumerator needs any support in the field, we have actually 5 types of support, starting from communicating through the closed telephone network, communicating to the central office, communicating through the tablets itself with other people. And the tablet also includes all the guidelines that he can use. And then also technical people who can actually move to the location of the enumerator to help him, especially if there is minor problems with the tablet. It can be fixed immediately in the field, or if it is not fixed in the field, it can be replaced with another one, and the tablet will be sent to maintenance. So actually,
thank you very much, sir. Thank you. I think we have the both answers satisfactory. Doctor, do you have a question for Dr. Jalal?
Yeah, well, I have the question is that Egypt shifted from de facto to de jure. Yeah, Egypt shifted from de facto to de jure, which is unusual because United Nations, as far as I'm knowledgeable about the UN system, they highly recommend de facto. I would like to ask Jalal what sort of system they follow. De facto means Urdu mein zamini haqiqat, the reality. Then Dr. Atiya Anatullah, just one quick comment on your sir. It's not going to expand the number of MNAs. It's going to redistribute the seats. And for example, highly under-enumerated urban areas, as was presented in a paper today, this morning, also would mean that if they would have done correct census in 2017, 2 urban constituencies would have become 3, and 3 rural constituencies would have become 2, which means there would be more representation of urban representatives in the assembly than rural representatives. And you know what would be the repercussions of that.
Jalal, you heard that? You had the question? Can you answer?
Unfortunately, the voice is unclear, but I'm not, if the under enumeration of rural areas is concerned about the e-census.
The question was about, sorry, the question Jalal was about the jury, that why Iran.
What sort of system they're following?
What sort of system you're following? Can you? Yeah,
Jalal, this is Mehtab. I'm asking Egypt, I don't know for what reason, I don't want to get into it because it would be a long answer. It would be, I'm asking you that what system of data collection you are following? Is it de jure or de facto? Because the United Nations recommends de facto, not de jure. De jure, in case, Pakistan does that for some reason which we don't want to talk about. So what system you are following? That's what is my question.
Actually, Iran is following the de jure system, and in combination of de facto for those who are mobile. We have, a small proportion of people who are mobile during the census time, moving from this place to that person, and they use de facto sort of system for them, but de jure for the rest of the population. Interestingly, for the e-census, I was wondering whether the coverage was in rural areas was lower than urban areas. But in fact, I heard this morning that rural areas, what they call it, completeness of the census was higher than urban areas because Statistical Center of Iran promoted this, and in urban areas we have a passive system. Interestingly, the coverage of instances in rural areas were higher than urban areas. I mean, that was interesting. I'm not sure whether it was relevant to you, but that was the list.
We'll take just two questions from this side. They said two questions over there.
Can I say something here, please?
So, since Pakistan census is being politicized, I want to learn from these two countries how they control such kind of influences or let's say specifically political influences.
Oh my God. Okay, one more question. That's the last question.
Thank you, sir. I don't have the question, rather a comment on Dr. Zagaman's discussion. That he has very eloquently highlighted that there is a disparity gap, and there is a correlation between well-being and social well-being, education and family size. So I think you have raised more questions rather to answer these. What are the factors which create these kind of disparities, and why the social well-being, education, and family size is very important. Thank you, sir.
Can you just give in 1 minute? Yes.
Sir, I think those things are well researched and there are so many papers and books on that. My point was why this connection is not debated in our media and why our politicians avoid debating this connection.
Thank you so much. So I think we will stop here because okay. So we have two our very distinguished guests, and I think it's a treat to have Dr. Naeem Zafar, the chief statistician, Pakistan Bureau of Statistics, Government of Pakistan. And would you like to go first?
Before Dr. Zafar gives his reply, I just want to say that I am in favor. Pakistan needs a census. I'm not against census, but please understand, do we have 2 years? Because that's what we do. And will we have a pilot? And can we involve these brilliant professors in the Bureau of Statistics as advisors when we do have it?
I think my 2 cents, the best year to conduct this census in Pakistan next will be 2027. This is my 2 cents. Not now, not in 2 years. I think we have to be prepared. So, because Dr. Bakhtiyar is slow, so we request him first to, give his comments and kindly. Dr. Bakhtiyar, continue.
I would like to, we had a very, very detailed discussion with the chief statistician, Dr. Naeem Zafar, earlier this year. And when they started the process by ensuring the ownership of the provinces, and from the onset of the census, from the upcoming following the approval of the cabinet, and including consultation with the concerned provincial stakeholders, and we provided a detailed update about these chief secretaries and departments. So this is the most essential is to engage the provincial and to secure the ownership of the provinces. And especially provincial chief secretaries and departments. This is in addition to the committee of the now national experts, demographers, and statisticians led by the deputy chairman of the planning commission. And also with the subsequent approval of the methodology, census methodology and timeframes on a broad set of recommendations and based on lessons learned from the previous census as well. And also, again, The Honorable Chief Statistician will provide more details. So far, we know the cost of the census will be 23 billion PKR, so equivalent close to 130 million US dollars, like the previous one. And I think it's very essential to build on the previous the lesson learned, because last time we missed the boat in terms of the post-enumeration survey, because and then all the these need to make sure that even there was a kind of a willingness to go for the post-enumeration survey, but it was too late because the post-enumeration survey is to be conducted within the recommended time frame of 30-40 days. Beyond 40 days, it would not be, a real post-enumeration survey, and then the credibility of the post-enumeration survey could be questioned. Therefore, we should not miss the boat. Again, there was no a pushback, but there was a commitment. I remember that time. So, but it was too late already. We could not do a post-enumeration survey after 6 months. And the second one, we could not, that time we could not conduct it within the recommended time frame. And we had to conduct a demographic analysis, which showed 2.3% deviation. UNFPA supported, and we engaged the Vienna University and then internationally renowned recognized experts to conduct the demographic analysis. This is one of the things. And the lesson learned is that it's essential not to miss the boat, to conduct the post-enumeration survey within 30-40 days, recommended time. And again, also concerning adapting innovative tools and technologies for geo-referred enumeration up to the household level, we are ready to provide technical assistance. And then also it's about the 5 pilot censuses to be completed between April and May, also May, April 2022, yeah. So the pilot censuses. The pilot, not one pilot census, sorry. Because it's the Egyptian experience. Yeah. See? More than one. More than one. Yeah, this is being discussed as well. The National Census Coordination Center, to be equipped with a dashboard and linked to 641 census pencils for real-time monitoring. It's also, we're looking at the experience of Iran and Egypt, also they made sure the real-time monitoring, and then keeping in touch with the field. If you look at the experience, especially the good practice about mobile device managing, centrally managed data tablets, and then central database, and then data security. This is one of the ways of addressing technological risks as well. And then it's other, I think we need to think about how to adopt the mobile device management application. The second one also, the census questionnaire along with the digitalization of the framework. We can replicate the good practices in Iran and Egypt. So far, we are committed to support data user producer consultations. And we have been requested to support the data user producer consultations. At this stage, national consensus will be consensus building meeting, because we cannot proceed without a common consensus across the country, without engaging provinces. And then they should be a national consensus building workshop on the methodology once more, because this forum is just for brainstorming, but again, there should be another platform for reaching a common consensus on the time frame methodology. And then training of trainers we will support, the same like we can use the good practice from Egypt and Iran as well on the TOTs. And then exchange of knowledge and good practices in conducting digital census. We are ready to support that on as well. Also, we plan a study visit to Egypt, to Kaufman's, but it has not got materialized, but we will do it in due time. And then also we have been requested to fill in the gap in the acquisition procurement of software application and census-related equipment, hardware. And also we will be on standby to facilitate fundraising and resource relation with the donor community for the census. One more about the population is now I wanted using this opportunity to mention and to again emphasize the breakthroughs in our population dynamics, family planning, communication, especially after the adoption and approval of the national rights-based national narrative by the Federal Task Force and His Excellency the President. We mentioned about it. It's the first ever rights-based narrative based on the interlinked principles of rights, responsibilities, resources, and balance. And then the key principles of that one are about the credibility, singularity, consensus, consistency, rooted on reality and evidence-based unanimity. This is the balance is all about now. I think we need to widely disseminate the narrative because the narrative is accepted by everyone. While the population did not, let's say, resonate, and the previous narrative did not resonate with the people because they were number-based and they were somehow imposed. For example, Duba Sheikh Usha number-based narrative, 1965, 1972, Hamdu Hamaridu. So this is also the number-based narrative. But now is the real ICPD and rights-based narrative, which is about rights, responsibilities, and balanced housing, which is about balancing, striking a balance between population and resources, state resources, household resources, and natural resources, including water resources. In 1953, 5,300 cubic meters per person, 2,300 cubic meters 1982, 800 now, and 500 approximately estimated 500 by 2025, 2030. So this is the balance between population and resources, and also balance between rights and responsibilities in terms of, for example, as enshrined in the Article 9 of the Constitution, the rights to life and liberty, and the right to life goes beyond just living from conception to death, but also right to amenities and benefits, enjoying the benefits and amenities of life. In this case, for example, right to health, nutrition, shelter, housing, clothing, so also right to education, and not only education, employment, but also upbringing, because the children need proper attention of their parents, because upbringing is sometimes more than on the same ground, like on the same footing with education, because it also matters as well. Therefore, upbringing education. So this is about striking the balance between the rights and responsibilities. The responsibilities of parents to provide shelter, proper shelter, housing, clothing, nutrition, health, and education, but also their responsibilities and the rights of children with them. And it's not in line with the if there is a very exceptional publication published and during Dr. Nafis Sadiq's time when the family planning in the register of Islam. And then in there it's very well depicted the principles of the rights of the children. So the child right, special education, housing, and upbringing, proper upbringing. The second one, also good name is there as well. It's in line with the principles of Sharia, and then our religious leaders here approved and endorsed the national narrative. And the second one is also about the state responsibilities to secure the universal access to family planning and sexual and practical services, which is also let's say enshrined in the current narrative. And I think now it's time to widely disseminate. So the narrative, and we are doing it from outside. It's just the beginning because the narrative was approved on the 23rd of June this year. And we still need time to disseminate because now we do a cookbook for the religious leaders so they can use in Punjab, so they can use the narrative during Friday sermons, family planning narrative, and we can expand and replicate this good practice. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. And I would like to now invite Dr. Naeem Muzaffar, Chief of Statisticians, Pakistan Bureau of Statistics, Government of Pakistan.
Assalamu alaikum and thank you. First of all, please accept my sincere apology for being late to all participants, especially Dr. G.M. Arif. I wonder if we have time for a small presentation. One of my colleagues, Rabia, is online and she will walk you through quickly. And if you can do it, then probably it will help answering some of the apprehensions you have about the planning, especially when we have decided to go for de jure census and digital census. So I can understand that after listening to the extensive planning and the several pilots done by Egypt, so you have valid apprehensions, but I hope once we walk you through this and once you share with you, that even before approval of the census plan by a joint session of Parliament, the planning started 6 or 7 months ahead of that. So engaging with several entities in Pakistan who we have involved to supply several services and procurement, for example, tablets, for example, digitizing the populating the tablets with digital frame, with digital questionnaire. For example, engaging with several partners to provision for the wherewithal of establishing the district census offices, which are 614 in number at the tehsil level. So those activities, because we were anticipating these approvals, so several pre-planning steps and coordination with various stakeholders for the provisioning, procurement of the infrastructure, the tablets, the services, the programming, softwares, they were in the pipeline. So I hope if you listen to those, that will allay your apprehensions. So please, Rabia, I'll appreciate if you can quickly walk the house through this presentation. It will help. Thank you.
जी अस्सलाम वालेकुम थैंक यू सर जी मैं राबिया अवान डायरेक्टर पाकिस्तान ब्यूरो ऑफ स्टैटिस्टिक्स वर्किंग ऑन सेंसस और पीएसएलएम लोग मुझे ज़्यादा पीएसएलएम के हवाले से जानते हैं लेकिन मैं पिछले 3 साल से सेंसस पे काम कर रही हूँ जैसे कि सर ने कहा कि आई विल गो थ्रू यू द बैकग्राउंड दैट हाउ वी हैव प्लान्ड दिस सेंसस एंड व्हाट आर द रीजंस सो आई विल बी स्टार्टिंग माय प्रेजेंटेशन I'm unable to move it. Is there some control from there? I can't able to move my presentation.
No.
Okay, let's start. I think majority of the people know that we have so far conducted 6 censuses in Pakistan. The last one was conducted in 2017. And all the censuses were conducted on the traditional paper-based method. And last was conducted in from 15th March to 24th May 2017. Everybody knows that the last census results what could not published, only the provisional results was published in August 2017, and then there was some apprehensions from the provinces, and there was question of 5% audit which was delayed due to several reasons. And then in this in April 2021, Council of Common Interest approved the final results of the census 2017 and also decided that we should go for the next census as soon as possible according to the international best practices by using latest technology. That was actually decided by CCI in April 2021.
Rabia, I'm sorry I'm interrupting you. If you can skip the background and walk the house through the planning steps, that will be more useful. Thank you.
Okay, sir. Basically, when we have started what sir was asking me to tell me is that how we have planned actually. I heard Dr. Atiya Inayatullah was asking that whether we have included the people in our planning purposes. Yes, The committee of these, I hope everybody can see my screen. The committee for the committee was constituted by including all the renowned demographers of this country, and we sit together and we planned that how we can improve our next census and what were the shortcomings in the last census. There were very comprehensive TORs. The TORs, if you can see it, the main TOR was to identify what was wrong happened in the last census and what we can do to improve the next census and to conduct the digital census. They are comprehensive TORs. I hope you can see the my screen here. Then actually committee held 8 meetings, and after identifying these are some of the things which they have seen, they did the forensic audit of the census 2017 process and study the UN principles and identify the issues. And then we also did the comparative studies that what can be done to improve the census. And we engaged with different agencies. And then the major issues were identified, which include that the last census did not include the pilot. The questionnaire was old, manual data collection, due to which there was no real-time data monitoring. There was no GIS technology. Post-enumeration survey was not conducted. And the other concepts, which are very, very big concerns, that there were delayed publicity campaign, people were not fully aware about the census objectives, and then verification of CNIC from NADRA on the random basis. These are some of the issues which were identified. And the last issue was the involvement of armed forces in the parallel data collection and minimal use of the female enumerators. Keeping in view these issues, the committee actually recommended that the next census should be conducted digitally with the use of tablets. There should be no link with the CNIC, and Army should not be involved in enumeration. They can be involved in the security process. So I will go through quickly through the recommendations. That the other recommendation, which is that the questionnaire should be short as possible and census must be conducted simultaneously. If you all remember, the last census was conducted in phases which scattered in 2 months actually. So there was some problem of movement of population. So according to the UN principles, PBS tried their best along with all the demographers that we should adopt the best practices of the world. The main important thing which was identified that stakeholders should be involved. So we have discussed this all recommendations with the provinces. Now we are going for the sensitization workshops, and every province has taken into board from the planning of the census. And we want that we are trying our best to have a ownership of the census from all the stakeholders in the census process. As Dr. Saab have mentioned, that we are considering to a national coordination center. This was the recommendation of the Census Advisory Committee. So we will be, we are establishing National Census Coordination Center on the pattern of National Command and Control Center that will include all the provincial representatives, which will monitor all the process of the census. Now, one thing which I forget to tell is that because we are going for the digital census, we will be going to geotag every structure. So that will enable us to do the real-time monitoring. De jure method was recommended. And when we were working on this recommendations along with the committee, we have seen that majority countries like Sri Lanka, which was till 2001, they are conducting, taking a de facto, they shifted to de jure. Turkey, Iran, Egypt, Sri Lanka, Australia, UK, they all are using de jure method. And we also in the previous censuses use the de jure method. Security arrangements, for the security arrangements, the question is, we will only go for, Army will be used for security and not for enumeration. CNIC will not be checked in any case. Questionnaire, for the questionnaire, we did the comprehensive comparative study. And then it was decided that the short as possible question should be devised. And main topics should be age, gender, religion, ethnicity, nationality, migration, disability, and education level. So the committee was constituted, headed by Dr. GM Arif. Dr. Zeba is the member of that committee. Aisha Shiraz is member of that committee. And Dr. Tosif is member of that committee. So we all work together and we have almost finalized the questionnaire. Data will be collected actually by tablets, and we will do a small for the first time, we will pilot the self-enumeration also. That will be, we are expecting only 1 to 5% in this case, but that will be extensively tested through pilot census. And if it is, it will give us results, fruitful results, we will also use for it the whole census process. Actually, we use this concept, we taken this concept from the Iran, Egypt. They also use this in Egypt. It was not that much used, but in Iran, 48% of data was collected through self-enumeration. And of course, Bangladesh and India are planning their next censuses. They have also included this module in that. And we are expecting that will be the first time we will do the pilot, and then we will geocode everything. Because the time is less, I have the visual presentation and how we will do that, but I'm skipping that. Then in the ground, majority of the data collection, that 85 to 90% will be done by the tablets, and tablets both in online and offline mode, and we will geotag every structure. Maps will be preloaded on the tablets. For this purpose, actually, we are working with different organizations. For tablets, we are working with NRTC, which will be most probably G2G government agreements, and they will be providing the tablets. For maps, we are working with Sparko. Sparko will be providing us the latest imaginary for the complete enumeration. And then we are going for the softwares. We are making our comprehensive softwares. Our agreements with different parties are in progress. And for the data centers and for storage and servers, National Telecommunication, NTC, and some other organizations, we are working with them. And after our agreement, most probably in majority of the organization, we will be having the agreements ready by end of this month. And then we will be having all things completed by March 2022 as we have planned. We have also planned paper-based enumeration for 1% of the population where there will be problems. We cannot use tablets, but it was strongly recommended by our minister also that try to cover all the data through tablets. We will be conducting, because that was one of the things which was not conducted last time. So we will be conducting pilot census, that will be conducted most probably in as per the work plan in May. In May we will be conducting it, and after that we will be going after the results of the pilot census, we will be going for the full-fledged in August 2022. For the monitoring and supervision of the fieldwork, as I told you, that we will be doing the real-time monitoring. Special FQCs will be designed for the supervisors and the people from the
Rabia, I'm sorry I'm interrupting you. So I appreciate, and I'll try to conclude very quickly the some of the parts which are left on your behalf. So soon after pilot, the full-fledged census and followed by post-enumeration. So thank you very much, Arif sir. I highly appreciate. I'm just a learner from all people who have been practicing demographers like you. I should have been on that side. So I feel humbled that Arif sir has ordered me to sit here, and I cannot move against his order, so I had to. In the last census, there were several reservations from the provinces. Time was short, therefore several things which should have been done were not done. A pilot is one of them. Training which should have been done extensively to ensure the definition, the difference between de jure and de facto, and the causes which will make any person to be temporarily absent from his usual place of residence, and even before that, conveying and ensuring that the respondent got idea of what is meant by usual place of residence and what are the exceptions which must be probed before the enumerator marks the respondent as a member of that household according to the jure definition. So those things could not have been done because of several factors, but this time with all our honesty, sincerity and commitment, this national objective, and Madam Inayat, we are not politicians, we are professionals, we are working for Pakistan, so we'll do it very objectively. And you have seen that what we got approved from the joint session and earlier cabinet is that the armed forces will not be used for enumeration. They will simply be there to provide security to the enumerator, to the census officials. That is the sole objective. So the controversies which were trapped in the last census, I am very positive, inshallah, they will not happen this time. So with this, I'm thankful to the contributors from Egypt, from Iran, for sharing their presentation. It was indeed a learning opportunity. I'm thankful to all participants who listened to that and raised so relevant questions. I also had some questions, but I prefer to talk to them in person because we have already stretched beyond the threshold. So with this, I thank you very much, and we can conclude. Thank you, sir.
बस ऐसे टाइम हमारे पास नहीं है इतना
मेरी कैमरा में दरमियान में आ गई पहले अभी खड़े हो चले गए वापस कमत ला दे जाके कमत ला दे आज भी
कैसे साथ पिक्चर हो जाए आपने स्टॉक भी ले लिया स्क्रीन शेयर बंद कर
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Madam Minister, Dr. Azra Fazal Pecho, Minister for Health and Population for the Government of Sindh, President, Population Association of Pakistan, Dr. Nizamuddin, Dr. Tabinda Sarosh, Country Director for Pathfinder International. Secretary from the Federal Ministry of Health and Population, secretaries from the provinces for health and population welfare, representatives of the civil society organizations of UNFPA, Ms. Yasmin Kazi, representing the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, Dr. Talib Lashari, who is the architect of the Costed Implementation Plan, Government of Sindh, many colleagues and friends, and the strong advocates for family planning and reproductive health. I'm very pleased to be here with you virtually for this seminar, which is focusing on the right to family planning and reproductive health. It promises to be a very exciting webinar, which will look at the developments that have taken place in family planning and reproductive health across Pakistan, and linking them, of course, with international thinking and international support, partnerships, and development. The chief guest of the webinar, which is Dr. Azra Fazal Pecho, who's an absolutely remarkable leader, combining in herself the deep knowledge of the health sector along with the population welfare program, and who has led from the front in Sindh. Many of her achievements are noteworthy and they are well known. And certainly she is the most appropriate person here to be the chief guest here. In herself, she is a powerful catalyst in the government of Sindh, and she is certainly listened to by the Chief Minister and the Cabinet. Sindh has, of course, a number of things to its credit over the last 2.5 years, and I will come to that in a few minutes. But the partnerships between the professionals, the experts, the policy analysts, the researchers, academicians, those who implement the programs, and those who can step back and take a look at what is taking place and what else we need to do. All of these people who have been brought together here through the powerful invitation, I would say, and the powerful presence and the very, very long history behind him of Dr. Nizamuddin, who is the president of the Population Association of Pakistan. It is incredible, Dr. Nizam, how you're able to combine a number of different representatives across the landscape of Pakistan who have committed themselves to working in family planning and population welfare. Your symposiums, your annual events, the research papers give a lot of credit, certainly to you and your team, and for you having taken the Population Association of Pakistan to a level which is really a significant contributor. Dr. Tabinda Sarosh, Pathfinder's international support to Pakistan in its efforts to provide services, family planning, commodities, services, and to assist the government in its particular plans for reducing fertility and increasing CPR. A number of friends and colleagues are there, so my regret is that I'm not there with you personally in Islamabad, but I think this virtual world allows us instant communication and instant connectivity. I've always thought about rights because I think the rights agenda is a very powerful agenda. Decades and decades ago, there was the Universal Declaration of Fundamental Rights, of Human Rights. And modern day civilization, both in the latter part of the 20th century and into the 21st century, has molded itself in many, many countries in the world around this agenda of basic human rights, fundamental rights, this powerful agency that defines the rights of people everywhere. So whenever we talk about a rights agenda, it really is a very powerful signal that we are sending to everyone, to the economic planners of a country, to those who are interested in further progress and development, in fact, to all shades of political and economic opinion. The rights agenda has talked for years and decades about the right to education, the right to livelihoods, to security, to housing, to employment, to clean water, to a safe environment, to justice, to social equity. All of these rights we've been hearing about. Many of them have transferred into laws, legislations, into programs and interventions. And yet, really, there is a very, very large and unfinished agenda around rights. And this lobby of people, this constellation of everyone who is working in Pakistan, who I've always considered a very, very powerful lobby. In fact, this is like an assembly. It's an assembly of those who represent the right to family planning, the right to reproductive health. And in the last several years, though we have done it rather late in Pakistan, but Pakistan certainly has arrived on the scene with legislation, with laws, and certainly with renewed and refreshed vigor, relooking and revisiting the major interventions of our programs in family planning and reproductive health. So clearly, if you don't focus on this right, all other rights are impacted negatively and adversely. We have very strong economic arguments. That goes without saying. And of course, what can a 5-year plan for Pakistan do if it's not looking at its population, its demographics? Which way is the needle going? Presently, we have something like 65% of our population under the age of 30. And we have at least 3% of our population entering the workforce every year. Can we provide these jobs, these livelihoods, the housing, the transport, the water, and many, many other needs of people and societies and families and communities, if our population growth rate is still going to hover over 2%, close to 2.2%? So the question, I think, is now very starkly staring Pakistan in the face. That are we going to pursue just an isolated, fragmented approach towards health and family planning and reproductive health, because all three are very, very closely intertwined. And I would definitely add education, because unless you provide education at a mass and universal level to everyone, to every child, and ensure that it is not only secondary, but post-secondary at a minimum. This agenda that is calling out to us, this is what we must recommit ourselves to. Now, what are the different aspects that I think we need to look at? When we mobilized ourselves in response to the Supreme Court order, and I would say a level of interest taken by the then Chief Justice and the justices who were sitting on the bench on this burning issue of population. We had several meetings, and we clearly said that we need to place the rights argument squarely in the center. And what should support it? I think the argument for economic justice. This is vital. If the population grows at a rate at which the country cannot support its people, cannot provide for the welfare of its people, clearly the economic pressures on the government, provincial, federal, all institutions, all aspects of our life in Pakistan are immense. And unless we look at the strong and powerful economic argument of having planned families, of allowing the choices to the couples to adopt family planning methods, the long-term modern method of contraception, other methods of their choice, to be fully educated and be made aware of these choices, and to know that there should be no hesitation, no embarrassment. There should be no questions asked. Why are family planning services being provided? So the government needs to pitch its resources. If it pitches its resources into family planning and reproductive health, services, accessibility, affordability, availability, and quality at every single health outlet, not only in the public sector, but in the private sector as well. And we know that there has been some legislation in this regard. Sindh has legislated, other provinces have legislated. This is the powerful argument that we must present before the economic planners of our country. And when the Supreme Court took up this issue, I think it gave it a tremendous amount of steam. And it stoked the effort further. And people began to listen after it became public, through media, talk shows, discussions. And then there were 22 points that were presented to the Supreme Court, that these were the critical element points in moving forward. Subsequently, they were taken to the National Council, and the National Council also supported them. And there was a fund that was dedicated to it and delegated to it. However, it's unfortunate that that commitment has yet to be fulfilled by the federal government. And we hope that this is the year that that commitment will be fulfilled, of dedicating at least 2 billion out of the recommended 6 billion, particularly and specifically to a fund that will promote demonstrated effective interventions to reduce the fertility rate and increase the CPR, and to provide all these services that I have just mentioned. So there is now a recognition, I think, at a level, and now it's recorded. This is part of our history. It is documented. Decisions have been made. And these decisions certainly reflect the fact that the influence of the advocates, the practitioners, the experts, the researchers, the analysts, the development specialists, all of whom are contributing in this webinar, that they have been heard. We certainly need to take it to the next step. The next step is beyond the economic argument. It's the human rights argument. And a violation of human rights then needs to be highlighted. The same way as we highlight the violation of the right to education. When we say if all children are not in school, who should be held responsible? If people do not have security, who should be held responsible? If there's no clean drinking water and sanitation, who is held responsible? I think in the same manner, there should be the question that people should pose to the government and to their representatives in the national, provincial assemblies, that who's responsible for a woman who dies at a young age, who gives birth to 6 and 7 and 8 and 10 children? Who's responsible for the stunting? Who's responsible for the malnutrition? Who's responsible for too many children in a family? And in the poorest quintile, most of these children are out of school. Who's responsible? Unless we take the right decisions, unless we take urgent action, and unless we provide for the welfare of the family. And at the heart of the family is the mother. At the heart of the family is the couple. At the heart of the family is the child. And it is about the mother, father, the couple, their child, or their 2 or 3 children, whose welfare is critical and should be ensured. And this is their right. So this seminar today and tomorrow will focus on different dimensions of what has been done so far. How effective has that been? How successful has that been? How long-lasting can that be? And what are the resources needed to multiply that effort, to accelerate all the efforts across the country wherever success has been demonstrated. I'm a very strong believer in evidence. If you have evidence of success and you can share what it takes in terms of human resources and financial resources, system strengthening, technical resources, and in this day and age, to be able to gather data, you have all the electronic systems available in our country. Data can be gathered, it can be analyzed, it can be collated. And I'm not just talking about government efforts, because the civil society, the non-governmental organizations, the international NGOs, these are very, very important partners. The services provided by them are as critical in many places, if not more so than government, because many of the civil society organizations are reaching out to those populations that are often left unreached by government. So the partnerships, the collaborative efforts, the international support, it's not just funding support that we look for internationally. It's knowledge, it's best practice, it's learning, it's better ways of structuring systems, it's better ways of looking at indicators, it's better ways of looking at our human resource and to see how can we retask it, reskill it. How can we make that particular human resource, let us say the lady health workers, or the family worker, the population welfare worker, the community midwife, the private sector doctor, the practitioner, how can we make each one of these who's contributing into multiplying their efforts and achieving better results and longer and more self-sustaining results? Clearly, we are at the beginning of our efforts of this new decade, which will start in less than a month, 2021. It can be a decisively different year. It can be a decisively different paradigm, buttressed by evidence, by the strong belief that we can provide that framework of laws, support, resources, and the services. And there can be no better group of people than this group that is participating in this seminar that can take this agenda forward. We all have very high hopes, of course, of our political leaders. And we have, of course, Dr. Ashraf Fazal Pechwa here today, jointly with the professionals and the experts, all those that Dr. Nizamuddin has worked with and many other people who have built teams and who've contributed. I think we have the knowledge base. I think we have the expertise, we have the skill levels, we have the commitment. We now need to activate the commitments that have been made via the Supreme Court judgment through the government. And that's the partnership that's very, very vital. And that has to become much more active than in the past. I'm connected with academia. So at the end of my thoughts that I've shared with you, I definitely do want to leave this thought that the academia also needs to be brought into this discourse, this dialogue. It's the academia that also needs to look at the new narrative. They need to assist us in further defining that narrative. And that narrative is not just out in the field, left as a collation of numbers and data sets, but that narrative has to be translated into intellectual discourse, into academic discourse. Look at the millions of young students, men and women, who are studying in our universities. They are your future fathers and mothers. They are the future of Pakistan. And they need to know how important this right is. The right to family planning, reproductive health, the right to health, and the right to education. So I leave you with that one thought, that we do need to reach out to academia, perhaps more than we have done in the past, in the same way as we've reached out to policymakers, to professional development experts, and to other partnerships. I'm very hopeful. In fact, I'm very optimistic, more optimistic than I have been in the past, because I think we have that combination of political commitment and expertise and leadership. So I wish each and everyone who's participating in this seminar a very, very enriching experience with the sharing of thoughts and knowledge. And thank you once again, Dr. Nizamuddin, for this opportunity for me to share my thoughts with you.
प्लान ये है कि अगले साल के पूरे पंजाब में लॉन्च किया जाएगा इंशाल्लाह। दूसरी बात है कि आज इस वक्त तकरीबन 150 से 150 के करीब उलमा को हम इंगेज करेंगे हर डिस्ट्रिक्ट में। हमारी कोशिश है कि हम अगले साल हर जो मस्जिद का इमाम है ना, उसको हम इंगेज करेंगे, हम स्टाइपेंड इंक्रीज करेंगे। और ये कोई वो ब्राइबरी नहीं है कि हम उनको एक मोटिवेट करके देयर ओन उलमा हजरात विल ट्रेन देम कि आपने लोगों से बात क्या करनी है, और वो बात आप सिर्फ स्पेसिंग की कर सकते हैं, आप कोई और बात इन उलमा हजरात के मुंह से नहीं।
और इनको सब पॉलिटिकल लीडरशिप आपकी जो डिस्ट्रिक्ट लेवल पे, तहसील लेवल पे आपकी पीटीआई के खास उनको चाहिए, उनको सपोर्ट करें। वहाँ एक तरह का जिसे कहते हैं ना एक्सट्रीमिज्म, हम सब जानते हैं। दूसरी आपने बात की कानून साजी की, सख्त कानून साजी कर रहे हैं। हमारे यहाँ से कानून साजी तो बहुत हो चुकी है, बात हमारी सिर्फ इम्प्लीमेंटेशन पे आती है। अल्लाह करे कि अब ये गवर्नमेंट इम्प्लीमेंटेशन करना शुरू करे तो तब जाके माइलेज होगा, इसके बाद सही माइलेज होगा। अब आप देखिए कि आपने मास्क में पाबंदी लगा दी, 200 रुपये जुर्माना कर दिया, कितने लोग मास्क लगा रहे हैं। असल चीज़ ये है कि गवर्नमेंट जो फैसला करे, ऐलान करे, कोशिश ये होनी चाहिए कि इम्प्लीमेंटेशन हो। थैंक यू।
I want to speak to you today on the current environmental situation that we are all in and maintaining social distancing throughout the country. And I hope PPIF, following its mandate, will be able to reach out to these people who are logged in and who are difficulties of transportation to reach to the services that are needed. My suggestion to PPIF would be, please find a way to reach these people as soon as possible with services and supplies that normally get from the outlets. One suggestion could be to follow mobile services program, augment it, massively deploy large number of mobile services to reach out these people through the internet system, through mobile phones, through other methods of emails and social media to reach out and see how you can provide guidance and advice and counseling, because they may be needing services. And I hope they could also reach out and contact the numbers through telemedicine program that have been launched in the country to cover, to reach them and talk to them what they need in terms of emergency services.
बिस्मिल्लाहिर्रहमानिर्रहीम। मेरे पाकिस्तानी भाइयों और बहनों, अस्सलाम वालेकुम। पाकिस्तान में आबादी की शरह जिस तेज़ी से बढ़ रही है, अगर इसी तरह ये आबादी बढ़ती रही तो 2050 में पाकिस्तान की आबादी दुगनी हो जाएगी और ये हमारे महदूद वसाइल के लिए एक बहुत बड़ा चैलेंज होगी। पाकिस्तान नौज़ाइदा बच्चों की अमवात और ज़चगी के दौरान ख़वातीन के मरने की शरह में दुनिया में सबसे आगे है। मौजूदा आबादी के बढ़ने की शरह और ख़वातीन के लिए फ़ैमिली प्लानिंग की महदूद सर्विसेज और वसाइल हमारे मुल्क की इक़्तिसादी सूरत हाल के लिए तशवीशनाक है, जिसके लिए हमें कोशिश करना होगी। इन हालात में पॉपुलेशन एसोसिएशन ऑफ पाकिस्तान की 20 साला खिदमात काबिल कदर और काबिल सताइश हैं। जो अपने महदूद वसाइल के बावजूद अपने फ़र्ज़ को बतरीक़ अहसन अदा कर रहे हैं। मैं समझता हूँ कि ये कॉन्फ्रेंस जो पॉपुलेशन एसोसिएशन पाकिस्तान के ज़ेरे एहतमाम हो रही है, ये माजी में भी अपनी बेहतरीन काविशों के ज़रिए आवाम में आगाही फैला रही है और इंशाअल्लाह अपने इस मिशन को आगे बढ़ाएगी, जिससे हमारे पॉलिसी मेकर्स, पॉलिसी ड्राइवर्स, स्कॉलर्स, डोनर्स, सिविल सोसाइटी और फैमिली प्लानिंग से जुड़े तमाम अदारे एक प्लेटफार्म पर इकट्ठे होकर इस मुल्क और कौम की खिदमत कर रहे हैं। मैं एक बार फिर डॉक्टर निज़ाम और उनकी पूरी टीम को, जो भी इस पॉपुलेशन एसोसिएशन के साथ मुंसलिक है, इनकी काविशों पे, इनकी जद्दोजहद पे, इनकी मेहनत पे इनका शुक्रिया भी अदा करता हूँ और मुझे उम्मीद है कि आइंदा भी इस काविश को ये जारी रखेंगे। पाकिस्तान जिंदाबाद।
I just wanted to tell you that why I came from New York to start this association, because I was in those days living in New York, and I was aware of the Population Association of America, American Population Association. They were holding every year a conference, bring together all types of economists, demographers, public health specialists, gender specialists. I thought we should have something in Pakistan. 20 years ago, Pakistan was still a premier program in the world community. We were very successfully honored by the world community. So I thought we should support it. Since then, a meeting was held in Peter Miller's office in PAP Council in New York, Islamabad, and they agreed to finance. And the first conference took place in Karachi at Aga Khan University. Since then, we have continued to work. I've been in and out. For the last 4 years, I've been the president. This is my last week. I'm hoping next month, when we have a new elections, we'll have a new team of people to come and start working with us, and we'll support them throughout on the back side. But I've been very honored to be president for the last 4 years. I've had many opportunities to work with Dr. Athiya. She has always come and help us. Even for last minute talk, she will come and chair these sessions. I'm grateful to you, Dr. Athiya, for your support to us and support to PAP and support to the population issue.
पाकिस्तान में आबादी की शरह जिस तेज़ी से बढ़ रही है, अगर इसी तरह ये आबादी बढ़ती रही तो 2050 में पाकिस्तान की आबादी दुगनी हो जाएगी और ये हमारे महदूद वसाइल के लिए एक बहुत बड़ा चैलेंज होगी। पाकिस्तान नौज़ाइदा बच्चों की अमवात और ज़चगी के दौरान ख़वातीन के मरने की शरह में दुनिया में सबसे आगे है। मौजूदा आबादी के बढ़ने की शरह और ख़वातीन के लिए फैमिली प्लानिंग की महदूद सर्विसेज और वसाइल हमारे मुल्क की इक़्तिसादी सूरत हाल के लिए तशवीशनाक है, जिसके लिए हमें कोशिश करना होगी। इन हालात में पॉपुलेशन एसोसिएशन ऑफ पाकिस्तान की 20 साला खिदमात काबिल कदर और काबिल सताइश हैं, जो अपने महदूद वसाइल के बावजूद अपने फ़र्ज़ को बतरीक़ अहसन अदा कर रहे हैं।
In Pakistan, the political scenario has never been encouraging, supportive of this important issue of controlling the overpopulation. Whereas because of inconsistencies, because of lack of application, because of frequent change of governments, and because of certain other factors like religious extremism, Pakistan has not been able to achieve the Millennium Development Goal. One thing is very striking and worth noting here that in Pakistan, our poor or the marginalized class, they live in villages where these facilities, where these conditions are not ideal for them because of the lack of skilled laborers, because of the lack of health facilities.
Lack of important skill job.
We're not addressing family planning directly from economic independent family planning and औरतों को kind of aware कर रहे हैं औरतों को income मिलेगी वो automatically family planning बढ़ेगी
बाद में फिर राजस्थान में से बताया तो फिर क्योंकि देखें उसको प्रोग्राम से दिया होगा उसने ये वाला देखा होगा नाम ही ये वाला उसने देखा ही नहीं ये नहीं देखा
वैसे इसको दो तो में तो वैसे क्या प्रेजेंटेशन करते हैं
पैनल डिस्कशन है इसमें पैनल डिस्कशन है उसका नाम इसमें प्रेजेंटेशन कराएंगे उसकी प्रेजेंटेशन
फिर मैं अभी आगे मेरे 1 2 3 ये वाले
मेरा प्रोग्राम की तो गया बोलेगी डॉक्टर जहर
जी हैं अभी गेविन जॉन्स जी बस वो स्टार्ट लेते
मेरा प्रोग्राम कौन लगे ये मेरा
हाँ नहीं ये मेरा आपका तो
जहर
काफी मसरूफ ना
जहर गुल से पकड़ के ले गए ना इसलिए मैंने कहा मुझे वापस दी तो वो लेके निकल गए
सबके आने से पहले किन्हीं में एक ही काफी है Yes. It's like to say yes.
क्या हो गया
क्वेश्चन आंसर के लिए दो थे तो एक
हाँ वो
वापस
बच्चे
आए
इधर लेके घूम रहे थे
एक असल में अंदर आया है एक नहीं आया
आप दो लेके आए थे उसमें मैं एक लेके आया था दो स्टूडेंट मेरे से पहले लेके आ गए
हाँ वो दो
लेके आए थे
दो लेके आए थे सलमान साहब को दिए थे
बाकी बैठ गया कोशिश
वालेकुम सलाम सर। अच्छा सर, वो डॉक्टर आयशा की प्रेजेंटेशन
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Shall we start? Because the time is almost 20 past.
तस्वीर आई थी सोशल मीडिया पे उन्होंने कॉन्फ्रेंस के बारे में कुछ बताया हुआ है
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. We'll start the proceedings right now because we are late, almost 25 minutes late. So before I take Dr. Professor Bevan John, let me introduce our chair, Dr. Ashfaq Hussain Khan. He's the principal of the School of Social Sciences and Humanities at NUST. Principal. And let's say, in the past, he held various important offices such as Economic Advisor of the Ministry of Finance, Director General of the Debt Office of the Ministry of Finance, Special Secretary Finance. Dr. Khan also served as a spokesperson of the Government of Pakistan on economic issues. He holds a PhD degree in economics from Johns Hopkins University. Dr. Khan has published 9 books and more than 170 papers. He has been the recipient of various awards, including the Award of Star Ideas. Welcome, Dr. Ashfaq, as a chair for the session. And the session is very important, keeping in view the current situation of Pakistan. It's on social, economic, and demographic implications of the high population growth. And I think Pakistan is a very good real example of those, if you want to see the consequences and implications of high population growth for the last 4 decades. So I'll invite Dr. Professor Gavin Jones. He's a eminent professor at the Australian National University. After 11 years with the National University of Singapore, he retired in December 2014 as director of the J.Y. Pillay Comparative Asia Research Center. After working with the Population Council in New York, then in Thailand and Indonesia, he was with the Demography and Social Programs at the Australian National University for 28 years, from 1975 to 2003, serving as head of program for around 8 years. Professor Jones has conducted research on various subjects in the field of demography and human development. In recent years, focusing especially on low fertility regimes in Asia, delayed in non-marriages, urbanization issues, and equity aspects of education development. He has served as consultant in so many international agencies, has published about 30 books and monographs and more than 170 journal articles. We invite Dr. Professor John to speak on social, economic, and demographic implications of high population growth. Welcome, Dr. Professor Johns.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Arshad Mahmood, for your kind words of introduction. And I'm very happy to be able to make this presentation in this session. I hope everybody can hear me okay. And you can see the presentation, which is up in front.
Yes, sir, we can hear you loud and clear.
Sorry?
We can hear you loud and clear.
Oh, very good. Thank you. Thank you very much. That's good to know. Okay, can we move to the next slide, please? If we look at what's happened to population in Asian countries and also in Islamic majority countries over the last couple of decades, you can see that Pakistan is very much of an outlier in many respects. And this table, of course, shows the projected population increase according to the United Nations medium population projections. And if they are realized over the next 2 decades, Pakistan's population would increase by 55%, much more than, say, India, Bangladesh, Iran, Nepal, Indonesia, and even more so if you go to the bottom of that table, Turkey, Tunisia, and so on. So you would have to conclude that Pakistan is really an outlier in terms of both Asian countries and Islamic majority countries, except perhaps some of those in sub-Saharan Africa, in terms of its rate of population growth, and also that's reflecting the higher fertility rate which Pakistan has compared to these other countries. Next slide, please. So how has this rapid population growth been viewed in Pakistan over time? In the past, there was a lack of recognition at the highest levels of government in just how serious an issue was posed by continued rapid population growth. But this has now changed. And it's agreed at the highest level, there is a need to lower fertility in Pakistan, and the issue is urgent. If we look at the national narrative on population growth issued by the government of Pakistan, it states that Pakistan must lose no further time in achieving a rate of population growth that is sustainable. This will have to be much lower than the current high growth rate of 2.4% that is measured over the period between 1998 and 2017, because there was a long interval without the census in between those years. But in considering how to proceed, we need to take a broad perspective on the issues. A number of factors must be considered. Why has human development lagged so much in Pakistan? Certainly not because of any lack of potential among Pakistan's young people, but there are other issues. And I mention here elite capture issues, stressed in government documents by the World Bank, etc. These continue to hinder Pakistan's efforts to achieve more rapid economic and social development. What is this elite capture? As defined in government documents and by the World Bank, it's the control of institutions to serve the narrow interests of the powerful insider groups while they fail to provide universal opportunities for socio-economic development to the large disadvantaged groups. Next slide, please. So the second set of broad concerns, over a long period of time, we see that inadequate attention has been paid to the basic needs of public health and education, and inadequate budgets provided. That is why Pakistan is trailing so many other countries in human development indicators. Focusing specifically on the health sector, we can make 3 points. First of all, Pakistan underinvests in health. Then within the health sector, it underinvests in public and preventive health as against curative health services. So that is to say that much of the effort in health is spent treating medical conditions after they arise, rather than on preventing them. And then finally, within public health services, Pakistan underinvests in reproductive health and family planning. Good governance and focus of policy on human development and poverty alleviation are key to achieving the goals of population policy. Next, please. I should just mention, perhaps going back to the previous point, there are important elements of the policy approach of Pakistan's present government that indicate an encouraging concern with addressing Pakistan's serious inequities. These include the SARS program and the BISP that preceded it, and the strong attention given to achieving the SDGs. Success in these two endeavours would be closely related to modification of Pakistan's demographic dynamics and would definitely contribute to the narrowing of inequities in Pakistani society. But anyway, concentrating now on the third set of broad concerns, Pakistani couples show a continued preference for a large number of children. Couples with more education certainly have lower family size preferences, but these are still above the replacement level of fertility. And of course, we need to recognise that family size preferences must be respected in a rights-based approach to population and family planning issues. And the question is, does this signal an inconsistency in the official fertility reduction goals? Well, before answering this question, let's move to the next slide, please. Here I've looked at the percentage of women wanting no more children according to the number of living children in various countries, and this is based on demographic and health survey data. So we have the most recent DHS for Pakistan, we have Indonesia, we have Nepal and Bangladesh. And if you look there at the number of living children, the second column, those with 2 living children, in Pakistan, 20% want no more children. But in Indonesia, 61%, in Nepal, 67%, Bangladesh, 72% of those women want no more children. Now, it's actually the case that in Pakistan, there's a fairly large group of women who are undecided. So that 20% might be a bit of an underestimate of the number who don't want more children. But even so, it's a very striking difference between Pakistan and those other countries. Now, if you move up to those with 3 or 4 living children, the difference between Pakistan and the other countries is not quite as sharp, but it's still there quite strongly. For example, with 3 children, 48% in Pakistan don't want any more, but 73% in Indonesia and 77% in Bangladesh. And if we turn to the final column there, the mean ideal number of children, in Pakistan it's 3.9, Indonesia 2.7, Nepal 2.1, and Bangladesh 2.3. So you can see there are some sharp differences there between Pakistan and the other countries, and this does raise some issues when we talk about population policy. Next slide, please. What should be the approach then to the agreed need to lower fertility? Well, the population situation analysis, the detailed PSA that was completed for Pakistan in the year 2020, it advocated a four-pronged approach. And this following four-pronged approach is totally in line with a rights-based approach to family planning. So the first is lower the infant and early childhood mortality rate. The second, raise the educational levels of both boys and girls. Third, focus on opening wider employment opportunities for Pakistan's increasingly well-educated women. And these three strategies are likely to lead to lower desired family size. For example, in Pakistan, women with secondary and higher education want smaller families than those without education or only primary education. And then the fourth prong is meeting the unmet need for family planning. Now, these four prongs have many beneficial results, aside from their role in lowering fertility, and are in line with stated national development goals. For example, increased female labour force participation will not only make a clear contribution to economic growth, but will also help to slow population growth through backward and forward linkages. Next slide, please. So let's look a bit at where Pakistan stands at the moment in relation to these four prongs. The first one, as I mentioned, was the infant mortality rate. And here I give data on both the infant mortality rate and the under 5 mortality rate. And you can see that these rates are roughly double in Pakistan what they are in India and Nepal and Bangladesh. And the difference is even greater when we compare it with Indonesia, Egypt, and Tunisia. So in fact, infant mortality rate and under 5 mortality rate in Pakistan has fallen quite a bit over time. It's not that they haven't fallen, but they have not reached the levels that they have reached in these other countries. And the relatively high remaining infant and child mortality is a factor making for higher fertility as a sort of a insurance motive for having children. Next, please. Now, the next prong is the enrollment rate in secondary education. Now, that's the both sexes figures. And again, you know, Pakistan is doing, unfortunately, very much worse than the other countries in that table. And we talk a lot about female education, and it is very important in Pakistan that female education be raised. But I think the point also needs to be made that male education is also not looking good at the secondary level, the proportion going through secondary school. So it's both for girls and boys. We need to raise the enrollment rates very substantially. And that's without, you know, talking in any detail about the quality of education. Next, please. What about female labour force participation rate? Well, here Pakistan doesn't contrast quite as sharply with some of the other countries. You can see that India and Egypt and Tunisia have very similar female labour force participation rates to Pakistan. But of course, all of these rates are very low if we compare them with, say, East Asian countries or in fact, most other parts of the world. And if we look here, Bangladesh, for example, has raised its female participation rate quite a bit higher than Pakistan. And of course, countries like China and Indonesia, not to mention Nepal at the bottom of the table with 81% female labour force participation. These are the sorts of levels which Pakistan could be reaching if it gave more opportunity for women to be involved in the workforce. So next, please. So in summary, if we want to lower desired family size, we should be looking at lower infant child mortality rates, rapidly increase education enrollment ratios, especially for girls, counter gender inequality, and widen women's opportunities for full participation in the economy and workforce. These developments have wide implications for societal change and are likely to lead to lower desired family size. It's not just the individual effect, say, of education, but a well-educated society, the broader social norms and so on change, not just at the individual level. And we can expect that to happen in Pakistan, I think, as we reach much higher levels of education. And so if all of these things happen, I would expect that people will settle for fewer children, but aim to provide well for the needs of these children. Next, please. So let's turn now to the issue of meeting the unmet need for family planning, because those ones that we've mentioned already, we can expect that they will lead to lower desired family size over time. But we already, from the demographic and health surveys and other sources, we know that there is a substantial unmet need for family planning already, even though desired family size remains fairly high. In the 2017 DHS, 17% of currently married women wanted to delay another birth or avoid it altogether, but were not using any family planning method. Of course, it's never possible for a family planning program to meet all unmet need, but even so, much can be done. And if even, say, half of Pakistan's unmet need was met, that would lead to quite a substantial reduction in the current fertility rate. Next, please. So if we look at this contraceptive prevalence and examine it in comparison with other countries, again, it's really very surprising that Pakistan should be as low as it is, not only in terms of all methods, but particularly in terms of modern methods. Look there, Pakistan, 25% using modern methods. In Bangladesh, that's 52%. In Indonesia, 57%. In Egypt, 57%. So it should be possible, surely, to raise the contraceptive prevalence rates well above what they have reached thus far in Pakistan. Next, please. Now, I know that Dr. Iqbal Shah has already made a presentation at this conference, and I'm sure he's gone into much more detail than I can possibly give on the challenges in providing contraceptive services. But let me just very briefly mention a few of the supply side challenges in provision of contraceptive services. First, the roles of the public and private sectors. The private sector needs to be much more involved than this moment in provision of family planning services. There's the need for more effective coordination between the Department of Health and the Department of Population Welfare, and a lot can be said on that one, and probably was already said by Dr. Iqbal Shah. Need to ensure effective utilisation of lady health workers in provision of family planning advice and services. The LHWs had a very important role at an earlier time in provision of family planning, but their efforts in family planning were somewhat diluted by other responsibilities that were given to them, and there is a need to allow them to refocus particularly on the provision of family planning advice and services again. Every opportunity must be seized to provide family planning information and, if required, services to women in their encounters with the health system. At the moment, when women encounter the health system for various reasons, it's rare that they are receiving information about family planning. There's a need to involve men much more in provision of family planning information and services. Need for adolescent and premarital counselling for girls and boys. And district leadership must be fully engaged in setting family planning priorities. The setting of family planning priorities can't be seen as just a centralised function of central government. it needs very much to go to provincial governments and beyond that to the district level with a strong involvement of the leadership at that level. One other point perhaps on the provision of family planning is that there is a very narrow method mix at the moment, and that can easily be expanded through various mechanisms, which there's not time to go into here. Next, please. So there are mutually reinforcing interactions. The policies advocated will be mutually reinforcing, lowering the average number of children that couples want and enabling them to raise these children without contending with unintended pregnancies. Just to mention some of these interactions, and there are many complex interactions between all of these developments, raising levels of female education will contribute to lowering infant and early childhood mortality. Making family planning services readily available will lower unwanted fertility and facilitate birth spacing, and hence lower the high rates of infant and child mortality related to frequent and unwanted births. And lowering child mortality and ill health will free up mothers' time for other things, including better caring for other children and joining the workforce. Next, please. So, in conclusion, population policy has to adopt an integrated multi-sectoral approach, fully integrated with comprehensive socio-economic development plans. It needs to focus on efficient investments in education, especially secondary level, health and skills development, ensure equitable distribution of socio-economic opportunities, promote export-led growth backed by public and private sector investments in the manufacturing sector to produce quality jobs demanding middle and higher skills. Effective population policy will achieve desired outcomes, including higher contraceptive uptake and lower fertility rate. I really believe this is the case. It cannot be stressed enough that achieving these outcomes will depend on concurrent adoption of economic and social policies that reduce the exclusion of the marginalized population from socio-economic opportunities. Poverty reduction and social inclusion need to be made an integral part of population policy. And that's the end of my presentation. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you, Professor, for your very illuminating lecture. My name is Dr. Ashfaq, and I am chairing the session. What I intend to do is, since this is the only online presentation, so we don't want to hold you till the end of the session for Q&A. So we will take a few questions from the audience on your presentation, and then we will close up this, and then we will start with those people who are present here, so that you will be able to leave earlier. Otherwise, you would be held for another 2 hours. So that we don't want to do that. So if you allow, can we take few questions from our audience? Professor John. Can you hear me, Professor John?
Yes, I can. Yes.
If you allow, can we take few questions from our audience here?
Yes, that's fine. Thank you.
Okay. So any question? The floor is open. Anybody? Ji, introduce yourself. Mic le lo.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Adika, and I'm the student of MS Economics, Nest University. So you have showed the picture of comparing the countries, women wanting no more child. There is a story of Nepal. Nepal is telling a different story other than to rest of the countries. Can you tell the story behind the trends prevailing in Nepal? Thank you.
Why Nepal is so different from Pakistan? This is the question.
Yes, I've been doing quite a lot of work on Nepal over the last couple of years for the UNFPA, and of course, you know, they are very different countries, both in terms of culture, of religion. Well, not so much different in terms of geographical situation, but as we all know, Nepal has some of the most rugged mountainous areas on Earth. But then so does Pakistan. I think that Nepal, you know, if we look at the way the government viewed population issues, I mentioned earlier that for a long time in Pakistan, the government was not, you know, senior people were not taking population issues very seriously. That was different in Nepal. They really did think that they needed to reduce their rate of population growth, and they were fairly successful in doing so. Now, how did they succeed? Well, they ran a fairly effective family planning program. It was not perfect, but you know, I think it did better over a long period of time than Pakistan's program. But anyway, you know, coming back to your question, it's really impossible to say what are all the differences between Nepal and Pakistan. And Nepal still has many difficult issues to face, but it has lowered its fertility rate to roughly replacement level. And I think that has made things more easy in terms of planning education systems and things like that, which is not to underestimate at all the big issues that are facing Nepal. As with Pakistan, there's a lot of out-migration, as you know, and COVID-19 has affected Nepal very badly, worse in fact than in the case of Pakistan, and it has affected their migrant workers very badly as well, those who are in the Middle East. Perhaps that's enough by way of answer to your question. I hope so.
Okay. Can I share, Professor, with you? I have lived in Kathmandu for 4 months, and my experience suggests that, when I was living there, I was also surprised to see many females who were working in the grocery store, a small grocery store. They were self-employed. And the reason I asked from the people, and the reason was very interesting, that it is a very cold weather in Nepal. So the male, they drink a lot, homemade wine prepared from banana, prepared from rice, and all kinds of banana wine. And they prepare during the summertime and keep it stocked in their home, and they drink this during the winter time. So generally, the male, they will wake up very laid back attitude, while female will open the shop and they will start their businesses. So when you go, you will see sahuni. Sahuni means the lady sitting in the grocery store, while male will be sitting behind and all the time sleeping. अगर गलती से कोई आप मेल से पूछ ले तो वो 5 मिनट लेगा, उठ के जाएगा, वहां से एक चीज आपको टूथपेस्ट ला कर देगा. A Sauni will go quickly and get you. So she is very active, and that perhaps maybe their cultural aspect, that there we see large number of labor force participation rate. Next question. Any other? Oh, you, sir.
I must compliment Dr. Kevin Jones on a very precise, detailed and analytical, or I'd say incisive analysis. You mentioned the fact that focus of response shifted high level kind of expression of responsibility or interest in it. But the flow from that expression of responsibility doesn't seem to be self-evident. We have the listing of recommendations and some kind of follow-up. But I want to take you forward a little to two very interesting statements you made. You described the difficulty, the socio-economic indicators which have kept us down, and you said it is surprising that our demographic indicators are as low as they are. In other words, despite the difficulties, and in fact, in the setting of those difficulties, we should have done better, but we haven't. Now, this I see as an understatement. I see that what you really imply is that within difficulties, the organizations and programs have not delivered what they could have within the limit of resources. Now, that's something which I think needs a little clearer articulation. And I said the same, Dr. Jones, when you spelled out the situation analysis report and on two other questions also. But this is something on which I think we need to place not just greater emphasis, but also analyze the reasons and directions which were within our, not just reach, but within our competence. And for various reasons, among them is the one that just mentioned, that menfolk in Nepal. I think we perhaps menfolk may not be drinking, but we show the same kind of attitudes. Yes. Which is unfortunate. The second point, I mean, we remain pious to an extent, but our performance does not reflect either piety or dedication. The second point, again, you're absolutely right in saying that the public sector, the private sector, kind of a discussion was going on for, I think, good 3 decades. But I find very little, in fact, no articulation as to what is it that we, the society, the government should really be doing for the private sector. Now that is, that's an area on which I think very specific guideline or something, I would say doables, coming from a person like you who has really seen the world and programs around the world, and the UNFPA behind this program, as to what is it that should be done and easy to do, but it's not being done.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Those are very incisive critiques, and I think you've made some very important points there. One thing I would mention is that in the population situation analysis report that a number of us were involved in producing, and it was completed at the end of last year, there is a detailed set of recommendations, you know, across various areas. And of course, I haven't been able to go into that in detail here, but that certainly bears careful examination. And, you know, I think there are some very important points being made there. Coming back to your earlier point, that Pakistan certainly could have done better. I mean, it's not just me saying that. I think there have been many Pakistani observers who have been saying that over time. And one of the key points that is made is that Pakistan has done rather better in general economic development than in human development. And the lack of success in human development is reflected in some of the human development indicators which are put out by the United Nations and other groups. And some of them are reflected in those statistics which I mentioned earlier. And, you know, I think all of us could be saying it's surprising that Pakistan is not higher up the pecking order on some of those indicators, and what is it that's holding Pakistan back? And I have some views on that, and everybody else here will have views on that. But there are all sorts of reasons, no doubt. Sorry, perhaps my answer is a little bit rambly here, but let me leave it there for the moment.
Maybe. Okay, sir.
This
Mike, दे दो यार, किधर लेके चले गए?
इधर है. Dr. Farid, a very quick question about your elite capture term which you use, and I was wondering if you meant some specific. I think we all understand very well, you know, but I would like to know, like knowing Pakistan so well. What do you think? Who are those elite groups who have captured? Thank you.
Sorry, I missed. Could you repeat that? I missed the point of your that you were making.
Elite capture.
Okay, you talked about elite group captures.
Oh yes.
Who are those people? How do you define it? Huh? Are they politicians, the bureaucrat, or what? The generals, the judges? Who are those elite group?
Yes. Well, according to the analysis of the World Bank, and this has been repeated in some Pakistan government documents, they include all of those groups to some extent, and their strength is demonstrated in various ways. For example, the taxation system, as it stands at the moment, it's recognized it's in need of considerable reform if it's going to yield the tax revenues that are required in order to fund all of these activities that are needed to raise human development more rapidly. So yeah, I think I'm citing from the literature of the World Bank and the Pakistan government on this, but they make the point that the elites, they represent business groups, they represent landowners, they represent part of the military. There are many people involved in these groups, and government people as well.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Professor Gavin Jones, for a very important lecture rather on this implications of high population growth in Pakistan. I think the four points you made are very important, that we need to lower the IMR. We have to raise the education of both boys and girls, and we have to create employment opportunities for all. And we need to meet the unmet need of family planning. Then we might lower the fertility of Pakistanis. Thank you very much. Now we invite Professor Hossain Abdulaziz Sayyed online. He is now online with us. And Professor Dr. Sayyed is Professor Emeritus, Faculty of Economics and Political Science, Cairo University, Cairo, Egypt. He has vast experience of conducting demographic analysis of different countries. He recently also presented in the morning session, rather afternoon session, on the census conducted in Egypt. Before that, he also analyzed the fertility of Egypt by different regional, national, geographic levels. And Dr. Sayyed has also worked in Pakistan, UNFP, I think. And we invite Dr. Hossain Abdulaziz Sayyed. Please, floor is yours now, please.
Thank you. Thank you for the invitation, and I would like to start by thanking the Population Association of Pakistan for inviting me to this panel. And I would like to share some of the my thoughts in that respect. Can you follow the presentation?
Yes, yes.
I will talk about overview, population momentum, the demographic opportunity, the demographic dividend, and the implications examples. Actually, I would like to, we are talking about the population growth, and I would like to talk about what are the implications of the population growth on the situation of in Pakistan. If we start with the overview of what is going on now, the annual population growth rate is decreasing, but still high. According to the results, to the census, to the 2017 census results, it amounted to 2.4 during the period 1998 to 2017, which is higher than almost all countries of the region. If we follow up what happened since independence in Pakistan, Pakistan population was about 34 million in 1951, and it was about 200 million in 2017. The population, the annual population growth rate was about 2.45 in the first, increased to 367, and starting to decline after that, but it also reached only 2.4, which is high as we explained. By population, Pakistan currently ranks 5 among countries of the world, and its population is equivalent to 2.8% of the total world population. The UN projected population for 2020 is 221 million, and the annual progress growth rate is about 2%. Well, I will be actually, what is the implication of this growth rate and what is its impact on the demographic situation? Based on the population dynamics, the world population projection, the medium variant revision of 2019, projected that the population of Pakistan for the period 2020 to 2050, which will be showing an increase, continuous increase from 221 in 2020 to about 338 million in 2050. The average annual growth rate will be declining from 1.8 until 1.05 for the period 2045 to 2050. But this is actually dependent on to what extent the fertility level will be actually changing throughout this period. The fertility is actually the main part affecting the level of population growth. The pace of increase during the period is declining. The percentage increase for the period 2025 was about 9.66 or 9.7 and declined to about 5.4 for the last period. The average annual the average annual rate of the population change declined from 1.8 to reach, as he said, about 1% by 2050.
Professor, can you put your slide on full screen?
Full screen.
On presentation mode.
So actually, the slowing down population growth assumes a continuous reduction in fertility levels to reach about 2.37 children per woman by 2050. So actually, we are facing the point where the level of fertility is the main determining factor of the level of population growth. Mortality is declining all the time, although not as the required speed, but it is declining. Now, the population momentum is also affecting the total number of women in reproductive ages. So actually, between 2020 and 2050, the number of women in reproductive age will increase from 55 million to about 85 million in 2050. The population momentum led to a growing cohorts of women in reproductive age. By 2030, the size of women in this group increased by about 21% compared to 2020 cohort. Gradual increase is noticeable through the period under consideration, which will require intensifying efforts to achieve the CCI targets for contraceptive prevalence in 2025 and 2030. As we know, the target as specified by the CCI is to reach 50% contraceptives by 2025 and increase to 2030. The percentage of projected married women is based on pattern of marriage through previous period, and it shows lack of significant difference. Actually, the percentage of projected percentage of married women is not changing much. It was about 65.4% in 2020, and it will decline very slightly decline to 64.7% in 2030. But the problem is, although it is stable, the cohort size is increasing. So actually you have the population momentum that the growing size of the population will actually create a momentum that would lead to further increase in the population unless fertility is controlled. And at the same time, the percentage number of women married within the reproductive age is almost stable during that period between 2020 until 2030. If we move to the second point, which is actually related to the first one, which is the demographic opportunity. Actually, the broad age structure reflects the results of the demographic transition and show the potential demographic opportunity that might lead the country to harness its benefits. If we follow the figures in the tables according to the census, 40% of the population are less than age 15. The labor force percentage is about 56, and aging population 65 plus is only 3.7. The remaining part is obtained from the projected population by the UN population division, the last revision in 2019. As we can see, the percentage of population in the below age 15 is decreasing to 35%, and we are not sure whether this represents a real decrease or it is because of the changes in the source of data. Because as we said, the first figure was actually obtained from the census, while the other figures are obtained from the projection. However, what is more important is the decline in the expected decline in the percentage of the age structure below age 15 from 35 to 25.6 by 2050. That will lead to actually gradual increase in the labor force percentage from about 61% to about 67% by 2050. At the same time, the population in the age group 65 plus will increase from about 4.3% to about 8% by 2050. Actually, these figures are showing that by 2035, Pakistan will be able to harness the full benefit of the demographic opportunity. But before that, it will be depending, and when I say to harness, depending on, that will also depend on what will take place on the other side, which is on the economic side, to what extent the country is successfully adapting the right policies to benefit from the demographic opportunity. So we can see that we have high-level population growth as the slow reduction of fertility level, which shows that Pakistan is not fully benefiting from the demographic opportunity, and that by 2035 it will reach the level, it will reach that level and can fully harness the demographic dividend in the right, if the right economic policies are being adopted. The growing percentage of the labor force would enhance the overall economic capacity of the country if sufficient productive jobs were created to absorb the new entrants to the market and relevant programs were adapted to upgrade productivity. And this will depend mainly on the savings that can be actually achieved by the government through the reduction or the small percentage of the population under age 15, which is requiring full support from the government. If we move to the demographic dividend and how to speed the benefits for Pakistan, harnessing the benefit of the demographic dividend opportunity required the adoption of a set of concerted action to speed the reduction of fertility levels. In addition to strengthening human development efforts, action should aim to expand coverage and the quality of family planning. Major action include, and these were actually based on the recommendation from the population situation analysis document. The first one is reform the health system to upgrade the provision of information and the quality service of reproductive health and family planning in order to reach the relevant targets. Intensify efforts for demand creation to be able to secure the successful achievement of the specified target at both national and regional level. Improve coordination between Department of Health and Population Welfare Department, as well as by the private sector and the civil society. Actually, there should be a wider coordination between all players or stakeholders in that respect, including public and private and civil society, in the provision of family planning services to ensure the balance between the demand and supply factors. This is especially important for marginalized groups and remote areas. Set standard for quality by the private sector as well as voluntary family planning based on human rights principles. To continue, priority should focus on youth aged 15 to 29 years, representing about 65% of all those in reproductive age 15 to 49, and this is amounting to 25 to 28 million women. This, in order to do that, this require mandatory pre-marriage information and counseling on family planning and reproductive health should be provided, build the capacity and sensitize frontline workers to address the needs of the young and the newly married couples, and eliminate the widespread bias among service providers based on age or parity or other characteristics of the client. We should also address challenges of poor coverage of family planning information, counseling, and services, and this would require eliminate unmet need for family planning expressed by 1 in 5 couples, provide objectives and women-centered counseling on family planning methods during each antenatal care visit, postnatal checkup, delivery, child immunization, and build all contacts with a health facility or healthcare provider. And this actually will require changing the modalities of work to become actually from vertical to horizontal approach for the Ministry of Health in that respect. If we move to also the speeding factors, it is very important to adopt a subnational approach, which is essential to reach the national targets defined by the CCI for 2025 and 2030. Regional plans based on the local administrative and demographic characteristics should aim to achieve the targets that can lead to achieving the targets at the national level. Sustain the high-level political commitment to provide support to national and regional plans that are designed to deal with prevailing challenges and barriers, including poor coverage and quality of information and counseling, inadequate quality of services, the implication of the 2010 devolution and its implication on family planning, and finally, the lack of data. The main objective of this priority action is to speed the demographic transition through reducing fertility levels and reaching a balance between population growth and environmentally sustainable social and economic development, as clearly elaborated in the national narrative on population growth. The implication for achieving the target for family planning levels actually reduce the expected fertility level and accordingly the level of population growth. As we can see, the current situation, the baseline in 2017, the contraceptive prevalence is 34%. The target, according to the CCI recommendation, is to reach 50% by 2025 and 60% by 2030. If this happened, the total fertility rate will decline from 3.6 according to the baseline to 2.8 in 2025 and 2.2 by 2030, which is almost the replacement level. And accordingly also, the annual population growth rate will be declined to 1.5% and 1.1%. A very important implication of the current population growth level is Pakistan Human Development Index and component, the situation of Pakistan. If we can see that we have 3 points here, 2010, 2015, and 2020. We can see that the rank of Pakistan is not high in that respect. It is 125 reduced to 147 and 154. The value itself, although increasing, but it is not as much as possible, from 0.490 to 0.538, and then slightly increasing to 0.557. The three components again reflect what took place. The life expectancy at birth increased from 62% in 2010 to 66% in 2015, and only 1 year increase, about 1 year increase between 2015 and 2020. So the expectation of life at birth is 67.3. The mean years of schooling is also slightly increasing from 4.9 to 5.2. The expected year of schooling is also increasing, but again, very low. The gross national income per capita increased from 2,678 to 5,005, but this is again depending on the parity purchasing power ratio of that used year. If we actually consider what will be also the impact of achieving or reducing fertility to that level, the impact as has been elaborated in the national fact sheet produced by UNFPA, it shows that maternal deaths can be reduced by about 5,000 maternal deaths, which means that 5,000 women will be saved. Also, infant mortality, about 140,000 infants will be saved in that respect. So actually the implication on health is very clear, and similarly the implication on education and other characteristics. To sum up, it is very important to reach some kind of a balance between population growth and economic growth in order to improve the life or the welfare of the population of the country. Thank you.
Thank you very much. बैठेंगे कितनी देर तक? Professor, do you want that there are few questions from our audience here? Do you want to stay till the end of the presentation, the rest of the presentation, and then Q&A, or do you want to go early so that if then we can ask our audience to ask one or two questions from you?
I'm available, so whatever you decide.
Okay, okay. So over to
Thank you very much, Professor Sayyed. And we really like your presentation and the recommendations. I mean, CCI recommendations are very good, very encouraging. But last time we heard about the progress on the CCI recommendation by the provinces. I think that was not that encouraging anyway. But if we are following CCI recommendations, definitely we will achieve what we have planned. Thank you. Now we have our third panelist, Professor Durrayab. Dr. Durrayab is the Director of Research at Pakistan Institute of Economics, Islamabad.
Joint Director है, आप क्यों research की बता रही हैं? Joint Director.
Joint Director of Research. The Joint Director of
Pakistan. Yes, exactly right.
She specializes in the areas of health demography, class structure, age structure, dynamics, and social protection. And she has recently, I will say recently, written on the demographic dividend or demographic threat in Pakistan. She is basically known for writing on the demographic dividend in Pakistan. So we will request Dr. Durrayab for our
from anthropology to demography.
Yes.
What a great journey.
While we put the presentation on, this is the toughest session, I think the post-lunch session. I see some sleeping people here, and that's totally understandable.
Maybe she has traveled from UK this morning, so that's why.
No, it's not just one person. Even I was beginning to start.
The only one.
Jones and Professor Hussain have covered those topics because I'm going to take. because I'm going to take a little different road. This is, I mean, a very crude representation of how I think population growth is a product of social, economic, and demographic factors. It's a two-way process. Those processes are being affected by population growth, and population growth is a product of social, economic, and demographic factors. It's a two-way process. Individual behavior is affected by economic structures, socio-economic, socio-cultural norms, which in turn affect the size and structure. And ultimately, we get the population growth and the population size that we have. Is population growth the real problem? Maybe no, or maybe yes. If you look at the low population growth in high-income countries, in those countries, it's likely to create social and economic problems. While if we see high population growth in low-income countries, it shows development and growth. So it depends on the state of economy, on the whole structure of a country, whether population growth would be a good thing or a bad thing. This is one slide I used in one of my previous presentations, that Pakistan has high population growth, but is it overpopulated? How do we even define overpopulation? So if you look at these countries, its population density per square kilometer, Singapore has the highest population density per square kilometer. Do we ever hear that Singapore has a high population growth rate? No. Bangladesh is much higher. India is much higher. Japan is much higher. Pakistan comes much after these countries. But to me, I think it's the resource that defines whether population growth is a good thing or a bad thing. These are lines that come from Piketty's Capital in the 21st Century, and that sort of summarizes where I stand on this whole thing. Economic growth always includes a purely demographic component and a purely economic component, and only the latter allows for an improvement in the standard of living. And we'll see how. These are some of the consequences which I think comes with population growth. First, if we look at the economic consequences, increasing inflation, poverty, inequality, effects on savings, unemployment, intergenerational wealth dispersion. I'll try to keep it quick because I would like to have a discussion once my other colleague has also presented. If you look at the social consequences, it can give rise to tensions, conflicts, rising demand, and poor quality of education. And now, if you think about what we are seeing in Pakistan, I think we are beginning to see all these consequences. If you turn our TV on, if you look what's happening on our roads, if you just open the newspaper, these things are so much in our face right now. Rising demand and poor quality of education, political instability, increasing mobility, migration, immigration pressure, family structures being affected by the changing population size and structure. Then there are demographic factors. Again, I'll say it's a two-way process. I mean, population growth is affected by these, and these are getting affected by population growth. Large youth cohort. We talk about the dividend, but I mean, it depends how we use that dividend. Increasing number of elderly and those needing reproductive health care. I'll get to the elderly point. I mean, Pakistan is far, far from being an aging country, but the number of elderly in Pakistan are getting huge. So you have a huge youth cohort with very different needs from a huge number of elderly with totally different needs from the young. This is growth in population and labor force, and from where this whole idea of demographic dividend comes. PAP did a whole growth strategy and we estimated the growth rate that is needed to employ the new entrants in the labor market. Over 2 million new entrants would be coming in the labor market every year, and for that we need a growth rate, an economic GDP growth rate of 8%, and we are far, far lower than that. These are the unemployment rates from the newest labor force survey. And we have not used any refined definition. If we use that, the rates would be much higher. These are the definitions that are used by the PDS. The total unemployment rate is near to 7%. And if you look at the sex differences, the rates are higher for the females. We talk about lower participation rates for females, but their unemployment rates are also higher. Then there are rural and urban differences as well. We talk about youth, we talk about the dividend, and just look where are the unemployment rates at the highest. They are at the highest at the younger ages. We are not able to absorb them in the labor market. We are not providing them the jobs that they need. Demand for education, this is the number of people, of youth, of children who would be needing primary, secondary, high, and university education. And even after 2070, the numbers would be plus minus 100 million. They need education. And those who already have education, this is their current state. The unemployment rate among youth, those aged 15 to 29 with degrees, these are just the youth who have a bachelor degrees, including professional degrees, engineers, doctors. And if you look at, for females, it's much, much higher. But if we just look at the left side of the bars, 31% of those who want to get employed and have a degree, near to 1/3 are unemployed. This is what I call suboptimal employment. If you look at this, these figures are again estimated from the labor force survey. Huge proportions are working unpaid. And when we think of unpaid employment, we usually think of agricultural labor. It's not just agricultural labor. It includes even employment in urban areas. So for males, it's lower 13%, but for females, 57% of the females, employed females are working in jobs that are unpaid. We started using a fancy term for them, contributing family workers. They are basically unpaid family workers. They are not being paid for it. These are the average working hours worked and the average monthly wage that they are getting. Pakistanis are not working for few hours. Males, if we take 35 hours as the average hours to be fully employed, males are working much more and females are working just a little less. But just look at the average monthly wage they are getting. If we take a cutoff line of 25,000, our average monthly wage is much lower. Again, all this shows suboptimal employment. Gains from education, if you look at no formal education and then just look at those having a degree, half of those having a degree are earning as much as those who have no formal education. That shows the quality of employment that is available in the country. Despite having high unemployment rates, this is the wage that they are getting despite having higher education. Youth disconnect. Again, those aged 15 to 29, 1/3 of the youth in 15 to 29, again, the figures are higher for females than for males, are neither employed nor enrolled. They are disconnected from the system. And I remember I analyzed the time use survey, it's old, so I didn't exactly made any graphs of it. A huge proportion, when they were asked for different chunks of their time, what did they do? For huge chunks, they said, doing nothing. At PAP, we calculated generational economy. How is the money flowing from where? And this is also where the idea of demographic dividend is coming from. This figure is for Pakistan. And if you look, it's after 28 years till around 58 years when the individuals are earning more than they are consuming. This is a gap where the individuals are consuming more than they are earning, and this is the gap. And we analyzed that how is this gap being fulfilled? Forget about the equation, it's a complicated thing. This is the gap. And YA, how is it being fulfilled? It is being fulfilled by asset income. It is being fulfilled by asset income. Where do assets come from? From current savings, from current income for future use. So if the wages are so low and with growing population size, it just means that per capita, even asset income would reduce. Number of elderly, as I just said, that yes, in proportions, the numbers are not as big as they should be in any aging population, but the absolute numbers are great. I mean, like I said, that in a few years, we would have elderly population of 4 New Zealands in Pakistan. And I mean, for the kind, we don't have any specialized healthcare for the elderly. We don't have universal social security. And with the breaking up of the family structure, how do we manage all this? I won't go into these numbers because they were covered by the previous 2 speakers. Our TFR is high. Our modern contraception prevalence is lower than what it was in 2012 and 13. Unmet need has reduced. Mean ideal number of children is still ±4 for both males and females. I mean, it's usually said that males want larger families, females also want larger families. What is the way forward? Contraceptive rates have stagnated, and I feel that there is a need to reconceptualize the whole notion of population planning by actually adding planning into it. We don't exactly talk about planning. Population planning is much more than using contraceptives and limiting population. A holistic approach is needed towards population issues that encompasses all related issues, thus enabling people to better plan their lives. The stress should be on planning. Improve health services, like was said by the previous 2 speakers, so I leave that. Invest in women's education, as it is likely to bring about the attitudinal change needed for attaining reduced fertility. A multi-pronged policy approach is needed to transform values about ideal family size from the current level of 4 children to 2. Translate the youth bulge into a demographic dividend by investing in quality education, health, skill development, and creating new jobs and productive opportunities, especially for the females. I mean, the whole figures show that the opportunities are not there. Even when they are not exactly, it's not exactly gainful employment. Decline in fertility will impact with a lag of 15 to 20 years. In the meantime, various non-demographic measures can ease the problems raised by rapid population growth, and PAP has a whole growth strategy on it. And if I just have to pick 3 points, I would say that these include removing the institutional barriers to creating new jobs. Again, we have a whole slide series, which tells where the institutional barriers are that hinder creation of jobs. Increasing innovation, use of technology and research and development, and improving productivity in the existing jobs, which has shown a declining trend over the years. As an end note, I will say that direct policies to reduce population growth can contribute to development in the long run, but the impact would be much smaller in the absence of right macroeconomic policies. Likewise, it's again a 2-way process. The right macroeconomic options would be limited in the presence of high population growth. For capital deepening, and when I say capital deepening, it's both physical capital and human capital. Instead of capital widening, population growth and economic growth have to move in reverse directions in Pakistan. Thank
you. Thank you very much, Dr. Gurudnia, for presenting your aspect, a different aspect of the population growth. I think you are saying that population size doesn't matter if we have opportunities to employ them and for providing education and then employment opportunities. So population size doesn't matter. Now we invite Dr. Aisha Khan. Dr. Aisha Khan is CEO of Akhtar Hamid Khan Resource Center, Islamabad. She has a vast experience of working in the government sector, especially in urban health. She is working nowadays in urban slums, I think in Islam. Please,
Is it okay if I just?
Yeah, sure.
Assalamualaikum. Mine is even the most difficult task. Last or near last speaker. End of the day, such brilliant session by Dr. Durinayab and a lot of information from Professor Gavin Jones and Dr. Hussain. So I'm not going to, and this audience ke liye, I'm not going to repeat because this audience knows a lot of us have been in Pakistan for 30, 40, 50, even 60 plus years. So इस audience को पता है कि CPR क्या है, unmet need कैसे नीचे नहीं जा रही है. So I'm going to talk a little bit about our kind of, and these, because I'm basically a researcher who's now turned into implementation in the last 3 years. So I can't say I know implementation well because I don't, I'm only learning. And I can't say I know research well because that is also a lifelong learning. But here's some thoughts and some questions. We, AHKRC, which initially struggled to find what should we do, finally after 1 year of scouting decided to form an urban lab because one of the things we felt that lessons from Pakistan and lessons from South Asia, while done very well in Bangladesh and India, in Pakistan, they're definitely lacking. Evidence from Pakistan contextualized to our settings is lacking. So the urban lab is an amateur or an initial attempt to try to answer questions at the household level, at the neighborhood level, at the community level, and then even how the community interacts with society at large. How are decisions made? How are behaviors over time? And when I say over time, I'm not talking of 1 year, 2 years. How are behaviors and changes happening, or how do they evolve over 5 years, 10 years, 15 years, longer? So that is the whole premise of this urban lab. The urban lab is in Dhokhasu, Rawalpindi, which I'll very briefly say is a community of about 278,000 population. It's essentially comprises, of UC Council 4, 5, and 6 in Rawalpindi with a bit of 8. So Nala Lai jo hai, usko kind of cross karta hai Dhokhasu, with majority of Dhokhasu on one side and a little part of it on the other side. 278,000 households, population roughly translates into about 45,000 households in a 1.4 square kilometer area. So very densely populated urban slum / Kachi Abadi that is there. The median income in this community is roughly from 21,000 to about 35,000. And about 70% of the households, the men are engaged in daily labor. Women's employment is about 13%. And literally, as you can see in the Pakistan Labor Force Survey, you can count the women's profession on one hand. They're either teachers, they're involved in slightly low-end healthcare professions, or they are working from home. Jo Dr. Nayab ne mentioned here, whatever new terminology we have come up with, I'm not sure, but basically, a lot of them are working from home, part of the informal economy. And the urban lab, the questions we're asking is, household level pe, how are decisions and behaviors determined the research that framework that we're kind of following is Monica Dasgupta's household decision making kaise hoti hai, and what are societal factors, as Dr. Nayab pointed out, economic and socio-cultural norms tremendously affect how people will respond today and how they will keep on responding over the years. AHKRC, through grant funding, and we write for grants because we don't have margins to do it on our own, basically tests out economic interventions जिसमें health बहुत strongly embedded होती है. By training, I'm a doctor, so and I've done public health. So public health, and I've given up clinical practice about 10 years ago. But public health interventions उसमें आते हैं, and again, public health में we were focusing a lot on family planning, immunization, and nutrition at the household level. So how do economic interventions, and economic interventions में women पे हमारा focus है. Women are the entry point. Our programs are women-based, and you can call them as social experiments. We are essentially setting out multiple social experiments, studying the change and the course of change in different cohorts. Very briefly, I'll just talk about a simple intervention that we did, funded by the Punjab Population Innovation Fund, that went on for roughly about 16 months. Jisme economic was central, but the whole idea was to bring women into the income generation, चाहे वो घरों में कर रही हैं, चाहे वो traditional अपना work कर रही हैं, but bring them into the income generation fold so that even अगर वो 3,000 रुपए लेके जा रही हैं घर, it's their hard-earned money. They play a role in the decision-making at the household level, and some of these women became peer activists and peer role models to convince other women in their neighborhoods. We're not even going, so एक lane में on average 25 घर हैं, दोनों तरफ very, and if you see the women in Dhokhasu, one household will generally know pretty much who lives in their lane. That's just how things are. So they will try to convince other women in their lanes to use family planning. Short story, in over 15 months, we were able to increase family planning with not employing women, not really paying them anything more than 2,000 or 3,000 and at most 4,000 rupees for 6 hours of their engagement. We did not determine what those 6 hours were. They were doing their own time, but CPR, MCPR went up by 13%, and this project ko khatam hue हुए 2 साल हो गए. But because we are an urban lab, we do annual surveys. The contraceptive prevalence rate in Dhokhasu, in Rawalpindi, continues to remain above 40%. We are now starting to look, attrition hua, there were people who discontinued, the women once itni intense focus nahi tha, project ke dauran there's a lot of intense focus, there was a certain amount of attrition and dropouts and all. But the CPR rate in Dhokhasu, driven by peer activists, motivated on their own because they wanted to generate money for themselves, has continued to be above 40%. So question number 1, in Pakistan, according to the World Bank 2015 urban settlements ki and urbanization ki report, there are 37 million people living in urban slums. Urban slums can become drivers of change. They can become, and you don't need to set up technical hubs and all, but you can literally look at urban slums as potential low-cost models where you can do interventions. NGOs, har urban slum mein there are NGOs. You can bring some level of change. So that's point 1. Okay? Everything does not have to be government administered or through paid salaried employment. One of the worst things I think you can do is give salaried unsecurity के आप fire नहीं हो सकते. If you get hired, you will never be fired. That is one of the worst things you can do for performance, as you will see. Second point that I would like to say is our rhetoric may be whatever, but our rhetoric does not match. So women do not have mobility. Why? I mean, if we could just simply look and try to address why women do not have mobility, why institutions and policies, एहसास से लेके lending, microfinance, we are now doing rapid credit के छोटे-छोटे pilots, from micro lending से लेके एहसास program तक. Your words and your actions do not match. We do not need, I think at this stage of our economy, when we don't perhaps have space or clear-cut direction, कि किस direction में हमें जाना है, we just need removal of simple barriers. And people who are not waiting for the government, people are striving. Pakistan, I think, is surviving because of its people, the resilience of its people. People will take care of themselves. All we need to do is remove those little inequalities. Let's look at our micro lending policies. The point is remove economic barriers that are preventing women from joining even low-skilled labor. Women can join wherever they can join, but remove the barriers and people will take care of themselves. The last point that I would make is that men and women, men lag behind in uptaking beneficial behaviors. And again, it's a very biased statement. It's a statement that needs to be discerned a bit more. But what we have found that once women start working, the men of their households come on board. It may take a year or 2 years, but in majority of the cases, the men, once the economic incentives start flowing in, the men in turn get on board and automatically family planning goes up. So perhaps when we look at population growth, we should look at it from more of an economic household decision-making perspective than just a supply side challenge. And maybe then family size preference and all those things will go down. Thank you.
आज बज गए हैं, थोड़ा सा हमारे पास टाइम है. बाकी I think Professor is also online from Egypt. So if you have any questions, not more than 2 or 3 questions because we have time and then I have to conclude also. So any of the 3 you can ask questions. Yes, Mehtab Karim Saab. Mike. Professor, are you there in Egypt? Professor Hussain. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. Yes.
Okay. Assalamu alaikum, Professor Said. This is Mehtab Karim. I have a question. Very good presentation on Pakistan you made, and we should appreciate that people sitting in Egypt and Australia are commenting on Pakistan's demographic situation. A lot for us to learn from you people. But I want to learn from your experience in Egypt. I recently completed a chapter for a book on looking at the population policy and demographic trends in West Asian and North African countries. What I see that what is the situation of Pakistan vis-a-vis South Asia, far behind than all other countries in South Asia
in demographic trends. So is Egypt in all the Middle Eastern countries, with the exception of Iran, with the exception of Iraq, Sudan, and Yemen. Egypt's total fertility rate is about the same as in Pakistan. You have 3.3, we have 3.6. Why the situation is as such in Egypt, where infant mortality rate is about 15 per 1,000 and we have 65? Why the total fertility rate in Egypt is still so high, whereas all your neighboring countries, with the exception of Sudan, have done much, much better in reducing fertility. Most of them have come to the level of 2. What lessons we need to learn or unlearn from Egypt? Thank you very much.
Can I respond now or?
Yes, Professor, you can.
Okay. Thank you very much, Professor Mahitab. I think some of the data need to be updated. The total fertility rate in Egypt now is 2.9. So actually, it is not 3.3 as was quoted by the UN. It is 2.9 in 2020. It is estimated to be 2.9. Egypt has, as you mentioned, a long history of family planning program, but it is always voluntary. There is no coercion or trying to force the people to do that. So actually, the socio-cultural variables is very important in that respect, and they are to some extent barriers. Another thing is that the cafeteria of contraceptives that we are using is always depending, according to the religious leaders, that we are only using methods that can be reversed. So actually, we don't use either abortion or officially abortion or sterilization, which sterilization is the main factor behind the success of Iran. Iran successfully reduced the total fertility rate to about replacement level. And if you consider the contraceptive prevalence, about 31% female sterilization, which is not allowed in Egypt and refused. So actually, we have to depend more on the cultural barriers that are still within the concept of 3 children. We need to work hard on that respect to reduce the expectation. There is evidence of success. In urban governorates, the total fertility rate is 2.5. And in some governorates, like Port Said governorates, the total fertility rate is even only 2 children per woman. So actually, there is some kind of a positive results that can be actually leading to possible success at the national level. But that will require strengthening the national family planning program to reduce unmet need and also to reduce the dropout from contraceptive prevalence within the first year, which is the same problems as Pakistan. That is why the government now is working on a new initiative that will be actually launched very soon, which will be actually a national initiatives for the advancement of family characteristics. It aims to control population growth, but that was actually an indirect approach to in that respect. So I hope that I responded to your question.
Yes, sir.
Actually, my question is for the last 2 speakers, Aisha and Gurena. And I must say, one thing that in the 2 days, women have actually hit it. Like, we have presentations from women who are very incisive on the dot, very focused. And today is his example. I'd like to ask you two things. One is that, you said that density, population density or size doesn't really matter. It actually does, of course, The Karachi's population density is 25,000 persons per square kilometer. And similarly, you know that Saudi Arabia has like huge country, but the population is not like in that. So my question would be to both of you. Actually, I agree with you. What message I get from you two is that you step out of this box of unmet needs and contraceptives and it's not working anyway. So basically, what I would like to ask you, and I think you can combine your answer, is that Asha, you said that a certain like focused intervention, which is very simple at the community level, it actually helped increase, contraceptive use, modern use at MCPR significantly, right? And but that in Pakistan cannot happen. It can happen only in countries like Sri Lanka, or maybe Thailand, or maybe maybe Sweden. But I think my question would be that combining the thoughts of the two of you, if I were to ask you to give us a planning, okay, which has four phases. One is an emergency phase because we are in an emergency situation. Second is a short-term strategy. Third is a mid-term strategy, and fourth is a long-term strategy. Can you comment on that? How would you see that?
If you want. I mean, if you remember, it was probably my second last slide. I said that even if population starts declining, I have a big percentage. Even if the population starts declining now, it will take at least 15 to 20 years for it to take some effect. So for me, getting the economy right, which is not an easy task, maybe as difficult as getting the population right is, but let's just focus on getting the economy right and other things won't follow. I mean, and don't get me wrong, I'm not saying that we don't have to think about need or contraceptives. We have to, but our focus needs to be a little reoriented. I mean, we just focus too much on the supply side. The demand is not exactly there. And when the demand is actually there, I think women know what to do. That's my belief. Sorry?
Do the policymakers know?
See, we're still very much stuck in, it's not that, all right, so when we turn around and ask the community, it seems that things that they want to do, they do. Neither religion plays a very important role, but people are amazingly good at compartmentalizing things. So our undue focus on macro level policies is good, but it somehow needs to translate to the community and household level, which it fails to do so. Our focus is so much on getting religious ulma on board and making sure that this is right and that is right, that we forget the central people who are involved and whose lives we're talking about. But just answering a simple question, economy will take a long while, and particularly since we're more of a consumer rather than a manufacturing economy, and there's not much strategic vision on converting us into a manufacturing economy. Simple things. So for example, Pakistan has one of the largest informal economies. Women are literally sitting in their homes because of economic necessity and doing little things. Can we pick up the 3 or 4 troublemost districts or union councils in the most poor and troubled districts and try to see that what specific home-based, women-supported interventions can we do that would allow women to generate income and not go from 3,000 to 20,000, but go from 3,000 to maybe 4,500. Because take them up a little bit, they will find the next. It's kind of building roads. Don't worry about the transport, just build roads. People will find their own transport. Long term, I think there needs to be more thought process on how employment and enterprise fits into our national vision, which beyond the rhetoric, again, beyond the rhetoric is what we need.
जी, Asiana Atullah Sabat.
I want to thank PAP again, and I want to particularly thank our Duresami and Aisha, Duraya Naya, sorry, and Aisha, and of course Professor Iqbal, who is not with us. For me, I believe I'm a believer in lifelong learning, so it's been another session of learning. But my question is directed to Dr. Ashfaq. Dr. Saab, in these 2 days, I have felt a gap, an unnecessary gap, which needs as soon as possible to be filled. And my question to you is how to fill it. On one side, we have got the movers and shakers, and that's the policy maker, the political leadership, the decision maker, and all that. On the other side, we have got the salt of the earth, and that is everyone who is sitting in front of us and all the excellent research work that they have been doing for so many years. इनके आपस में रब्ता नहीं है। वो जो रिसर्च रिपोर्टें होती हैं, ये खूबसूरत फाइंडिंग्स हैं, वो जाती हैं शेल्फ पे। एकेडेमिया, थिंक टैंक और रिसर्चर की कोई यानी उस किस्म की, जैसे कि आप, and I don't want to, but I'll give you the example of America. Without their academia, वो चल ही नहीं सकती उनकी हुकूमत। तो मेरा आपसे ये सवाल है, आज हमें ये बता दे, ये गुड़ क्या है और हम ये क्या करें कि इस गैप को क्लोज करें। Each of you and all many others should be interacting and not only heard, but then action taken on that. ये जो पॉलिसी बनाते हैं, ये तो हवाई बातें होती हैं। तो इसका एक जवाब है। और Aisha, I've got a very small question for you. Excellent approach. Go direct to the community. And you're absolutely right. Grassroots is the place. And I think जितना confidence हमें आवाम में अपनी लोगों में हो, बेहतर है। मेरा एक छोटा सा सवाल है कि आपने बताया you did the work under with the PPIF sponsorship, and that is a 15-month period. And you also mentioned, which is very encouraging, I think you said, Kay, that in 15 months there has been a 30% increase. 13. 1-3. That's good enough. 13% increase in CPR. अब उसके बाद जब ये PPIF का काम खत्म हो गया, तो 2 साल पहले, तो मैं आपसे ये पूछना चाहती हूँ कि how will we make this very useful innovation sustainable? How will we give it traction? क्योंकि आपने ये भी कहा कि लोगों को तनख्वाहें दे के आप ये काम नहीं कर सकते. It has to come from within the community. तो थोड़ा सा ये हमें बताइए कि what have you all thought about how you, after the close of the PPIF grant, how you give your good work traction and make it sustainable in, what is it, Dasu, Kot Hasu. Okay. Kot Hasu.
So the grant closed 2 years ago, and what's very encouraging is that CPR did not fall back. It is, so the women are doing their own businesses, and part of their own businesses, because they need more clients, they're going house to house and selling, and some of them have actually set up their homes where short-term methods are available, and for long-term methods, private providers and PWD key clinics ka referral hai.
नहीं इस 3 यूनियन काउंसिल्स में क्या है?
So
what is the role of the lady health worker?
there is no lady health worker. These are urban areas, so there is no lady health worker. But PWD key clinics are there, and Rawalpindi luckily has a very active PWD. Unki district officer is very energized and enthusiastic, and they continue to provide us supplies which the women keep in their own households. Jahan pe they are able to give them short-term methods because the women are reluctant to use longer-term methods. The short-term methods are available in the community. For long-term referrals and stuff, there are private providers who continue to see it as a benefit because they are generating income from it. The point is that it's become somewhat of a sustainable model in the sense that women are doing their own businesses. And usme revolving credit we continue to provide, but it is not a permanent grant to them. They have to return the money. It's a no interest funds that are given to them, which they return. And I'm happy to say that 59, again, it's a very small scale. There is very limited experience, but the whole point is that that's how research works. You try something, you learn, you fail, you modify, and you try again. And what we are seeing is that these are doable models which replicated enough will evolve and modify, but can be done.
Have you seen any husband-wife communication in taking decisions in family planning?
Yes. That's part of our annual surveys. We now have 3 annual surveys that show that husband and wives are taking joint decisions. They are not, like, obviously 100% nahi hai, and it's still part of Pakistan. So final decisions are final decisions. But it's interesting. Change is happening in our communities.
Okay, I'm sorry because the organizer is saying that we have already 20 minutes past. And I have to summarize. My question, जो मेरा सवाल है, नहीं मैं आपको बता रहा हूँ. You have asked the right person because I have served 11 years in the government, and now I'm in the academic years for 11 years. उससे पहले भी. तो जी मैं बता रहा हूँ आपको. इसमें सिर्फ शेयर कहूँगा, बाकी चीजें मैं ऑफ द कैमरा ऑफ द माइक कहूँगा. गैरों के सामने अशकों की आबरू न गवा. ये घर की बात है, घर में रहे तो अच्छा है, बाहर सुन रहा है. So let me thank Professor both from Australia and from Egypt, Professor Hussain, as well as Kevin Jones. Thank you very much, sir, for your participation in the seminar. And you have educated us a lot by sitting outside about Pakistan, and we have really learned from you. And I'm also thankful to both Dr. Aisha as well as Durra Nayab for presenting their thoughts to this audience. I have something to summarize, and it says take away. Again, based on my personal experience, but working both in the government and as in academics, I have many doubts which people who are working in demography or in population, they may not agree with me. कल सदर साहब ने अपनी स्पीच में एक बात का इशारा किया था, पता नहीं एनएफसी अवार्ड के जब वो जिक्र कर रहे थे. उन्होंने कहा कि जब बलूचिस्तान 45% है आबादी के लिहाज से और आबादी सिर्फ 12.5 मिलियन की है, और मुल्क के रिसोर्सेज अगर आबादी के बुनियाद पर डिस्ट्रीब्यूट हो गए, तो बलूचिस्तान को क्या गर्ज है कि वो पॉपुलेशन प्लानिंग करे. उसके बाद बहुत जमीनें हैं. ठीक है, मैं इसको थोड़ा सा आगे बढ़ाना चाहता हूं. अगर आपको याद है, बहुत सारे हमें से राशन कार्ड सिस्टम का भी हमने दिन देखा है.
जिस जमाने में राशन कार्ड था, तो 2 किलो चीनी, 2 किलो दाल, आटा, घी, इसकी खातिर हर शख्स अपने घर में ओवर रिप्रेजेंट करता था। 3 से 4 ज्यादा आदमी खा लेता था कि हमें ज्यादा मिलेंगे, ये चीजें सस्ते में मिल जाएंगी, राशन कार्ड में सब्सिडाइज रेट पे मिलता था। तो जब हम 2 किलो चीनी, 2 किलो दाल के खातिर ओवर रिप्रेजेंट करते हैं अपने घर में, तो जब मुल्क के तमाम रिसोर्सेस NFCA अवार्ड के बेसिस पे मेडिकल कॉलेज में, इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेज में, प्रोफेशनल कॉलेजेस में दाखिला आबादी के बुनियाद पे हो, तो इट इज इन द इंटरेस्ट ऑफ एवरी तहसील, एवरी गांव टू ओवर रिप्रेजेंट देमसेल्फ। इसलिए मैं समझता हूं कि ये जो पॉपुलेशन ग्रोथ रेट 2.4% या 2.5% करके दिखाया जा रहा है, आबादी 221 मिलियन हो गया है और पता नहीं 338 मिलियन हो जाएगा by 2050. I don't believe in this. I have also lived in Bangladesh during my childhood when my father was posted there in police service. कि मैंने किस तरीके से अपने घर में जो काम करती थी नौकरानियां, हर 2 साल के बाद, 2.5 साल के बाद उनके हस्बैंड बदल जाते थे। आमी तो भात खाबो ना, मैं आपके भात नहीं खाऊंगा, मतलब चावल नहीं खाऊंगा, आपके साथ नहीं रहूंगा बेसिकली। और 3-4 महीने के बाद एक चूड़ी पे और एक साड़ी पे नई शादी हो गई, और फिर 2-2.5 साल किसी के साथ में है, उसमें से 2-3 बच्चे हो गए, उसके बाद फिर आमी तो भात खाबो ना, फिर वो खुला हो गया, नई शादी हो गई। अपने रिप्रोडक्टिव ईयर में कम से कम 3 से 4 शादियां और 10 से 8-10 बच्चे उनके होते थे। वो कैफियत में पाकिस्तान में नहीं देखता हूँ। मैंने अपनी आंखों से, मेरा पूरा चाइल्डहुड गुजरा मेरा वहां पर, और मैं देखता रहा, ये कैफियत पाकिस्तान में तो नहीं है। तो देखें, ये जो है पॉपुलेशन ग्रोथ रेट, आप खुद सोचें कि जब हम 2 किलो चीनी, 2 किलो दाल के खातिर ओवर रिप्रेजेंट करते हैं, तो जब मुल्क में आबादी के बुनियाद पे, पॉपुलेशन के बुनियाद पे, बाकी चीजों के बुनियाद पे रिसोर्सेज डिस्ट्रीब्यूट हो रहे हैं, पार्लियामेंट की सीट डिस्ट्रीब्यूट हो रही है, कॉलेजेस में दाखिला, मेडिकल कॉलेजेस में दाखिला उसकी बेसिस पे मिल रहा है कि आपके डोमिसाइल कहाँ से, कितना आपका कोटा है, जॉब में कोटा है, हर चीज में। इट इज इन द इंटरेस्ट ऑफ एवरीबडी टू ओवर रिप्रेजेंट। ये कॉमन सेंस है। तो इसीलिए आपने देखा कि कितना आउटलायर था प्रोफेसर जोन्स व्हेन ही सेड Pakistan is an outlier. Yes, Pakistan is an outlier. No other country would experience such kind of distribution of resources on the basis of population. किसी और में नहीं है, तो हम इसीलिए आउटलायर हैं। दूसरी चीज ये है कि प्रोफेसर जोन्स again said on poor human capital of Pakistan. बाकी जितने लोगों से कंपेयर किया था, मैं अभी आपके सामने बहुत सारे मोबाइल पे चीजें देख रहा था, जितने मुल्क वहां दिखाए गए हैं, हाउ मेनी कंट्रीज हैव गॉन टू द IMF फॉर सो लॉन्ग ए पीरियड एंड परपीचुअली। बांग्लादेश 1971 में आजाद हुआ और अब 2021 है, 12 मरतबा IMF में गया। हम 1988 से अब तक 18 मरतबा जा चुके हैं और 19वीं की तैयारी है। तो ये हम क्यों नहीं बोलते कि जब हम IMF के प्रोग्राम में है, we don't have any leverage to make our policy and implement our policy. We simply implement what is given by the IMF. उसकी जो पॉलिसी है उसमें आपको सिर्फ इंटरेस्ट पेमेंट पड़ता है, डेट पड़ता है। तो यू हैव ए फिस्कल स्क्वीज ऑल ओवर। जब भी आप देखेंगे डेवलपमेंट का बजट कट हो गया, फलां का बजट कट हो गया, तो हम कहाँ सोशल इंडिकेटर पे बेहतर करने के लिए हम खर्च कर सकते हैं। तो ये भी जरा ध्यान में देखें कि जिनसे हम कंपेयर करते हैं कितनी मतलब वो IMF के प्रोग्राम में गए। और इसीलिए हम ना हेल्थ पे खर्च कर पाते हैं और ना प्राइमरी स्कूल, सेकेंडरी स्कूल्स में या ओवरऑल एजुकेशन पे हम खर्च कर पा रहे हैं। लार्ज फैमिली साइज का हमारे जिक्र हुआ, 6.7 इज द लार्ज फैमिली साइज। इसमें एक रीजन है, सन प्रेफरेंस का भी है हमारे यहाँ पर कि जब तक कोई लड़का नहीं होगा बस वो लगे रहते हैं। तो ये जो है ये भी एक, और ये एम्पिरिकल एविडेंस है इसके में। दूसरी चीज ये है कि जितने भी सोशल इंडिकेटर्स हैं, मैंने ओवर टाइम देखा है, our capacity in Pakistan Bureau of Statistics have totally eroded. उस दफ्तर में ना पे है ना प्राइड है। हर हुकूमत में जब जिसको मैंने रिप्रेजेंट किया है, मेरा एक ही होता था कि इस इदारों को बेहतर करें। Including today, the Prime Minister Imran Khan, in one of the meeting, I said, सर इस इदारे को आप करें, इसके अंदर कुछ भी नहीं है, ना वहां पर पे है ना वहां पर प्राइड है, कोई बताता भी नहीं है कि मैं कहाँ जॉब करता हूँ। आप उससे एक्सपेक्ट करते हैं, और उसके स्टैटिस्टिक्स पे बेसिस पे स्टेट बैंक का गवर्नर जो है वो इंटरेस्ट रेट को बढ़ा रहा होता है। हम किस तरीके से इन्फ्लेशन मेजर कर रहे हैं, किस तरीके से हमारा जीडीपी, हर रोज मैं सोशल मीडिया पे देखता हूँ बांग्लादेश से हमें कंपेयर किया जा रहा होता है कि बांग्लादेश बहुत आगे निकल गया, बहुत हो गया। भाई, our GDP is grossly underestimated and underreported. This is not the size of the GDP which we are reporting. इससे कहीं ज्यादा है, आबादी कहीं ज्यादा है, क्योंकि हम आबादी को ओवर रिप्रेजेंट करते हैं, अपने साइज ऑफ द जीडीपी को अंडर रिप्रेजेंट कर रहे हैं। तो जब भी हमारा चेहरा बांग्लादेश से भी खराब होगा, नेपाल से भी खराब होगा, भूटान से भी खराब होगा। सो दिस इज द फेलियर ऑफ आवर इंस्टीट्यूशन। सारे इंस्टीट्यूशन मैंने अपने 1998 से लेकर मार्च 1998 से लेकर 2009 तक मैं ईसीसी में बैठता रहा हूं। And this is the best forum where you know what is going on in the country, क्योंकि आप हर वीक में मिलते हैं, हर वीक पॉलिसी डिसीजन ले रहे होते हैं, आपको बहुत सारे जगहों से इंफॉर्मेशन मिलता है कि क्या हो रहा है मुल्क के अंदर में। I have seen myself फेडरल सेक्रेटरीज कैपेसिटी इरोडिंग। वो समरी लेकर आते थे और पढ़ना शुरू कर देते थे समरी। द प्राइम मिनिस्टर यूज्ड टू से कि सेक्रेटरी साहब समरी को हम समझे सर्कुलेट कर दिया, अब बताएं व्हाट डू यू वांट। वो जी 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 सर, और फिर पढ़ना शुरू कर देते थे। वो दो लफ्ज बोल नहीं सकते। तो कैपेसिटी इतनी हमारी कमजोर हो गई है गवर्नमेंट में आज भी कि आवर रिलायंस ऑन कंसल्टेंट हैज गॉन अप। कंसल्टेंट पे बढ़ गया है, और जितने भी हमारे इंटरनेशनल एनजीओज हैं या और भी जो इंटरनेशनल हमारे बहुत सारे एम्बेसीज हैं, इन्होंने फंडिंग की हुई है, वो हमें देते हैं फंडिंग, हम उनकी फंडिंग से कंसल्टेंट हायर करते हैं, और उनको एक ही इंस्ट्रक्शन है, बदनुमा चेहरा पाकिस्तान का उजागर करते रहो। लेट मी गिव यू अ क्लासिक एग्जांपल, अगेन ऑन माय पर्सनल एक्सपीरियंस डीलिंग विद देम। स्टंटेड चाइल्ड, पाकिस्तान में 45% जो है बच्चे स्टंटेड चाइल्ड पैदा हो। आप बताएं कि हर दूसरा बच्चा जो पाकिस्तान में पैदा हो रहा है वो स्टंटेड है। आप इसी रैंडम सैंपल इसी को ले लें, आप बताएं कि कितने लोगों ने देखा है कि उनके आसपास मोहल्ले जाने वालों में कितने लोग बच्चे स्टंटेड पैदा हो रहे हैं। ठीक है, वो रिपोर्ट आ गई, पता नहीं वर्ल्ड उसका हेल्थ WHO का था, किसी का था, वो आ गया जनाब, हमारा चेहरा दागदार हो गया। फिर क्या हुआ, मैं बेनजीर इनकम सपोर्ट के बोर्ड में हूं, वहां पर यह हुआ कि जी इसको स्टैंडर्ड चाइल्ड को कैसे एड्रेस किया जाए। वी ईयरमार्क 7 बिलियन रुपीस। हमने कहा कि जी इसको हम वो शासन टाइप की चीज है जो मदर को चाइल्ड को मदर को देने के लिए वो माइक्रो न्यूट्रिएंट्स वाले, वो हमें दिखाए भी गए शासन टाइप की चीज थे उसमें कि ये हम डिस्ट्रीब्यूट करेंगे। तो हमने कहा कि जो अच्छे एनजीओ है उसको दे दें। हमें कहा कि नहीं नहीं नहीं, हमने उन्हीं को देना है WHO को, क्योंकि उन्होंने कहा कि अगर हमें आप पैसे नहीं देंगे तो अगले साल रिपोर्ट आपको अच्छा नहीं करेंगे हम। आई वाज सरप्राइज्ड। ये ब्लैकमेलिंग है। वी पेड देम 7 बिलियन रुपीस, उनके एक साल का पूरा तनख्वाह यहाँ के जो है उससे कवर होगा, प्लस दे विल गेट 10% टू द हेडक्वार्टर। रिपोर्ट खराब करो, उसी से कहो कि रिपोर्ट ठीक कर दे, गिव द मनी, द रिपोर्ट विल बी राइट। ये मैं कुछ सीधी सुराई बात नहीं कर रहा हूं, मैं आई एम डीलिंग विद देम।
Sir, we are them.
तो
I am them, sir. And this is an allegation on the integrity of everybody who works with these civil society organizations.
सर मैं आपको बता तो रहा, एग्जांपल दे रहा हूं ना, मुझे कोई आके बता दे। I told this in the board meeting where Zafar Ali Sahab was there, where Atif Bajwa was there, and our special assistant to Prime Minister on who is heading, Dr. Sania Nishtar, उसके सामने मैंने बातें की कि why are you giving this money to that organization who prepared the report? उन्होंने कहा कि अगले साल फिर रिपोर्ट अच्छा नहीं मिलेगा। तो आप ये बताएं, जो जितनी आपने यहाँ हम इंडिकेटर देते हैं, who prepared this indicator? Do you think that the Pakistan Bureau of Statistics has the capacity to prepare all these numbers? सारे हमारे कोई UNDP से आया है, कोई UNSF से है। मैं इन लोगों को नहीं कहता हूँ, ये हमारी कमजोरी है कि we don't have capacity to measure our progress. हम उनके हवाले कर देते हैं।
DHS and NIPS के जो सर्वे है वो तो इंडिजिनस है, तो हमारी अपनी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन है।
So I gave you the example of stunted child. जो मैंने कहा है, you can verify with Zafar Ali Khan, you can verify with Sania Nishtar. I raised this in the board meeting, and this is what we were told. ठीक है, मैं किसी सुना के नहीं बातें कर रहा हूँ। मैं पाकिस्तान ब्यूरो ऑफ स्टैटिस्टिक्स को आज से नहीं 1979 से उनके साथ डील करता हूँ।
बड़ी अच्छी प्रेजेंटेशन दी है।
लेकिन चीफ इकोनॉमिस्ट ने दी है, चीफ स्टैटिस्टिशियन ने दी है, जफर जो अभी आया है, नईमुल जफर, उसके नीचे क्या है? कूड़ा। मुझे बहुत दुख है, मैं ये लफ्ज जो बोल रहा हूँ बहुत दुख है, और ये बात मैंने प्राइम मिनिस्टर के लेवल पे किया। ये उन बच्चों, उनका भी कोई कसूर नहीं है कि उनका कोई करियर पाथ नहीं है। दो लोग सर्विस शुरू करते हैं, एक क्लास फेलो जो है वो सिविल सर्विस पास करके सेक्शन ऑफिसर होता है, दूसरा या रिसर्च ऑफिसर बन गया प्लानिंग कमीशन में, या वो स्टैटिस्टिकल ऑफिसर आ गया पाकिस्तान ब्यूरो ऑफ स्टैटिस्टिक्स में। ये जो है श्योर शॉट है कि ये सेक्रेटरी बन जाएगा, और ये स्टैटिस्टिशियन जो है ये अगर 19 ग्रेड में भी पहुंच जाए तो बहुत बड़ी बात होगी इसके लिए। आप उससे पूछें उसके दिल से कि उसका दोस्त जो है वो वो सेक्रेटरी बन गया है, जो इकोनॉमिस्ट एंड प्लानर ग्रुप में चला गया है, वो कम से कम ज्वाइंट चीफ तो बन जाएगा, 20 ग्रेड में 21 ग्रेड तक पहुंचता है, लेकिन वो बेचारा 19 से ऊपर नहीं जाता, फ्रस्ट्रेशन के शिकार है। और यही बात मैंने हर प्राइम मिनिस्टर को कहा कि सर इसकी तरफ देखें, दे डोंट हैव पे, दे डोंट गेट पे मोर, और ना उसमें जॉब में पे है ना प्राइड है, इसकी तरफ तवज्जो दी। तो ये जो है ये मेरे व्यूज उनको ही पता है, उनको, क्योंकि वो मुझसे ही आके बताते रहे कि किस तरीके से हमारे माजी के हुक्मरानों ने जीडीपी के नंबर बढ़ाते थे, उनको बुला के जलील करते थे खड़ा खड़ा करके, और कहते थे तुम घर नहीं जा सकते हो जब तक ये नंबर इंप्रूव करके हमें क्यों न दो। रात के 12 बजे तक जो है उनको दफ्तर में बैठाए रखते थे, और अपना स्पेशल असिस्टेंट को भी भेज देते थे कि इस पर नजर रखो, इसकी जाने नहीं देना। और यही वो खुद हमसे बताते कि सर ये हुआ है हमारे साथ में। तो इसलिए मैं कहता हूं कि मेरा बॉटम लाइन ये है कि जो इंडिकेटर आपने देखा है पाकिस्तान का, ये नहीं है ऐसा, ये ऐसा नहीं है। ना हमारी इतनी आबादी है, मैंने आपको एग्जांपल दिए हैं बहुत सारे इसके, ना हमारा पॉपुलेशन ग्रोथ इतनी तेजी से बढ़ रहा है, लेकिन हम आउटलायर कहला रहे हैं। 55 पता नहीं 55% ग्रो हो जाएगा, इस रफ्तार से रहेगा तो बढ़ेगा, बिल्कुल बढ़ेगा। आपने खुद देखा 1990 में जब गुलाम इसाक खान जब सदर थे, हाउसिंग सेंसस हुआ, डेरा जदोई, उसके पॉपुलेशन ग्रोथ इंटर सेंसस पीरियड में 368% ग्रो कर गया। खैरपुर में उर्दू स्पीकिंग थे, उसका पॉपुलेशन गिर गया। बाकी जगहों पे जहां पर थे आबादी, सिंध की आबादी पंजाब से ज्यादा हो गई। कैन यू इमेजिन? गुलाम साहब खान के पास जब गया, उन्होंने कहा कि क्या रबिश है, उन्होंने सब कैंसिल कर दिया उसको। इसलिए कि किसी के चाचा होगा, भतीजा होगा, दो भांजे भी तैयार होंगे कि उनका हल्का बड़ा हो जाएगा, उसमें एक सीट और निकल आएगा पार्लियामेंट में, वो अपने भांजे को भी खड़ा कर देगा। तो जिस मुल्क में इस बेसिस पे पार्लियामेंट की सीट बढ़ रही हो, NFC अवार्ड से पैसा बढ़ रहा हो, मेडिकल कॉलेजेस में इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेजेस में दाखिले मिल रहे हो कोटा के बेसिस पे कि कितना किसका कोटा है, हर शख्स ओवर रिप्रेजेंट करेगा। ये कॉमन सेंस है, जब 2 किलो चीनी 2 किलो दाल के लिए कर सकते हैं। तो ये हमें बहुत काम करने की जरूरत है, पाकिस्तान ब्यूरो ऑफ स्टैटिस्टिक्स को मजबूत करने की जरूरत है। आई फील सॉरी फॉर देम, मैं बहुत कुछ नहीं कर सका उनके लिए। उनको हमने ऑटोनोमस बनाने की कोशिश की, वो खुद नहीं चाहते ऑटोनोमस होना। वो कहते हैं कि हमारी जॉब सिक्योरिटी का इशू है, हमें इस्लामाबाद में घर नहीं मिलेंगे, बड़े मसाइल हैं। लेकिन बॉटम लाइन यह है कि उनको मजबूत करना चाहिए उस अदारे को, क्योंकि वही उसी के नंबर पे हम पॉलिसी बनाते हैं। और जब उस अदारे को एक एक शख्स जो है मेरे नजदीक बहुत मोअज़्ज़िज़ है, उनको हेल्प करना चाहिए हमें। अगर इस प्लेटफॉर्म से भी अगर कोई रिकमेंडेशन हो कि पाकिस्तान ब्यूरो ऑफ स्टैटिस्टिक्स को मजबूत किया जाए, और ये इंडिकेटर हमें रिलायंस जो है ना, हमारे सोशल इंडिकेटर के रिलायंस INGO से निकल के पाकिस्तान ब्यूरो ऑफ स्टैटिस्टिक्स की तरफ आना चाहिए। ये है मेरा। थैंक यू वेरी मच सर।
सारी स्टैटिस्टिक्स को आप एजुकेट देखा है, सब चीजों इसलिए मैं कह रहा हूँ। सेंड कर देना।